Well, hello everybody. I was about to hit go live and I saw everybody's comments about Frosty, so I logged into the website. I don't know if that fixed anything, just logging in and like confirming. Hello, Mr. Crow, Aya, Killer, Barb, everybody else who's here chilling. What's going on? What's going on? On the ship today. This is a sale, so sale is, I don't know, what is the sale supposed to be? Taut and, something? I don't know. Everything's good. Everything's good. Let's see if the thing I did fixed the things. So shout out, hey Blue! Shout out to Killer Jam 25. Let's see if it actually works. It might. It might not. And if not, we'll use the standard shout out from Who's a What's It's. Just in case it doesn't. We'll do a shout out this way. We'll see if Frosty works. We're testing things on Killer here. So guys, I use the regular shout out command just in case Frosty doesn't work. Looks like it's not working, so I'll have to, you know, I'll have to burn that bridge later. Welcome to Oxygen Not Included. We do have the dupes working on some insulated pipes from last time, because past Nether was like, hey, future Nether needs to leave a few projects in place, so when he gets on, things are just working. No harvest pending. That's perfect. We don't want to harvest this mealwood. We want the glossy Drecos to eat it. We have a singular glossy somewhere in here. Are you tame yet? You are tame. Excellent. 71 of 150 years old, so we should wind up getting some glossies out of that. We need to up our dirt potential. Let's start off by checking in on our dupes. Meep over here is brand new and is officially just running in the gym. Let's put you into some science. Brain bigger, faster learn. Right? Right. I did request Green Thumb's wallpaper to be green. You did, you did. I don't know where Green Thumbs lives at the moment. Is that... No, that's Vermin. Where is Green Thumbs? Green Thumbs lives over here. So let's give him some green wallpaper. Let's do that. We have the algae wedge. So do we know how to rotate that? Oh, we can rotate that. So what we can do, can we not overwrite the current wallpaper? Don't be mean to me now, game. Like, can we... We can't overwrite the current wallpaper. Well, looks like we're gonna start off by doing some demolition. Here we go. Let's destroy that stuff and then we'll rebuild it. By the way, Captain, I have started preparing the rooms for the crew and started building the ship ready for sail. Excellent. Very excellent. You are awesome, sir. Looking forward to seeing it. Sorry I couldn't get on this morning. It's taken me a little moment here to get myself sorted out. We need to do things. Let's take a look over here. Hi, Tachyon. Here's a cute cat butt. So what are these? These are like 3x3, right? No, 3x4. We need to reconfigure this area just a wee bit. Theoretically, I'd kind of like to make these metal tiles. How much steel do we have, though? 6.9 tons of steel. And how much does a metal tile cost? 100. So if we were... Does it matter? It kind of does for future plans. Nether has plans. So if we were to make all of this... Ooh, we can't make that wire. That's a thing, right? Hiya, Aya. Attack all day long, for sure. What I want to do is I want to make these steel, right? Right. That being said, and I do want to make this little lip here, but that means we're going to have to move this wire. I was up late. Well, not even up late. I laid down in bed at like 8:30, 9 o'clock yesterday, and legitimately just laid in bed all night long, just like thinking about this game and thinking about RimWorld. We got a lot done yesterday in the small amount of days that we were working on stuff, and pretty stoked about it. Pretty goddamn stoked. What shall we name the tavern? Now that is a great question, sir. That is a wonderful question. I don't have an answer for that just yet. Let me think on that one. So, where are we on copper? 4.395. We're going to start out paused and doing a little planning because, like I said, Nether cooked all the ideas up last night. So, we've got this cooling loop, right? So, in case the name, the Saucy Siren, I like that. Go with Aya's name. Aya's got a good one there. It's going to be an interesting transition here, all right? So, let's talk about the plan before I just go ahead and slap things down. Let's cancel that real quick. So, we've done a lot in this playthrough. We are at 474 cycles. This has 103 hours in it. Can you guys believe that we have streamed 103.5 hours in this world? It's phenomenal. It's absolutely wonderful. It's starting to look good too. Starting to look real good. We got wallpaper going in. We've got people in their own little bedrooms. Technically, they don't count as bedrooms because we don't have the comfy beds yet, but we're gonna get comfy. Cozy and comfy, they go hand in hand. So we gotta get comfy and stay cozy. But today's main plan is getting this actually swapped over to a sauna. We took out the pump that was sorting gases and the whole little gas sorting system over here, because fuck that nonsense. And we installed a new pump over here. Now this pump, gas vent over, what pressure do you overpressure? 20 kilos, 20 kilos. Okay. So we're going to have to set up, I think a fraction of that time was that accidental run of time you left it on. True, very true. Probably about 3 of those hours. Maybe somewhere between 2 and 6 hours, I would say at most. I think it was like 2 or 3. So yeah, we'll say 100 hours streamed. So, for those that don't understand what an industrial sauna is, we are basically, instead of having a dedicated steam room here, we're going to crack this open. And the steam is going to layer on top of the CO2. Now, the only problem with such a plan is that we've obviously got polluted water in here, which is off-gassing to polluted oxygen. Which is why we have this pump up here. This guy is going to snag any of the polluted oxygen that's up here. It's going to pull in steam too. We're going to use an actual gas sorter to make this for sure ready to go. And what's going to happen is the steam is going to get dumped back into the steam room via this high pressure gas vent. And the non-steam, i.e. the polluted oxygen, is going to get dumped into space. We're going to procure this line for dumping into space, which we'll clean up later and make it look nicer. At the moment, it's just a whole bunch of nonsense. Raiden on in. Come on down. How the hell are you? The Bat Guy bringing it in. I think Frosty might be broken, so let's see if our other shout-out command is off cooldown yet. The Bat Guy. Guys, go check out The Bat Guy. Double T with the bat, single on the guy, third. The Bat Guy. How you doing today, Bat? Welcome on in. I love playing around with your name. It's a fun one to announce and talk about. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream Monday through Saturday, noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time. On Saturdays, we do kind of a wild card day, currently working on Hollow Knight, but we play Ani on Tuesday and Thursdays, and RimWorld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Before we get too far into today, I was kind of going over the plan. The plan is to finally convert this area over to a proper industrial sauna and get our actual finished systems in place here. Thank you for the follow, Wasteland. Much appreciated. Wasteland Puppy TV. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Anything with puppies and kitties is good. I do love me some wonderful, sweet animals. They are fantastic. So, these are pretty much in the right spot. We are going to have to set up some breakouts for our lower section of our industrial area for power, because I don't like the way the power is currently running. Frosty is half working. Yeah. I went to the Discord like last week when you reminded me, Aya, And I got confused because Discord's confused the shit out of me. Everybody's is laid out different. No, there's no standard conventions about anything, right? And totally got distracted and didn't finish things. Then today when I saw everybody's comments, I went over and went to the website, logged in with my Twitch, reauthorized, whatever. So I don't know if that fixed anything. I am going to start subscribing to them for their monthly because I do like what they're doing. Tachyon, you want to come say hi to everybody? We don't need these tiles. These tiles can go. Let's go with buildings. We're going to go boop. Hey, buddy. So I do want to leave some space here just in case we decide to put in some more petroleum generators. There's always more potential. We have 5 oil wells. This petroleum boiler is only going to be able to handle 10 kilos at a time. So we were talking about the possibility that in future we might build a second petroleum boiler over here in this nonsensical area. We may not. That might be too far away. The other thing we're working on is we've got Meep in training somewhere. We just gave him some science brain, so he gets better faster. He's going to be our first colonist to send over to the second planet. I know 474 cycles and 100 hours of streaming later, we're going to try and get to our second planet. But I like to use all of the parts of the proverbial animal, and we're not quite done taming down this planet yet. That volcano got a name last stream. That's right. I forgot that we have a name for our second volcano. This is Agnes, and this is Jonathan. Jonathan and Agnes, the twin terrors of the temperature something. I was going for some alliteration there, but it didn't quite work out. So today's main plan is to reconfigure all of this nonsense. And I got to figure out how I want to do that. Now, we could slap down a joint plate here. I kind of want to build a wall in here just to get to that other side of the neutronium. This whole nonsense, flip, this is in the dumpster. We set that up because I made a mistake and thought we needed more power. Turns out we just needed to rebuild the transformers out of steel. So these are just sitting here doing fuck all, so we're going to get rid of them. Whoop. In the dumpster. But what we need to do is clean up our lines a little bit, and I think we're actually going to wind up taking this line down here. Now, it doesn't have to come all the way down, but at the moment we still do want these to run, so we're going to do a little thing like that. We are doing heavy watt conductive wire. What we're going to do is we're going to slap that bad boy down there. Then we're going to delete out these bits here. Actually, no, we'll let those stay just for tiles to work on. We're going to delete out this wire here, and then we're going to put all steel tiles under these sons of bitches. Because our goal is to make sure that this water vaporizes the moment it comes out. And I've got ideas for that. Namely, we made a mistake, and I forgot to insulate these pipes last time. And there was a stream like 3 or 4 streams ago, 2 or 3, some number of streams ago. It started boiling the water with the temperature of the petroleum, and that's when it hit me. I was like, that is what has been wrong with all of my freaking stuff. I have literally never thought of that. If you run this with radiant pipe into these things, all of the heat from these things is gonna just absolutely annihilate the water coming out. So what my thought process here is, we make these adjustments, and then we put metal tiles here, run this through the metal tiles, and then up into these guys. It'll be a bit of a change. Shouldn't stop the processing. Show you the character I just got? I mean, you could send it over to me, Sparta. You know, no offense, but I'm not gonna stop stream to go check it out. But if you want to shoot it over to me in a message in Discord or put it up in the Discord, I will check it when we take our first restroom break, which has usually been about somewhere between 2 and 3 hours into stream. So, like, if that's cool, that would be wonderful. Always happy to see everybody's stuff, but I try not to go overboard with getting distracted on stream, although it is known to happen. Anybody who knows me knows that's the thing. So, we're going to do a few things to make sure that this water gets cooked. Namely, we're going to be running radiant pipe We're going to put metal tiles here. And so those metal tiles and that radiant pipe should make sure that this place stays nice and toasty. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to need to put in some automation up here. So let's bring up our automation grid and start talking about that real quick. What we're going to need is a couple of tools. Now, usually you don't have to use an OR gate because you can essentially just run two sources into a single wire, and then when one is green, the line is green. But we've got a little bit of trickery we have to maintain here. So where can this go? Where can this go? I kind of like the idea of it being somewhere around here-ish. Huh. These are going to get knocked out. I suppose it doesn't really matter. We do need a little bit of space. So let's say... I kind of like the idea of that being up there. Let's say we drop in an OR gate there. Then we're going to come in here and grab a thermosensor. We're going to put that, say... Let's say we put that there, right? Automation wire, bing, bang, boom, bada, bing. We're going to need a filter gate, I believe. Only lets a green signal through if the input has received a green signal for longer than the selected filter time. We'll continue outputting a red signal if the green signal... No, I think it's a buffer. Outputs a green signal if the input is receiving a green signal. Continue sending a green signal for an amount of buffer time after the input receives a red signal. So that's our bad boy. That's what we need right there. And I'll explain why in just a hot second. We can put you... you know what? I really do kind of want it right here. So let's do a little flip-flop of this situation here. Yeah. I'll check it out for sure. Always want to see stuff that everybody's doing, guys. The whole point of this community is to support and take care of each other in any way that we can. So if you guys have something you want me to check out, do feel free to shoot it over. I am always very happy to check things out. How about right here, right? Huh. I'm trying to think what an efficient deal is. I try to build kind of... Okay, so if the temperature... We're going to put the temperature bit down here. We're just going to kind of over-cramp this area. We're going to put in an OR gate there. We're going to put that in there. We're going to bring a wire down there. And then we're going to get an Atmos sensor and slap that boy down here. So what we're going to do with this system is we're going to take an OR gate here. We're going to try and run... Hey, Dag, welcome on in. How the heck are you? How was the rest of stream yesterday? I think... Was yesterday? No. I can't remember what was going on. Did we come in yesterday or the day before? Anyway, how's the colony going is what I meant to ask. I was fighting devourers yesterday, and somebody mentioned that yours got wiped from a devourer attack. So I hope you were able to recover or get something going good. Stream is going well. Should be starting the ending tomorrow. Hell yeah. If you are on when I get done with stream, we will definitely come over and hang out with you because I want to watch that madness. I'm looking forward to it. Your playthroughs are always fun, and you know, since you play no pause, it's a little different from my usual shenanigans, which I appreciate a lot. Today, we're doing some nonsense in Ani. 4 a.m. my time. Okay, so I'm gonna try and hop on before stream. Please don't hold me to that because before stream I am usually quite a bit of a zombie. Ooh, this is not quite what it needs to be. Okay. I'm not up at 4 a.m., but if you're still going when I wake up at like 9 or 10 a.m. my time, then I'll hop in. The last time when I did the anomaly, you'll be off. Okay. Last time I did anomaly ending, I think it took us 5 hours to do the whole ending. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Well then, If I don't sleep tonight, I'll come and check it out. Guys, I totally forgot because I got distracted talking about things. If I haven't shouted out Dagoth03 yet, there it is. Guys, go check out Dag. Dag not only plays the same insane difficulty stuff that we do here on RimWorld, but also does it without pausing the game, which is absolutely insane. I love watching Adam versus everything. I've been watching you and Warren and a little bit of Smurf, and you guys are insane. I don't think I'll ever get into no pause. I've considered it a couple of times, but I don't think I want to get into it. I'm not 100% sure, though. You know, things always change. So let me try and explain the logic we're going for here for the Ani peeps. We're going for... Is it straight up an ore gate? It takes away a lot of other story aspects of the game. Yeah, I do like the ability, like yesterday, we were changing roles and, like, you know, interrogating prisoners with the metal horrors, and we totally paused and started reading through the social stuff, like, pressed them about memories that only they would know, and blah, blah, and like all this stuff from the interrogation of the metal horrors. Yesterday's events were a metal horror infection and a devourer attack and a cold snap. Those were our biggies yesterday on stream. We managed to send out, we managed to get ourselves a ghoul, and we managed to send a temporary colonist off to do a big trade. They're actually out on the road with a whole bag full of organs and textiles at the moment for a second big trade. So, colony's looking pretty decent. Gotten pretty good at the old, you know, the old door shuffle where you juggle raiders between the doors so that you don't have to take damage. But anyway, I could talk about RimWorld all day, and I do most days. But today, we got to figure out the logic on this sauna system. The goal here is to run this at about 175 degrees. That way, there's really no chance of this water staying water. It should instantly flash to steam. And in doing so, we should be able to, like, really make use of recycling the heat. But only if we get above 175. And we also have to take into account the pressure in here. The pressure! For those of you who watched a lot of old South Park. And that's where this buffer gate comes in handy. So we need, and I learned this doing my last industrial sauna on my large scale world. Do we need all of that? Because if that turns, you know what? Where I had it was good. I need to move this back. What we're going to do is we're going to set it up so that if the temperature goes above 175, bam, these sons of bitches kick on, right? And that's right. That's why I was doing it. I didn't have it right. And then we need to make sure that happens when the pressure goes above, because since we're boiling this water and all of our stuff is a water-positive process, we're going to need to remove water here. And that water we remove is going to be the water that fuels our crude oil production. It takes away a lot of others. Oh, yeah, I already read that. I tend to read things twice. So the idea is that we need an Atmos sensor to make sure we stay below about 18 kilos so this thing doesn't get overpressured. So I really do want to slap the Atmos sensor in there. We'll start with that. We need an ore gate because we need this place to do things. The Atmos sensor itself needs to go into a buffer gate so that it sends signal for a little while. But the buffer gate needs to not only go to our ore gate, it also needs to go to this shutoff over here. We only want this shutoff to turn on when the pressure is above 18, but we want the steam turbines to turn on when the pressure is above 18 or the temperature is above 175, hence the need for the ore gate. We'll throw the temperature checker down right next to this as well. Hydrate, I can do that. I think I have a jug of water here. Let me pour myself a glass of water, do a little hydrate action, and, you know, half an hour in, we've built like one tile because Nether's planning and running his mouth, which are the two things I'm better at than gaming. Cheers, everybody. Keep yourself hydrated out there. For anybody who plays RimWorld and not Ani, they are both colony builders, but Ani has a lot more focus on industrialization and dealing with environmental threats instead of raider threats. So the ore gate up here is going to go there. We're going to connect up our temperature. So that will turn on these steam turbines when it hits a temperature. Now, in addition to that, if we're above an atmospheric pressure, we need to turn them on as well because they're the way we're removing stuff. But we don't want to link up this guy to the steam turbines. We want to link that up separately. So we have to bring a separate automation wire over here and do a little jump over like that. And so what'll happen is when the pressure gets above 18, it'll kick on the steam turbines and this thing. But since we need to remove pressure, like if we have it fluctuate up and down, if you got a pipe knot, it's your fault. Oh, always. Temp control, states of matter, atmosphere control are different for differences front. Yes. So when it gets above a certain temperature, but not above a certain pressure, we want the steam turbines to kick on and recycle the water back into our steam chamber. That way we're not losing pressure. When the pressure gets above a certain amount, the pressure is going to flicker above that amount. We're going to set it to about 18 kilos. So if it gets to like 18.1 kilos, it'll kick on, but a lot of times some stuff will just shift around, and then it'll be like 18.1, 20, 17, and it'll go up and down. So we're putting the buffer gate in to kind of like even that out. It makes sure that this thing stays open while these are triggering, because if this fluctuates up and down and this flicks on and off, we're never actually going to remove any liquid. This is something I learned from the last industrial sauna I did. So we want these to stay on and this to stay on when this hits pressure, and that should pull out a certain amount. The time we have the buffer gate set on will dictate whether or not, and we're going to build this bottom set of sensor array stuff before we build the upper bits. And this is going to dictate our entire... These systems are all super integrated. I wouldn't recommend doing this as a normal human being. These two can actually get decommissioned, but rather than decommissioning this one, we're going to link that in with this guy here, because this one is cooling all of our oxygen and our steam turbines, and we're going to be dumping even more heat into here, and since we're not running supercoolant, one aqua tuner is probably not going to cut it, especially since we're running normal water and not polluted water in the system. So what we're going to do is, since this line is more or less going to be fully decommissioned, we're going to link this line in. We're going to link these two lines up. Is it going to be easy? Fuck no, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a pain in my goddamn ass is what's going to happen. But it's necessary. It's absolutely necessary. We can make some changes that are gonna do things, but we need some automation in place first. We're gonna have them put this automation in, and then we're gonna set it so that this shit's on all the time, so that we don't screw up what we currently have going. And that's why I'm doing it in the order that I'm doing it in. We're gonna have a little bit of flicker on and off, but it is what it is. Alright, so thermosensor. Send a green signal if it's above absolute freezing. So we're going to have a green signal going, so as they build these new wires, shit won't get fucked up too bad. In fact, let's priority 6 the wires across here so we don't get this awkward back and forth, because the other one's not as important. The Atmos sensor, however, we're going to send a green signal if it's above... if it's below 30 grams. That way this thing will never turn on. I don't want this getting powered just yet. The automation is going to get built. Okay. So the reason we have 5 steam turbines is that steam turbines output 2 kilos of water in their output pipe. Meaning with 5 of them, you're getting 10 kilos, which is a full pipe load. So we have those connecting together to each other, running across here, bridging on, and by the time they get down here, if all 5 of them are outputting, we've got a full pipe. That pipe is then going to run up into this shutoff and overflow looping back around down to this. So if this is off, it'll just work as it's working now. The water will cycle back into the steam room. If the pressure gets above where we want it, then it'll turn this on, and instead of dropping the water back in here, it'll send it through this pipe. This bridge prioritizes this side, and that goes into this water tank. Now, this water tank then connects up to our oil. So you pump clean water into the oil reservoirs and you get out crude oil. So that keeps our system flowing. If this tank fills up and backs this line all the way up, this little bit here will act as an overflow, and that'll start injecting water into our infinite storage up here for our air. We did the math, and if we run this the right way, the extra water we're generating should be enough to augment the water we have here enough so that we could run 16 dupes, which is why we have 2 electrolyzers set up here. So those 16 dupes plus a little bit of extra water. You always want to estimate a little on the safe side. I've gone the other way and it's caused problems. Our thermal injector setup over here is doing nicely. Our cool steam vent's not getting overpressured because we're storing enough chill in this water down here that as soon as the steam comes out, it condenses. This guy pumps it into our infinite storage. Bing, bang, boom. I like integrated systems. They do have more failure points, but if you keep your shit sorted, you should be all right. Our barbecue situation is at 1.5 million, just shy of 1.5 million, so that's all good. Dupes are still running around doing some of the construction projects I have set up. We really should lower the priority on our artwork builds. We don't need these built right away, guys. Take your time on that shit. Same thing over here. Although we'll let them work on Green Thumb's room. We'll give him some pretty stuff. So, all right. So we got to let the dupes do a little work. Now, hopefully, eventually, this pump system to filter out polluted oxygen into space will go away. The other thing I was thinking about while I was laying in bed last night is our space program and all of this ice that comes in. See, for our space program to be proper, we need to get to petroleum rockets with liquid oxygen oxidizer tanks. Now, where are we going to get enough oxygen to provide liquid oxygen? Well, since we don't want to tap into our water down here, because we'd like to get up to 16 dupes. I know we're only on 10. I've been taking it slow, bringing teammates on, you know, trying to be a little picky. What we're going to do is we're going to collect the ice from space. So we're going to put, like, enough space for 2 rockets over here. We're only ever going to need 2. The first one will be a steam rocket. We'll do data research. That'll be once we've kind of started mass-producing plastic with the glossies. Break the ice into water and rip it apart? Absolutely. So the ice is going to crash into a tray up here. That tray is going to have robo-miners. And the robo-miner, and we're going to have auto-sweepers. Below that, we're going to have like a little steam room because we need a steam room for the thermoregulators to freeze the oxygen down to liquid. So the ice is going to go into the steam room. We're going to have a similar system set up like this whole automation bit that we just went over. And what'll happen is the ice will get melted in the steam chamber. The excess will flow into a storage. That storage will go into an electrolyzer setup like this. The hydrogen will help power the system up here. It'll be a closed system. And the oxygen will then get dumped out into an ice box and made into liquid oxygen, which we can then pump into our rockets. That being said, our ceramic does need to start coming online here. We are really not outputting very much clay at all. We've got 173.3 kilos. So I'm hoping that this bathroom quadruple overflow system over here actually starts ramping up a little. As it stands right now, if we look in here, it's full vacuum. The moment any of this small amount of polluted water off gases, these things immediately grab it. So we are producing clay, but we're not producing a lot of clay. It's getting done real quick. We're up to 36 tons of dirt. I think we went all the way down to 10 tons before we actually fully transitioned to barbecue. That dirt is going to be used mostly on our glossy Dreco farms over here. We're not harvesting because the glossy Drecos want to eat the growth itself. I do think that after a certain time of being fully ripe, they will auto-harvest, so our people will grab that. We have automation theoretically in place. Some of these are not set though, right? No, you're set to eggs. You are not hooked up. Okay. So you are not hooked up. How do we hook you up? All right, let's finish this project from last time because apparently Past Nether stopped short on what we needed to get done. We're gonna slap that in there. Tachyon. What's up, bud? Yes, Appa. Now, do I not need that? I actually don't think we need these. We might be able to get rid of these because I think these are picking up... Let me think about this. Hey, bud, you want to come say hi to everybody? Come here. Come say hi. For all the new people out there who are lurking or came in with the raids, this is my boy, Tachyon. Tack, say hi to everybody. Who's a ham? You are a ham. Yes, my little oinker. How are you, bud? How are you? Huh? He was so cuddly last night, guys. Like, legit falling asleep with me in bed for hours. You're such a sweetie. You are. Now, you got snacks, and you got wet food. You have dry food. You have good water, because Daddy is drinking more water, so you're drinking more water. Oh, we're angry. With the extra hour and a half of outside time, not outside, but living room outside, you know, the more freedom you give them, the more they want. So buttons. We have... Huh. So this is everything that is not meat. Right? So... And then we've got stuff... I don't think we need this here. Oh, we do. Do we? No, we don't. I think this is overkill. So we have all of our eggs doing this little like overflowy deal. This stays open as long as there's no egg in here. It's closed right now because there's an egg in here, right? So it doesn't really matter because it overflows to this. This guy sees that, sends all ingredients, all like meat, down into our freezer. And then everything else gets put on the line that goes to central storage. So theoretically, these can get deleted. They don't need to be here. Right? I mean, they could be there. Like, I guess. Yeah, let's put them there. I get what Past Nether was going for. Let's stick true to that guy's dream. It might be a little over-engineered, but hey, this whole base is over-engineered, right? So we're going to do this. And what are these set to? This is literally set to... Ooh, not cooking ingredients. Wait a second. Huh. You should not be set to cooking ingredients. Or edibles. You should be set to everything that is not food or eggs. Literally anything that is not food or eggs should go on this one because that leads to central storage. Let me just keep an eye on this. The seeds can go down there. That can all go. That can all go. There shouldn't be liquefiable, and it's probably a bad idea to leave it on the filter, but that can go. Dirt, clay, all of this, all of that. Okay. So that is everything that is not food or eggs, right? Right. So that all goes there. And then the upper ones, these should be set not only to critter eggs, but these should have anything edible and where are cooking ingredients and any cooking ingredients. Reason being is we don't have anything that is going directly onto the cooking ingredient line, but we can send the cooking ingredients to any of these 3 spots, either down here, up here, or in here, depending on how the eggs are going. And then these guys along the bottom here can pick it all up. So yeah, that should do the trick. Just copy and paste those settings here, here, and here. I'm sure we'll figure out what the problem with all of that is in due time and go in and make some changes. Okay. So we've got to let a little building happen. I should really just stop moving things around here. There's bleach stone in here somewhere. I hate bleach stone. It just always gets in the way. We're going to leave that off-gassing there. And let's go in here. Liquefiable, critter eggs. What is consumable ore? Bleach stone? Fuck off. We don't want to sweep that bleach stone, but we do want to sweep everything else. This will give our haulers a little something to do. Most of them do wind up helping out a lot with all of the other things, but you know, it'll give them little backup stuff to do. Get some stuff swept up, get this place looking nice and clean. So we're gonna have to let them do a little building. We're gonna prioritize building this stuff at a high priority. I've talked about this before. Your mechatronics engineer that you want, because mechatronics engineers have to build the heavy watt conductive wire, they have to build all of your shipping stuff, right? So you need one set, if you have your mechatronics engineer set to operate first, they'll never actually go and build anything. Yes, we can do the green wallpaper. So what you do is you set your mechatronics engineer up to prioritize building. But then they're going to build everything that everybody else builds, too. So nobody else can build the stuff that only mechatronics engineers can build. Oop. B is copy. Man, too much switching back and forth between games. Okay, rotate, you go there, you go there, you go there, you go there. Now, green thumbs can live in a room full of limes. So if you set your mechatronics engineer build projects at a higher priority, your mechatronics engineer will build them and then go back to either refining or building other stuff. But if you don't set them at a high priority, they'll prioritize building the same way that all your other builders do, and your other builders can build the other shit. They don't need to build they don't need to be worried about all this. So for this, we can now snip this out, and we can get this out of our way. That's going to help with our build quite a bit. We're also going to want to start putting in those metal tiles like I talked about. So we're going to put one here, here, that will eventually, and then we're going to go all the way over to there. We can't go into the neutronium here, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll make the concessions as we need to. So, I mentioned the fact that we have igneous rock at 468 degrees in here. So, we're going to actually use that to our advantage. We're gonna delete this corner eventually, not right this second, and we're gonna have it pull that stuff out and dump it on a rail that's gonna be moving through here and heating up this area. Now, at first we've got a lot of backlog, so that's gonna be quite a bit of heat. We might have to do some micromanagement, feather a few things, but in general, we're going to leave this hole here for now. We're going to delete the ladder, though, just so this can keep dripping down. This is going to be a whole big change all at once, so we want to make sure that we get all the little pieces in place. So that rail system is going to come up and go through these metal tiles and like through this water area as an additional way to help boil off this water. We're only going to cycle this every once in a while, so once we've dealt with the backlog of igneous rock down here, the 24 tons of it or so, yeah, about 24 tons, maybe 25 tons, we'll only get a little bit at a time. Every time this gets dug out, it'll snag it through the corner. We'll see. We'll see. That's not an essential part of the plan for today, but it is something I'd like to set up. I've always wanted to do that. Never quite got to the point where we were recycling that. We should also be able to delete out this tile, which means that the temperature coming from the robo miner over here is getting dumped to this oil. If it ever does get hot enough that it needs to have heat deleted, it'll dump its heat through the oil into this area and start contributing to the heat in here. We might even try and run some sort of cooling in here, but these things will run pretty steady without having to have that problem for quite some time. Robo miner's at 69 degrees. The copper is at 67 that it's attached to. The crude oil down here is at the same 69. So that's just going to gradually go through. We can eventually swap out this blob of oil for a conduction panel, which is one of the main reasons we need to get to our second planet. We need aluminum and we need arbor trees. Those are two things that are very important on our shopping list. So we're going to need to get over there and get those things soon-ish. I think Thursday will be the day that we prioritize getting over to the second planet, where today is more going to be a matter of getting this industrial sauna up and then probably prepping our area for space. I say prepping because we're nowhere near ready to build the rockets. Like I said, first rocket that's going to go into space is going to be data research. So with any luck, our Drecos will start spinning up today. We'll start collecting enough plastic. We'll do the math at one point, how much data we need, and we'll start building out a rocket. Probably on Thursday, we'll be building out our research rocket and sending our first team over to the secondary planet. We'll start colonizing the secondary planet, and hopefully we'll be able to stockpile enough plastic that either Thursday or next week we'll be able to launch the data research rocket and then start really developing this upper area. So with my sea ice run via divine intervention to counter some uncounterable RNG, the run continues. After the death of Hedgehog, Tater is fully gone into mechs. Ooh. You know, I considered for a brief moment doing the Mechaniter start on sea ice. Tom suggested it because seemed like a good idea. And I was like, that might very well be a good idea. Because, mechs. So, let's start setting up this radiant pipe. We can actually build radiant pipe here in our cooling loop. We'll put radiant pipe there, and then this will be insulated? Yeah. Now, the reason I'm leaving this little space over here is we might eventually drop an aqua tuner down here. It'd be awkward to do the piping, but what else is new at this base, right? In my experience, you have two choices with that start. Make all your starting steel into mech stuff, then make a bunch of mechs, or use the starting steel for your builds and wait a bit for more mechs. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Mechaniter start. I would say the Mechaniter start is probably my least favorite start of all of them. And with sea ice, those starting resources are valuable. Yes, you do get quite a bit of starting resources with that, so you can build a bunch of stuff. Even if you don't go hard into the Mechaniter stuff, you'll be able to make a more sustainable base right off the bat just with the resources alone. When I say I considered going sea ice, I also considered going naked brutality and a bunch of other stuff. I decided on rich explorer because I thought it would be a nice little middle ground of we start with some resources, but not an obscene amount. It felt like a good kind of start to the whole thing. These pipes can go. those are not needed. You get a lot of starter resources, but any other start adds a mech ship to the map. Right. A little bit of a trade-off then. Let's mop that up and get that dropped in here. So this is gonna be awkward to start, right? So that is linked up to go into space. Which is effectively free for any start but the mech start. Yeah. It's like I said, I guess it's kind of a trade-off, right? I want to get this plastic out of here. I do not want plastic melting and giving us sour gas. That would be suboptimal. I'm trying to think where... Huh. What do we need to do before we pull the trigger? I think we're pretty... Oh! The airlocks. That's right. Ooh, an extra 500 kilos of plastic. I like that. Plant murderer, caregiver, strength and science, no on bubbles. Grilling, iron gut, noodle arms is a hard no. Curative tablets, I give 0 fucks about. So let's take the half a ton of plastic. That'll do nicely. We aren't hurting for plastic, but we're not swimming in the stuff either. We've got just shy of 4 tons with that print. So, let's get this moved. Because we need to shift this liquid lock over here. I mean, need is a strong word. Ideally, what's going to happen is this liquid lock is going to get moved over here. Deleted from here. The CO2, it'll do whatever it does. It could fall down here if it needs to. I kind of need to put one of these systems into place down in this corner. We'll worry about that. That's a side project. If we don't have this industrial sauna up, look at this crowd. Hell yeah. How you doing, Zed? Let's do a little shout out for Zed over here. Shout out Zed3900, guys. Zed is a great human being. We met playing Ani, but Zed plays a lot of different stuff. I play a few different things. Go check him out. Show him some love. We got a lot of stuff going on. So let's get this doorway sorted. We're gonna go high priority on this. Now, we have just like a splash. Ooh, perfect. Let's move you over here. Very high priority. If you don't put move commands at a super high priority, they get done never. So we've got that going. Ooh, that is a little bit sloppy there. Let's get that all soaked up. Actually, hold off on that one for a hot second. Now, when we empty this, we might end up with some spillage as well. We shouldn't. How many? 342 grams. This is 329. That should just blob right on there. So let's have them empty that. Also at a very high priority. This is going to give us a blob of liquid here and a blob of liquid there. Since there's liquid here, we're going to build a tile there real quick and then delete it. Then we can mop this liquid up, slam a doorway in here, and we've got a vacuum. Heat won't transfer through a vacuum. So good stuff, right? Excellent. Very excellent. Now, let's build a tile right here. Again, super high priority because we're micromanaging and don't want to screw things up here. We could vacuum this stuff out. It is really hot. It's going to heat up our base if we let it in. I don't know. All right, so now, immediately let's deconstruct that tile. We'll put that at a 9, and we'll do a little reset on the AI. Bam! There we go. So now this is a vacuum, and we can take a door, and it doesn't have to be anything special. Although, just to be sure, I'm going to slap a steel one in there. It might be a waste of resources, but at a certain point, you gotta splurge. Why make the money if you can't enjoy spending it? Okay, so I wanted to do that because I don't want steam to get trapped in this little section over here. We want it to just float up here. What we're going to do is once all this is converted out, which is going to probably be in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll probably spend most of the rest of the stream watching it and fixing crisis problems, we're then going to actually build this wall up here. We're not going to need this access point because we're going to be able to access all of this from in here. What I think we need to do, and I know this sounds dangerous, this automation, we're going to get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. That was to make sure that we keep enough mass here that this doesn't flash to steam. And we're going to stop worrying about things flashing to steam because that's kind of what we need to happen. That being said, it is time to shut off cooling to this section. So this, if it's above, I don't know, 1,000,000 degrees, turn on. Basically, we're going to shut that off. We're going to snip that. And we're just going to let all of that water fill into here. Sure, why not? So now we're not going to be cooling any of the systems down here anymore. This will become slightly problematic. But hopefully it'll all work out. Hopefully. Sure. Hi, Tachyon. What's up, buddy? How you doing, sweetie? You want to come say hi again? Everybody loves you, so you can come say hi again. Just don't scream at me all day long. If you're going to scream, come hang out. There's no need to scream. No screaming. He's a very, very vocal kitty. Sweet boy. Very vocal. He likes to tell you what he wants. But what he wants is a two-handed level of attention. Right, bud? Oh, here comes the two-handed kitty now. Come here. Come here. Who's a bubba? Yes, he's so cute. Yes, he is. You look at your face. Look at your face. Oh, I could just eat it. You just gobble you up. You want shoulder? He loves his shoulder time. I'll try and keep the game going, even with Kitty present. We could do a little, like, pause, one hand, unpause action, just to give the kitty a little love. He will get tired of the fact that I'll be switching hand back out, but, oh, who's a good bubba. For anybody who's following, Aya and Blue are putting up the Tack Attack emote, done by our wonderful, wonderful human being, Barb Spell. Barb is... Ooh, hang on here. Hang on. Oh, broken system, kitty. Oh, God. Okay, I don't know if I can one-handed this. This needs to be deconstructed immediately. Because we're not sending water to our crude. That needs to go. That absolutely needs to go. Let's get on that, dupes. We're choking the crude. Now, we've got plenty of backup crude, so if a few systems go down momentarily, they do. All right, I need my hands, buddy. He's a sweetheart. Okay. I'm actually pretty blown away by how much water we got coming down here, so excellent. In fact, we might... Rating Treble Queen, how you doing? Welcome on in. I don't think Frosty's actually working at the moment. Thank you for all the raids today, everybody. It has been a crazy day. We're gonna manually shout out Treble Queen. Go check out Treble, everybody. Another Oni player, right? If I remember correctly. My mind is not what it. I'd say it's not what it used to be, but that's not true. It's just not a thing. So, okay, so we're draining out the cooling system. How are you today, Treble? How was your colony doing? How was stream? How's all your wonderful, wonderful community members? What's the good word? We're going to commit to this madness, and we're actually going to delete all of these pipes. And hope that this whole system doesn't just collapse on us. Got to be careful because there are some pipes down here we want to leave. We're probably going to end up with some cracked pipes and weird shit going on, but you know, that's such is changing out a major system. We're not going to delete those pipes because those pipes are actually a thing we want. We're going to delete all of this, going to delete all of that. We'll leave some of this in place. As I said, I'd like to bring this aqua tuner into the fold with this guy. My colony is slowly surviving as I try to get the small petroleum engine for my rocket. Oh, hell yeah. I was just talking about rocketry. Rocketry is kind of next up on our list of things I want to get done. We're probably going to start out, since we don't have oxalite available to us in any real sustainable way, our first rocket is most likely going to be a steam rocket for data research. We've got our first glossy Dreco in here, so hopefully by the end of the day this farm is somewhat full of Drecos. I doubt we'll be able to get the second Dreco farm up and running, but one way or the other we'll get our glossies going, which should mass produce us some plastic. We could totally set up a plastic production situation down here, and we may do that at one point. I prefer to just get it from shearing glossies as opposed to siphoning off any of our petroleum. We're trying to keep 5 generators running full time. This makes sure that we have a whole team of slicksters being fed, and it's the reason we're up to 1.5 million calories of barbecue. Because our barbecue is what is sustaining our colony currently. We tried to get off of mealwood as soon as we started getting high amounts of barbecue. Thank you, Treble. We just checked. We've got about 100 hours of gameplay in this one. So yeah, slicksters are so awesome. For those of you who don't know the whole loop with the petroleum boiler, we turn water into crude using the oil reservoirs. That crude gets pumped into our volcano-powered petroleum boiler. Since it's not going through the refinery, we get full mass conversion. So 1 kilo equals 1 kilo instead of losing half of your mass doing it through the manual way. That means for the entire pipe of crude we got coming in, we get a whole pipe of petroleum coming out. That powers 5 petroleum generators full time. Those petroleum generators create enough carbon dioxide to feed about 75 slicksters, which is somewhere between 45 and 50 duplicants worth of barbecue once it's fully spun up. It's also a water positive process. So the water we're pumping into the reservoirs, we get more than that water back into our system. So we can recycle the water and get more water. Currently, we're running 4 of these. We don't need to run 4 now that we have all the slicksters running because they'll augment the crude enough. Because when you run 3, it works out to be about 9.5 kilos instead of the full 10 because they each have a little bit of downtime when they're off-gassing the natural gas, which we have these systems set up to collect the natural gas and pump it up to a little infinite storage tank here, which is then going to go into the gas ranges we're going to install over here. Majestic flop-flops, absolutely. I love slicksters. They're like, I'm going to say they're probably my favorite critter. They're adorable. They produce useful resources. You don't have to feed them any materials, just your waste CO2. So all in all, just a fantastic animal to have around. Okay, so we can't quite reach that. That's not a problem. This whole area needs to be reorganized. So let's start doing that. Let's deconstruct you. Let's deconstruct you. Let's start breaking out these tiles as well. I'm not going to lie. I'm absolutely terrified for this transition. So get ready for Nether to panic and start hitting that emergency build and deconstruct thing. Are we ready to actually pull the trigger on this? Is that possible? Hold on. What's the temperature in here? Let's let the temperature build up just a little bit before we go crazy. I would like it to get up to about 90. We're getting up to 97 in here. All right, we're 97.1, 97.2, so we're starting to get up there. I don't want all of this to turn into water right off the bat, so I'd like to make sure that we've got a little bit of heat build up in our carbon dioxide area down here. 80 degrees means that this stuff is going to wind up turning to water. It's going to start raining. That's going to cause problems down here because down here isn't hot enough. So all in all, I do think this place needs to cook for a little while. I think when we start getting incidental steam from boiling this stuff accidentally, well, not accidentally, kind of accidentally on purpose, I guess is the way to think about it. Then we can crack open the rest of it. We'll delete out some of this stuff. We'll eventually get this wire sorted. We're going to move this bad boy. It also just occurred to me that we should probably have a liquid reservoir next to our metal refinery to help smooth out our cooling fluids a little bit. I never really thought about doing that, but we might play with it. Now, this liquid reservoir here, what are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you? How are we going to deal with your liquids, so to speak? This is basically leftover water. It's probably going to end up boiling in here because it is pretty toasty at 80°C. What kind of steam pressure are we dealing with in here? 17 kilos. Jesus, 45 over here, 34 over here, and over here we're down to 14. The liquid vents won't overpressure until, I think, 100 kilos. What is it? No, 1,000 kilos overpressure. So what I'm thinking, I know this sounds absolutely insane, but why don't we do a little, okay, so, first and foremost, this aqua tuner can go. This guy is no longer needed in our equation. So let's delete out a bunch of junk in here, clean this situation up just a little bit. I'm going to leave this pipe here, but we're going to delete these bits. Like I said, we can integrate this one into our cooling loop here, but it's going to be a lot easier to do so once we get a few things better sorted. But we're going to delete this one, and then we're going to repurpose this pipe like this, and we're going to bring this up here, and we're just going to dump all of this liquid into there. Will it create a big pressure thing? Yes. Will that help when we integrate this? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens, I suppose. No mistakes in Ani, only missed opportunities. Excellent. I agree. Missed opportunities is a good way to look at it. Okay, we'll snip that line off temporarily. Now, do I take our refinement offline while we do this switch? It's probably like a reasonable thing to do, right? Got 11 tons of steel, 6.6 tons of copper. Yeah, let's take our refinement offline for now. So we'll let all of that cycle back into the refinery. At one point we can empty the inventory or use the output to shift things around. We don't want these pipes up here anymore. We're going to drop these systems down probably to, we need a layer above these, so they're not going to go on this level. The reason we need a layer of space here is we need to put in sweepers. We're not going to do that right away because it's a little bit of a luxury. I want to get refinement back up and running. So we're going to wind up putting in sweepers here because we want to pick up the dirt. When you boil polluted water, you get steam and dirt. Rather than running it through the sieves, where you have to use sand to turn polluted water into clean water and polluted dirt, we bypass that. So we won't have to use filtration medium, and we'll get free dirt, which we can then ship the free dirt over to our necessary locations. Tachyon, come here. So this whole process, in addition to being water positive, food positive, power positive, and heat positive, which, you know, is more power, it's also dirt positive. So you have dirt to feed to your plants. Now that dirt is going to come out toasty. I may incorporate a chill tank into this industrial area. Basically a place that anything we produce in here gets picked up and shoved through an ice box before going to central storage, which is currently right here. I don't love it. I don't love it, and we've got more space to play with. So we'll probably end up moving that. It'll be a pain in the ass, but, you know, so is everything in this game. So let's just work with what we have and gradually make these changes. We're going to delete that. What I'm thinking is we're going to need... Let's put ladder in here, because we're going to need ladder in there. This is probably going to continue upward, because some of this is not going to be ladder. So that's going to continue upward. And then this is probably going to end up being the level we put a couple of metal refineries and a few other things onto. Now, we're dumping liquid into here that's 80 degrees, so it's going to take a little while for all this to get cooked. We can also sweep this stuff out. I don't mind sweeping a little bit of hot rock into our main storage, just not a ton of it. Base is still nicely chilled. We're at good temperatures on our docks, on our storage slash hatch evolution chamber. That needs to change quite a bit. We've got a lot of sedimentary rock for this stage in the game. We've got 99.7 tons. We're still digging out a lot of areas. So the hatches are well fed. They're pretty well fed. We've got 593 tons of igneous in addition to that. So I generally try to build out of igneous, feed sedimentary to the hatches, and then do decor out of granite, because granite has the best decor. A lot of stuff is going to have to, you know, there are concessions you make along the line. So not everything follows that convention, but the further along we get, the more close to that paradigm we will achieve. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? We are waiting for temperature to come up in here a little bit. Steam turbines are not running heavy because we just dumped a bunch of water that's 80 degrees, so we're not even quite up to that 120. You... Tell me we didn't break you? No, we didn't break you. You're just running efficiently because you don't have to cool the steam turbines. Excellent. Very excellent. What I should have probably done is, instead of pumping that water here, putting it into this storage tank, which is eventually going to be our crude. But like I said, we're pretty solid on crude at the moment. We've got a lot dumped into our infinite storage over here. 16 tons per tile times 8 tiles. So we got a nice little backlog. That all being said, 83, 82, we're up to 99 here, 121, 107, 80, what are you at? This is all made of steel, so we shouldn't have too many problems. We're going to deconstruct you. Got our door in place. Let's mop this stuff up a little bit higher priority. Ooh, you know what I forgot to do, everyone? I forgot to put on a little bit of background music. I don't put music going through the stream for 2 reasons. One, it's so hard to dodge the DMCA strikes on stuff like this, and I like to post my VODs on YouTube. And 2, because I know everybody has very, very different musical tastes. And I've personally been turned off to streams because there's music playing that I don't like, or I'm trying to, like, watch and do something else. So I allow everybody to set their mood accordingly. So if you guys have music you want to listen to, I'm not interfering with that. And stream choosing stuff specifically for stream means that I don't have to... Not having to choose stuff specifically for stream that's DMCA appropriate means I can also listen to whatever I want. So, you know, everybody wins. If you guys don't like that and want to change that up, let me know. You can strip the music out of the VOD and probably the local recording. True. I don't run it through the system there. Hello, Jonathan and Agnes. Hello, Emily. How you doing? Welcome in. We're getting a few things done over here. I might just put a bottle emptier. Let's say you have an overheat temperature. No, you don't have an overheat temperature. It doesn't matter what we build you out of. You're going to go up here, because I will probably have them dump polluted water there to get cooked. This is going to change location-wise. Heavy watt conductive. This joint plate's going to go eventually, and it's going to come through here. Do we want to do that at the moment? No. You know what? For now, we're going to shift that there. We're going to do a lot of, like, build, deconstruct type stuff today. Just because that is the nature of swapping out a system. What's our temperature like down here? 81, 77, 80, 83, 81, 86. Okay. Excellent. And Agnes, of course. I forgot how I named the other one. Thanks for paying attention. Yeah, I is on top of stuff like that. Good job, dupe. Go run and get your food. That doesn't matter if it gets moved anytime soon. We'll put it on a 6, otherwise it'll never happen, though. And this sweep can go up to, like, an 8. Like, let's get this stuff the hell out of here before it gets too hot. Okay. Can you guys tell I'm nervous about this swap? Can you tell? Now, I think... Hello, John. Apologize for the deception. So, I think... Oh, we gotta pull the trigger, right? We gotta pull the trigger. So, how are we gonna do that? We're going to... We're gonna bring these up like that. We're gonna snip that. We're gonna snip that, and we're gonna bring this through here. Now, what's gonna happen... Now, what should happen is all of this water should start getting cooked. And I think the plan is that once this water starts getting cooked into steam, it should happen reasonably quickly. You know what? Let's leave that tile there because we want it to dump down into here for now. As soon as some of this water starts cooking off, though, because the tile's got to come up in temperature. Okay, so I think... Now, don't quote me on this. I think if we snag a couple of temp shift plates, right? And we just kind of alternate them. That should help cook everything. Because our tiles are up to 113 degrees, but our polluted water is at 108. Polluted water boils at 119. This stuff's coming out at 134. Ooh, there are sirens in the background. Vroom vroom. We've got an emote for that. Here we like to turn annoyances into engagement. Eventually, at one point, I'll get my office back, and there won't be quite so many loud car interruptions, but until that time, there is a vroom vroom emote for followers. Feel free to spam it when you hear loud cars in the background. Even with the petroleum heating all of this up, all right, let's do this. So today is going to be watching a lot of temperature and seeing what we can do, because we need that polluted water to get to 119 degrees to boil. That is the problem, and it's why we're going to start running this whole place on the hot side. Are 4 of these still not enough to eat all of the water? Wow, we're producing a lot of extra water. Okay, that's good. That's actually quite wonderful. We might want to start moving some water around. Do we want to do that? No, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Now, is this actually going to heat up to the point where it cooks? This is the problem I have with every industrial zone, is that I can never get the polluted water up to the right temperature. Maybe it was a bad call to run the vroom vroom all day long. Maybe it was a bad call to run this through the metal tiles. Maybe we should be running it right at the water level. It's coming up a little bit. Let's take a sip of our coffee, keep an eye on this. The problem is it's continuing to output water. And that water is now not getting processed. 107, 108. Water down here is going to be a little less hot. We do have to take into account the fact that the ambient temperature in here is not very high either. Okay, so let's deconstruct that tile again. We're gonna have to integrate this a little bit more. All right, fair enough, game. Fair enough. Let's get you destroyed. Let's get you destroyed, because now that we've emptied that out, we no longer need it. We've got a lot of pressure up here. And we just got to kind of let temperature build up a little bit more, I think, unfortunately. We were cooling stuff off down here so that we weren't breaking our water sieve pipes. So now the transition's going to be just that little bit awkward. I mean, it's 86 degrees down here. We need this to be nice and toasty as well. Slicksters like it hot. And if anybody has any suggestions, these are just things, I'm trying a few things because I can never seem to get this water to flash fast enough, but Doesn't really matter, because if it outputs some polluted oxygen, it'll go up into here. God, okay. Just be patient, Nether. Just be patient. Let's check on our other projects while this starts to cook a little bit. Down here, we're going to try and corner delete some things, because I don't want this chlorine in the base. Even though there's already a little bit of chlorine in the base, we'll deal with that. But we're going to try and corner dig and corner delete and all that stuff in here as best we can. We're going to wind up cracking into this oil biome because there's a lot of juicy fossil and lead, and I think there's probably some diamond in here, you know, a little bit of iron. We want all this. This is all delicious. This up here is obscenely hot. We're going to have to come up with a method for dealing with this at one point. I've got a couple of ideas, but basically what I'm thinking is we're probably going to crack into this oil biome from under this underside. Thus kind of like trapping the heat, other than a little bit that'll escape down here. We'll gradually, you know, bleed that off. Maybe we'll even run a little bit of our cooling loop down here to slowly chill it back down, because technically this is in our main base, but nobody's going to be going over here. If we look at our temperature gradient here, you see it gets a lot toastier down here. But this stuff was at like 70-something degrees at one point. It's down to 47, and the core of our base is still very chill. So, you know, little bits and pieces at a time here. You need to go there. You're a plant. See, I already got ahead of myself here. You should go there. Basically, you have to dig plants out from the opposite side in order to build there. So you'll notice we dug out this tile and the plant on top got dropped, so now we can build a tile there. But we need to dig this tile out as well. So we're going to put in a ladder here and a tile there. We'll dig that out, then we'll place a tile there, building through the corner. You know, it's a little bit of a janky process, but it's a side project. There are a couple of other side projects we can work on along the way. Like I said, we're more or less just waiting for the whole temperature down here to come up. We're basically just waiting for the temperature to come up enough that these pipes start breaking and spitting out steam. Once this place starts getting toasty, we'll crack this bottom open and start integrating all this, and, you know, panic as things go wrong. Let's check out our printables. We're on the look for lime. When you see lime in the printables, don't you have a ridiculous amount of oil already? We do, Sparta, we do. It's more or less I don't want water falling all the way down to where the slicksters are, because it's still kind of chill down there. And if we don't have any steam, we don't have any way of actually deleting the heat. It's this whole, like, layering balance thing. So we're trying to bring the whole area up to, like, at least around 100 degrees, so that when we crack open the steam room, all that steam doesn't just immediately turn to water, because that could cause problems with the aqua tuners overheating and all this stuff. What I'm doing is not, like, the smartest way to do things, but it's a way. I was going to say, when you see lime as a printable, it's almost like, screw whatever's going on with these guys, but let's take a look. Gourmet, I'm not a fan of, because food is one of the easiest ways to get morale, especially since we're running barbecue on this planet, and if we send them over to the second planet, or, you know, out onto another planet, it's going to be hard to keep them happy if they have decreased food morale. Other than that, I like Ashcan here. I don't care about the unempathetic. That's one of those things, you only really need one doctor and one artist in any given colony. Most of them can do the doctoring that you need to do. You could temporarily level someone into doctoring to make yourself rad pills. So I don't think we would be grabbing Ashcan. That being said, Nails over here's only passions are strength and medicine. And again, we don't really need another doctor, so Nails is really not bringing anything to the table. So that's where we default back to the lime, which is going to help with our steel production, which is temporarily offline because we've got 12 tons of steel and we're working on a few projects. So you'd think water auto-flashing into steam would be the issue. No, it's the exact opposite. We had to cool some of this stuff down to not... This place got too hot. We cooled it down. Now we need to heat it back up. It's a whole thing. We're up to 110 degrees in here. This stuff's overheat temperature is up to... what is it? I don't even remember. Oh, under status. Overheat temperature is 275. So once we get this area up to about 125, 150, and like that heat starts to trickle down here, and this place starts to get to about... So the reason down here is about 85 degrees is because these oil pumps output at about 85 degrees, I think, right? Requirements, crude, heat, overheats at almost 2000 C. Yeah, it's more or less, these are more or less outputting at about 85 to 90 degrees. So the oil coming out of these oil reservoirs is actually going to be cooling down here a little bit compared to the rest of it. But when we have enough industry cooking in here, namely like the petroleum boilers, the rock crushers, the stuff that makes refined carbon and ceramic, we'll throw in like 2 or 3 refineries, which will probably be running pretty much flat out for the foreseeable future. There will be that. Okay. Like up here, we're already up to almost 90 degrees, 90 in a couple of spots. So we're getting there slowly but surely. What else do we want to work on? Oh, you, sir, you get moved over here. Get our rancher on top of that. Green Thumbs, I need you, buddy. I need you. Come on. We can move this egg over here as well. Because the Dracos are important. Plus, we've got a whole bunch more materials over here. I do want to start strip mining space. I think let's just kind of micromanage this absolute nonsense down here. We're going to need you to get down to, what, like there? And then you'll be able to delete this. No, we need that there. So we're going to need to be able to get down to, like, there. We'll have to delete that, then that'll delete there. Right? That's going to need to get deleted through a corner, so that's going to have to be like that. So that'll do. That means that we can actually dig out this entire thing, realistically. We don't need those there, because we're going to dig through there. Excellent. Oh yeah, this is the carbon dioxide geyser. I really don't like that we have a cold carbon dioxide geyser. This thing erupts at negative 55. We want our CO2 to be hot. So, I do want to incorporate this to dump CO2 down here, but it being at negative 55 is problematic. So if we can combine that with the heat from the leaky oil fissure up here, which comes out at 326 somehow, like have this drop down and like mix with the CO2, blah, 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 we might be able to even out the temperature and just kind of like use gravity to drop both of them down through here into this area. It'll require some shenanigans and trickery along the way, but, you know, what else are we going to do with our time, right? Then we'll grab this. Let's make this out of igneous. I'm trying to make most everything out of igneous that we can. We're going to put a higher priority on our ladder system. What we're doing over here is we're kind of bricking in small sections of the abyssalite, just for... That can stay like that. Just kind of like we did down here. We're trying to square off the edges of the map a little bit, and also try to... We're going to leave ourselves enough room for a few things, but all in all, it's easier to deal with squared bits, plus I think it helps with the game lag a little bit. You'll notice most people do that kind of stuff. There are places like over here where we used the odd shape to make sure that we got enough space with our Slickster Ranch. We are apparently overdoing the Slickster production up here, but it doesn't really matter. You know what we should do? I know this is... Yeah, since we're on side quest mode here, let's actually get the automation for this meat sorted. There's other things down here that probably need some automation as well, but we want this meat to get up to where it needs to go real fast, right? So let's put this, what, like there? Sure, why not? And we're going to be running shipping rails up to our ingredients here. So basically, we're going to run a rail all the way down here. That's going to come... like that. And then we need power. So we're just gonna steal a little power off of this over here, real quick like. We're gonna drop that down there. Now, as I said, you want to prioritize your shipping stuff higher so that your mechatronics engineer actually builds the things that only they can build. So we're just gonna do that. Any old builder can build the wires, but we need our mechatronics engineer building our shipping stuff. And so that will be able to suck the meat out of there and get it into deep freeze, because we've got 26% stale meat in here. This is something I had been putting off. We had our people manually coming down here and grabbing the meat. It's not like we're at a loss for barbecue. You know, we've got 1.6 million barbecue and another 28,000 calories of meat just chilling. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but I prefer not to be wasteful. We brought another cook online, so we might as well have people cooking all the time. I don't really know what our second cook is doing. They might end up going to the second planet. But more or less the idea for over here is to cook food for more or less the entire galaxy. That is we have enough barbecue in theory, as long as these systems remain stable and I don't screw anything up, that we could probably feed about 45 to 50 duplicants. If you throw in the second planet, which we've got 4 water sources, according to our star map, where we could mass produce water-based crops like sleet wheat and bristleberry to make ourselves some berry sludge, we're talking about enough calories to support upwards of, like, I don't know, probably like 75 dupes, something like that, which is probably more dupes than we're ever going to have across the galaxy. Now, we're probably going to have some planets cook for themselves and maintain for themselves to a certain degree, just because of the complications with launching food throughout outer space. Because what we would need to do is probably dehydrate the food, use an interplanetary launcher to shoot it. What about oxygen? What about oxygen? Gah. Oxygen's included. The title is a lie. The cake is a lie. Don't believe them. Okay, so they're going to work on that rail system. Do I have enough? No, not on this planet. But that's the point, is like, this planet is probably never going to have more than, like, hard cap is 16. But 3 to 5 of those are generally going to be in training to go to other planets. We're going to have 2 petroleum rockets, with 2 petroleum tanks and a liquid oxidizer tank, which are both going to be able to support 3 for a total of 6 colonists. And those 6 colonists are just going to go to a planet, land, live in those rockets until they build infrastructure, and then however many we're going to have live there will have lived there. It might legitimately be like we land those 2 rockets on that planet, and those dupes just live on that planet. Those 6 colonize that planet, and then we build 2 more rockets and launch those to another planet. So it all kind of depends on how we want to do that. Some of the planets we might actually be able to do fully automated and integrated systems that don't need a service crew. So depending on what we do on each planet will determine what that population will be. But basically, we can set up at one point a food dehydrator, which will separate regular food into dehydrated food and water. And then we could launch water and dehydrated food with an interplanetary launcher. And since it's dehydrated, it won't spoil on the trip. It'll arrive at the other planets where we have our other colonists. They will rehydrate the food and eat it. We're going to have to fiddle with that theoretically. And again, this is provided that we're in the world long enough to do that. With the DLC coming out reasonably soon, we are going to start a new playthrough once it's no longer in beta. So there is that. That's bleachstone, isn't it? God damn it. I hate bleachstone. I don't hate it, but, like, it is annoying because it winds up getting used up just dumping chlorine into your base almost always. Instead of being put to good use, like in some sort of geotuner or something. 115, 96, 93. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of the plan. We're not going to have that many dupes on this planet, but we will have enough dupes throughout the galaxy. The idea is I'd like to be able to feed... Beta. The idea is I'd like to be able to feed the entire galaxy from our first 2 planets. We'll be making berry sludge en masse on our second planet with the intention of that being all the food for our space program. We're going to be loading up our rockets with berry sludge. It gives a good mood bonus and never spoils. Barbecue, on the other hand, will spoil if it's not frozen, so... do that. We'll do a little of this. We'll do a little bit higher priority on these ladders. The bees. Yes, we're going to use the bees on the second planet. Any planet that has, like, it's a radioactive ocean, so there's going to be an absolute ton of uranium ore. And on any planet that has that much uranium, I will generally go for building a nuclear reactor. I've only built 1 nuclear reactor so far, but it was a... there were a few minor complications, but overall it was a overwhelming success. So definitely in the card. Actually, we don't want that because we're going to brick this in. And anyway, for anybody who's new or, like, you know... coming to the channel from a raid or something, I generally tend to play these games on a 1 and just try to, like, multitask. Rather than playing on high speed and just being like, let's put it on a 3 and watch them build this, I like to put it on a 1 and just kind of hang out here and watch all the projects get done. Like, oh, we need a little action down here. We need a little action over here. We could use a new ladder over here. So these are kind of the systems I'm trying to put into play as far as my gameplay goes. This ladder, even, we can start working on this. This can come up to here. It's going to be our next point, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to have a ladder there and there. The ice asteroids are not going to be doing any damage, so we can start strip mining out this this whole area, more or less. We're going to dig like that, because they're probably going to get themselves stuck here, but then they'll fall. And we can go like this, maybe a little of that. Hell, let's just do this. I'm trying not to get crazy up here because we've got lots of little things we can mess with, right? We've got a system in place down here at the bottom of our central transport system, where once the CO2 builds up to a certain level, this thing will kick on and dump the CO2 in here. I'd actually like to put something into place down here, just like that. So that's on the menu for today. It's one of the reasons I'm trying to strip out this area. Just don't turn it into Chernobyl 2.0. Yeah, we had a couple of almost meltdowns with that thing. So there are ways to run it so that you can use nuclear waste as a coolant, as long as you're running it at about 45 degrees and not trying to get it any colder than that. You can run a single aqua tuner. You can run a single aqua tuner for the sake of cooling the 10 turbines. I'm probably going to modify the design that I followed from Francis John's tutorials and put in a second aqua tuner. Just because, yeah, it's great to get away with things and make them hyper efficient. But the last time I ran a nuclear generator or a nuclear reactor, we weren't using all of the power. We're not going to use every last drop of the power. We can afford a little bit of extra power to run a second aqua tuner just to make sure the whole thing doesn't overheat and explode. I mean, you know, I'm sure all of you guys would love a little bit of a nuclear meltdown for my sanity to just explode on stream as well. Yeah, a little bit of boom boom, right, Sparta? But you know, let's try and think it. I mean, I'm getting way ahead of myself here. Getting way ahead of myself. Let's just keep doing the things that we're doing. We're probably going to need a little bit of a ladder to help us out there. We can get to that, so that'll be done and dusted soon enough. We'll have to do a few little things coming through here. Like, what we're going to have to do is we'll dig that, and then we'll be able to corner dig that to kill that plant. That'll be a thing. That'll be a thing. Drilling has begun. Congratulations. Hell yeah, Blue. Let me know how that goes. What'd you find? Steel? Plasteel? Uranium? Slush puppies? So, this guy down here. So we're running 80. We need to actually drop this down to... We're running 80 slicksters. We got to remove 5. So we got to actually drop this ranch down to a 3. Now, what's going to happen, and that's why I'm a little... it can be a little problematic having extra slicksters walking around in the hatching rooms. Okay, so this needs to be set to me, because they'll eat... They'll eat the carbon dioxide, so we might actually need to move these rooms up a bit, which is fine because I do want to run fewer of these and power them. One powered incubator should handle like 2 ranches, so instead of having to have all of these, we could theoretically have like somewhere between like 4 and I'd say like if we wanted to overkill it, maybe 8 total, but I mean, I think we could get away with like 4 to 6 powered incubators. Move them up so that they're above this ranch to make sure that all of our main ranch slicksters are getting fed first. What that does mean is that if we do end up finding additional sources of carbon dioxide, i.e. a second petroleum boiler, we could actually probably fit in 2 to 3 more slickster ranches right here instead of having to force them into this area down here. But I'm not opposed to doing that either. Build like 2 walls. I'm going to place steel floor to get there just to make it that much faster. I can build like 2 walls, then build a roof over it, though that'll mean it's in the dark, I think. Yeah, you'd have to set up to shovel the snow, but if it's not actively... Ooh, the metal refinery. Okay. You're not built out of steel, so we got to rebuild you ASAP. Disable auto repair. But let's empty the inventory. Alright, so you should have an empty... contents. Now let's deconstruct you. So that whole bit I was talking about where I was like, I don't know if we should move this yet. The answer is yes. Yes, we should. So we're going to delete all of that piping. We're going to need a ladder to get up to most of this, so we'll put one there for now. We're also going to delete the automation. You should have nothing going. You're set to deconstruct. Those pipes are going to be deleted. Okay. I missed one of the messages. Got a steel spot about 30 tiles directly to the right of my base. Ooh, not so bad, not so bad. I had a really amazing time yesterday on our sea ice playthrough, and I'm very much looking forward to doing more of it. Now that we have vampires and a ghoul, I'm feeling a lot more confident and secure in our ability to defend and maintain our base. That being said, one of the things I'd like to start moving into doing more of... Actually, let's put this one over, just so it's a little easier for them to reach everything. One of the things I'd like to do is start having Barb going out and mining. She's a vampire, and all of her scars are healing, so she's moving not only at speed, but at faster speed, since vampires move faster than other races innately. I think we could get some real good stuff going there. Now, to try and stay ahead of problems here, and I'd hate to build it out of steel, but that's kind of like a running theme here. Let's put that there. And then build that there and there. And we'll connect this up because we're producing more water than these things can eat. Because we've got this pumping at full blast. And even with 4 of these going, that's not necessary. We could hook up the 5th one, but then we gotta make sure that there's enough power. So, you know, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. We're up to 98 degrees over here. 96, 95. Over here's up to 120, 105. Down here, we're still at 93. Bionic leg, and we got the money to buy one to put it on somebody. Oh, for sure. The point I was trying to make, though, is one of the reasons we haven't mined out all the meteors that crash landed on our planet is due to the fact that they're far enough away that if we had Barb go and mine them previous to now, she was only operating at like 92% movement speed, but now she's got genetics to make her faster, and her scars are healing. And she has the hemogen jump. So if she's out mining some, you know, some uranium and a raid spawns reasonably close by, she's just a couple of quick hops back to base and safety. So being that she can move more safely, I think I feel confident in having her going out and mining stuff. That uranium is not flammable, nor is the plasteel on the map, which could then start building our outer walls. And I have a whole plan in my head. I laid in bed for hours thinking about the RimWorld base and thinking about this Ani base. I was like, tomorrow we're getting the industrial sauna started out, and we're going to continue our strip mining to get prepared for rockets and, like, you know, strip out the rest of the resources we need. And then I was like, I got ideas for the base. Like that plan that we set up yesterday, it's going to be similar to that, but there are going to be some very useful changes. We'll leave that there for now. Okay. So what we're doing is we're adding a little bit of a buffer tank here because I want to process all this. I don't want these things... you see we're getting... Yep. That's what I was afraid of. Well, not really afraid of, but what I knew was going to happen. Our water is now up to that temperature. Okay. We'll let them mess with that. No, we're going to have to... All right. Like I said, we got a lot of crude built up here, so it might be time to just let this fail. Right? We got a lot of crude built up, right? Yeah, 17 tons per tile times 8 tiles, so... like 32, 64, 120, 130-ish tons. Yeah, it's fine. We're starting to get steam over here. Excellent. So what we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct these sons of bitches. It is time to call this experiment completed. Maybe we'll let the last little bit of that pump through. Maybe. But this thing is now going to be obsolete. It's fine that it's steaming off. I'm not overly worried about that. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to mention, but I've figured out slogans for sea ice. Hurry up and wait. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Okay, so this one is still maintaining. We'll let that process the last couple of blobs. We're going to delete this stuff. We are very much just in this, like, odd point. So you see how the steam is maintaining here? That's what I'm looking for. That being said, this is all kind of got to go. X on buildings. Let's do alternating tiles. That way they can still move. I need things to be able to flow. Oh, wait. These need to stay on tiles, so let's do that. What? It's not death refusal, naked man punching his metal horror in the Arctic? Right? God, that was awesome. Can you believe that we dealt with that metal horror yesterday and it actually, like, turned out okay? GF, where are you? Me, waiting for the bus, girlfriend. Well, hurry up. Me, waits harder. Awesome. Okay, so we got steam building up. That's pretty excellent right there. Temperature-wise in here, we're not doing anything crazy. We're at 99, 98. Is that steam, like, flashing back to water? Iltacine, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. You know what? This kitty needs to be moved down just a hair. That'll do. Appreciate the follow. This is basically all I do is stream. I went through a lot of really bad health problems, and streaming was one of the few things I could keep up with doing while I was going through with them. Even that I had to take a long break from, so as such, I can't really do any of the standard issue work. You know, I can't go and get any manual labor jobs, and office jobs are just soul-crushing, so I've been making a real big push to make this my main gig. So any follows, subscriptions, donations, all of that is, like, God tier appreciated. Honestly, you got me because I think your name is cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Quick story on my name. I used to go by Evil Cloud. But when Diablo 2 came out, I noticed that there was a generated unique monster called Evil Cloud, and I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Evil doesn't really suit my personality. I might be a little dark, but I'm not evil. And I had an alt called Nethercloud, and I really enjoyed playing that alt. Just in general, it was way more my style. So I started going by Nethercloud, and that was, dear God, longer ago than I would like to admit. If you want to try and figure out how old I am, go back and look up the release date for Diablo 2. But, please don't, actually. You're only as young as you feel, which means I died 5 years ago. I'm not evil. It's a hobby, not a lifestyle. Exactly. Now, this is going to become problematic. Perhaps we should not have let that happen. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is gonna work. I'll be honest with you. This is gonna be a catastrophe. But we've got steam actually building up, so I think it might be time to actually pull the trigger. All right, guys, wish me luck. We're gonna do a thing. We're gonna do a thing, and it's gonna be absolutely terrifying. Pipes, power. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna delete these tiles. And that is going to open up the steam room here. And then we're also... we should put these on mesh tiles. For now, no. For now, I'm going to leave these just so that the water continues to drip right where these are, because I think that'll be helpful. So here it goes. Here's the big nerves. All right, we're going to set this to 175. If it's above 175, send that. Now, we do need this this pump system set up, so we connect these wires. Connect that. Now the problem is we're still at a high. This is probably one of the scarier things I've done in this playthrough, so bear with me as my sanity wavers during this whole process. I should also delete some of these extra pipes, but it is what it is. Oh god, I just saw a pretty dark joke. Oh yeah? Open a joke book in a dark room. I mean, feel free to post anything that's not, you know, terrible into the joke section, the meme and funny stuff section, over on the Discord. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do is we're going to replace this tile with a metal tile. So the water drops right there. And then we're going to grab mesh tiles, put those under these. We're going to deconstruct that tile. And then we can deconstruct these tiles now that those are in place. We'll do the same thing over here. We'll put mesh tiles under that. And we'll start deleting this tile. This ladder system can come up to here. You know, no matter how many times you do things in this game, and I feel like it's the same with RimWorld, no matter how many times you do something, it always feels like it's gonna just blow up in your face. Like, okay, we're gonna do this, and it's gonna end the colony. You know, we had those Devourers spawn at the end of yesterday, right? And I wasn't super scared. I kind of figured we had a way of dealing with it. But at the same time, it was like, well, you never know. Your colony can end at any time. And Ani is the same way. It's like everything is perfectly stable. I mean, more or less perfectly stable the way it was. And now we're making changes to the system, and because of those changes, we are really risking things. This is the heart of our base. Without this stuff working, everything collapses. If we don't get the crude, we don't get the petroleum, which means we don't get the power, which we don't get the water, which we don't get the crude. The carbon dioxide has to keep flowing because that keeps the slicksters going, which keeps our food going, which keeps the carbon dioxide filtered, which means things don't overpressure. See, now we've got water leaking all over the place, which is the problem I was a little bit worried about. We need more heat in here. We need more heat. So what we're gonna have to do is start putting our refinement into place, and we're gonna have to move these transformers. Now we've got these like weird water bits over here. In fact, it might be time to, I don't know. We have fail safes in place. We're gonna have to trust our hard work. I honestly don't know how this bit of water is ever gonna get properly boiled off, but you know, we'll burn that bridge in a moment. I think putting in some refineries and getting those spun up is probably a good idea. So I guess let's take a hot second to pause this. Probably going to want to put it all on mesh tiles right over here. We've linked this in over here. So let's go back into our grid. That connects that way. So we can delete these bits. Let's not delete those because we're going to have to actually bring wire across this whole area most likely. Dear God. This is where it starts to get complicated. So the overheat temperature on metal refineries is 75. Oh, so it only gets it up to 90 with obsidian. We need ceramic. Okay. All right. We can do this. We don't have a lot of stuff, but let's get 2 of those in there. Let's get refinement over here. Let's snag a couple of these bad boys. These don't have an overheat temperature. Doesn't matter what we build them out of. We'll just build them out of... I've only got 36 tons of copper ore. Man, we've just been cooking through the copper. Let's make them out of iron ore for now. We'll just slap those bad boys down. You got easy access to ceramic? No. We've only got 183 kilos of clay. I haven't really been trying to mass produce ceramic, which is part of the problem here. Ooh, this is something more than enough. Yeah, we just have to make the clay into ceramic, and then we can start putting in some changes here. Can I put you? Just because. Let's do this for now. I want to get some of this out of the way. Frankly, I love sublimation into oxygen just for the sheer quantity of ceramic I can make later as a byproduct. Yeah, I'm usually better about getting ceramic going reasonably quickly in my playthroughs. I just haven't really focused on it. It's been a casual playthrough as I make an immense problematic system here. I can't do digging. Decreased agriculture. Farts. Alright, you can all burn in hell for all I care. Let's move these new Dreklet eggs down to our wild ranch. Casual, overly complex constructions. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a different definition of what casual is for them. For me, it just kind of comes down to, like, doing what I want without any specific goal in mind. Let's turn you on ceramic forever. Refined carbon requires coal, 100 kilos. We've got 159 tons. Let's do, like, a full 99 batches. Yeah, we'll do 9.9 tons of that stuff. Deconstruct that. Now that that's hooked up, we can deconstruct this stuff. We can deconstruct that. Now these are going to add some heat, which is going to help us out a little bit. And then, how do we want to deal with this? I know I put mesh tiles here, but maybe we should just put solid tiles going across. I don't know. I feel like I'm overusing mesh tiles in this playthrough. We're just burning through copper left and right. So let's just put solid tiles in through here. We've got 100 kilos of ceramic. Go over to refinement. How much do we need for this guy? We need 800 kilos. Yeah, we're gonna have. It's gonna be a minute before we can get our refinement back up and running. We just burned all the clay we have, so I think it might behoove us to actually move this water up to here where we're making clay, because we don't have enough mass in our polluted water here to see how it bubbles to polluted oxygen and it stays a vacuum. Basically, there's not enough off-gassing down here. These things are immediately picking it back up and creating oxygen and clay, but not at a fast enough rate. So we got to get more polluted water in there. I think that's what we do. It's going to take a little bit of manipulation of our pipe system here. What's going to be the easiest way to make that a thing? There is no easy way to make that a thing. All right. So I think our best bet is to actually come across here and then go up the center here and drop it in there. And it's going to need to be insulated. So let's take an insulated pipe over to here and run it down here. Like I said, most of this is just going to be me chasing the problems that arise from integrating this system. So bear with me, please. So then we're going to bring that pipe over there, put a bridge there for now. Again, we're just making temporary systems, so it is what it is. That's going to come there. We're going to put a new pump. We're going to put a new pump in there. Should have left the pump in there that was in there. We're going to make it out of steel because it's friggin' toasty as shit over here. That will get run over to here. We're going to need to put a bridge system in place both here and here. Let's prioritize those above the other pipes so that we can get that done while we're looking at it and it doesn't screw up our crude. And we're going to have to watch it. What do we got? We got we got about 6 tiles of polluted, and I've got about 4 tiles of space, so we can't pump all of it. So that's going to take a hot second to build. It is getting hotter down here. Down over here, we're still at like 88 degrees or something. Oh, I never hooked that up. Got meat just sitting on the line. All right. So our meat automation is now in place. Hopefully that stuff doesn't rot because I left it down there too long, but that's going to go over to our deep freeze and then get turned into whatever we need it to get turned into. This is not the time to panic. This is the perfect time to panic. Yeah. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a whole panic expedition when I set out to do it. I didn't realize that ceramic was going to be the bottleneck we're going through, so you know, of all the things, it's not the worst. I didn't really think about it for some reason. I was just like, yeah, no, it's fine. Everything is fine. I kind of feel like this whole deal was the wrong way to go about it with the metal tiles. So I think we're gonna change this again. You know what? We'll wait. Let's put priority 6 on these pipes, and then we'll go down here, and I'm gonna draw these so the radiant pipes go straight through instead. That was my original plan, but you know, last night laying in bed, I was like, you know what? Maybe we just run it through some metal tiles on the bottom there. And I don't think that's the answer. Now, on the plus side, we're staying at a healthy, like, 110 up here, so I don't feel like we've got a lot of water condensing and dropping down here anymore. It's just going to take a long time for all of this to kind of iron itself out. Hydrate. That's a request I can accommodate. Thank you, Aya. Ah, wonderful. Hydrating water. I would say refreshing, but you guys would know I wouldn't mean it. I'm not a fan of water, for anybody who's curious about that. All right, let's get these pipes built, dupes. We need to dump some water up there. Now it is gonna be really hot water going in here, but you know, we gotta make some risks here. We gotta take a few risks. We're gonna dump toasty water in here, but we do have a cooling system going through. So if we dump a little bit, if we dump a few tiles of polluted, hot polluted water in there, it's not gonna be the end of the day, or end of the world. Alright, it doesn't look like it's just raining in here left and right, which was my main concern about all of this. Now, what I'd like to do, I'm going to put a brick there. There's no need for us to come through. So I'm going to brick there first, just in case. I'm going to mop up this tile, and then we're going to put a little situation there, just a straight wall there. Just kind of iron out this this area a little bit. This whole day is now officially going to be tweaking this system. That's why it's the title of the stream. Like I said, we got a few little side projects going down here, but more or less the goal of today's stream is to get this thing to where it's supposed to be. We're not quite there. It's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time, actually. So this whole system, basically, this whole area really needs to get cooking. And there are things we could do to force that, but all of them are a bit on the risky side. So we're just going to take our time. Slow and steady wins the race, of course. We're going to get a little bit more ceramic. Should have planned ahead on that. We're making refined carbon. The other thing we could do, speaking of things we could do to heat up the situation in here, refinement, rock crusher, and that we can make out of steel. We do have to delete a few tiles to do so. So we'll put a rock crusher in here. All of these tiles are going to get deleted eventually, but for now, we're just doing it little at a time. Oh god, the changes. We're going to need to put a rock crusher in here to crush fossil and eggshell into lime. At one point, we might start also crushing salt into salt and sand, table salt and sand. We might also wind up crushing some rocks for sand if we get low. We've got 42.3 tons of sand, so in theory, you know, stuff and things and stuff. I do have an alternate plan for turning this stuff into regular water. It involves limiting packets, so I have ideas. There's more than one way to skin a dupe. That's all built, right? Right. I'm going to snip here. I'm going to leave that back one connected. We'll snip there. We'll go up here. And then we'll just run everything through like that. And with any luck, that will more directly heat things and help cook this stuff into steam faster. And we're about to start getting more polluted water in here. Temperature-wise, it's going to get kind of toasty in there, but our cooling solution should help a little bit. It's already a little warm because we've got these composters up here, but that's all right. Everything is just fine. Everything is just fine. Yeah, with the more water going in there, these are getting way more action. So this is a good plan. It's just, you know, we had to properly implement it. Ooh, overheat damage on the pump. Now, I don't like that, but it's not a big deal. It's gonna just stay broken, though, isn't it? Okay. What we can do... We have been overflowing our toilet water into here instead of into here. So this isn't super necessary. I didn't even think of... That pump's not going to do anything. We just kind of walled it in there. But I'd prefer not to have the notification constantly. Okay. This was a terrible idea. This was an... Oh, thank you for following, Marshall. Much appreciated. This was an absolutely terrible idea. Absolutely terrible. So let's try something else, okay? Okay. Let's try to do a little packet limiting. Right? Right. If we go over to a liquid meter valve, again, we got to make like legitimately everything out of steel, right? Let's put this guy here. What do we got temperature-wise in the air here? 132. Excellent. We're going to snag our radiant pipe. And we're going to packet limit all of this. Right? Now, how hot is it getting up here? 105, 117, 120, 118... 119, 120, 123. So polluted the water boils at about 119 degrees, but you need 2 degrees over or 2 degrees under for state change. Otherwise, you wind up with like stuff flashing back and forth too quickly. It causes problems and lag. So you've got to get over that. So we need our temperature on our polluted water to get up to 121 degrees, which is about what it is right here. Now this should get easier and easier, but at the moment this stuff is filling up. Okay, so we're just gonna cheat a little bit for the time being. We're gonna build that up just to make a little bit more space. We'll do the same thing here. We'll do something like that. At the moment, we don't need this here because, you know, reasons. So we'll get rid of that. Actually, this whole thing will be made easier if we just put a joint plate there so that we can continue making it taller as things go wrong. With any luck, this should start cooking things a little bit more. Yeah, because the polluted water is getting up to 120 here. Now that we're running it across that like that. It is overpressured, so it's not emitting, which is good. Our system over here is kind of working. This thing is getting overpressured. We can't really turn on our Atmos sensor just yet. We don't want to be pulling any of this steam out of here. We don't have enough in here at the moment. So, like I said, a lot of today is just going to be kind of chasing our tails through this whole system here and making sure that we make the adjustments we need. We'll build that. That'll give us a little extra bit there. The idea of moving this water up here was absolutely terrible. We're going to get an overheating thing on that for quite some time, but that's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. What I am going to do is reverse this pipe. You know, all these ideas had potential, but they were wrong. They were dead fucking wrong. We'll replace these with the opposite direction to drain the pipe back out, and we'll start working on this. We are going to... Oh, not a shutoff. Liquid meter valve. Connects to an automation grid to automatically turn the liquid flow off when the specified amount has passed through it. That's not what I want to do. Wrong apparatus. Valve. Valve is what we needed. Let's deconstruct that SOB. What we want to do is put polluted water into a radiant pipe that goes through this area, and we want to limit the packet to 1 kilo. Because things can't state change in a pipe if it's 1 kilo or less. Now that plastic that's in there, I need to sweep that immediately out of there. I really don't need plastic melting. Get that out of there. It melts at 159. We don't need NAFTA. Well, not at the moment anyway. So let's get a liquid valve, again, made out of steel. I think valves might actually be passive, but we're going to drop it right in there anyway. And so since water can't, nothing can state change if it's in 1 kilo packets, what that means is that we can run it in radiant pipe up through here and suck heat into it and get it above the boiling point, and it won't actually boil until it gets out of the vent, and it'll come out of the vent as dirt and steam instead of as polluted water. Or at least that's the theory. We still need to get it above that 120 something mark, so yeah, I don't really know how we're going to do that without substantially more heat being injected into this area. It might take us a considerable amount of time to actually sort this, but you know, we've got time. We've got time. We have nothing if not time. So that's 10,000. We want 1,000 grams. And is this even going to go anywhere or do anything? 121, 124. Oh, we're actually cooking some of this water now. Alright, so direct heating was the way to go. I'm going to try and put a metal tile in there. And I think what we do is we put insulated there. That way the heat from this is actually just straight dumping to all of the water. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing. Don't, I would say trust the process, but the process is less of a process and more of a nightmare. Alright, so we might as well attempt our packet limit situation. To make this easier, we're just going to go up. No, you know what? Let's just go up. We'll have to give them another ladder to come over here to get to it. And we're just going to put a liquid vent there. Barb is our mechatronics engineer, so she's in charge of getting all of this sorted. No liquid output. Don't you worry your pretty little head, Valve. You will be getting liquid output very shortly. Not quite boiling off, which is problematic. Let's deconstruct that tile again. I can't have these getting flooded. These have to be staying on. They're one of the main sources of heat in here right now. So, stuff and things, things and stuff. Welcome to the madness, everyone. Thank you all for coming and hanging out for this. We did a lot on the base last time, a lot on our ranches, a lot on our bedrooms, getting things organized. All that's pretty stable. So we're working on our main project today. We'll noodle with some side stuff as we go. We'll scream and hit emergency priorities if we have to. But more or less, this is our main deal here. Now, you should be packet limiting. No liquid output. How so? Oh, radiant liquid pipe. That needs to be built. That's why. And you are on top of it. You're going to build it, right? Yes! All right. So let's see if my plan works. So that polluted water is at 123, 125, right? So now if I'm correct, dirt and steam should come out of here. No. Maybe? Okay. So vaporizes at 119.4, so we need to get to 121.4. These packets in here go up in temperature and they hit 124.9. There's no reason that those shouldn't... Now, maybe the fact that it's interacting with this water right here is going to cause problems. Again, I've never really done this. It's just been something I've known about. But let's... I guess let's change route on this thing a little bit then. Maybe that will help. Okay. So let's snippy that. We'll deconstruct that line. We'll deconstruct that, and then we will rebuild. Bigger, stronger, faster. And we'll do that. Now, there is currently no water pumping into our oil wells, which is, problematic. But like we said, we've got plenty of crude backed up. Looks like 22 kilos per tile at the moment, plus our slicksters are still dumping some out. So we've got some time to figure out these problems. Our pump system is dumping polluted oxygen and any other non-steam-based gases into space. We may at one point decide to recycle some of that, but the hope is that we don't have to deal with it at all. The hope is that none of this has to be dealt with and that it all just gets turned into steam. So at 108 degrees, now that full packet, that's obviously not going to cook in there. And if it does, it'll break the pipe. So let's kind of hope that it doesn't. Right, okay. I think one of the main problems is it's not hot enough in here even to do that. Now, we are getting more steam over here. I think this will work eventually. We just don't have enough temperature in here to up it. Like, the temperature of the water is more or less the same temperature as the ambient temperature. We are flashing more of this stuff. Right? Yeah, a lot of this stuff is flashing, but there's still a decent amount of it dripping off and going down here. So we're going to have to find an answer to this excess water. I think this will work once it gets hotter in here. Because we're getting up to 121.8, almost 122 in the pipe. I think we're going to have to get that up to like at least 123, 124 for it to be possible. I mean, these are all things I know about in theory. Not all of it I know for fact. So just trying to figure out how to do all of this. Now we're getting up to 122 in the pipe. Yeah, I think we're going to need to get that water in that pipe up to a good, like, 123 to 125, just to ensure that when it pops out of here. There's also the fact that the pipes themselves, like this liquid vent, is at 115 degrees, so when it hits the vent, it's probably chilling the water back down a lot. You'll notice that the vent itself is coming up in temp. I think when that vent gets up to a good 122 to 125 degrees, we should start seeing this actually happen. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, we are getting more steam with the pipe running directly across these now. You'll notice that right here, we're like all of that is actually flashing to steam. We're getting very little polluted water dropping down now. Most of it is getting flashed, so we're gonna again try to do that. Now, I actually think these temp shift plates might be hurting us. So we're going to delete these background buildings. That way, it's the heat from the petroleum is more directly interacting. Yeah, it's not flashing all of it. Oh, wait. There's dirt there. There's dirt. That does mean that some of it's boiling off. The vent's up to 120.3. Yeah, okay. We're starting to get there. We're starting to get there. See how this polluted water is just turning into steam and dirt right here? That is what we're looking for. And this stuff says inert, which means it's overpressured enough that it's not off-gassing polluted oxygen. This is the dream. This is the dream right here. Now it's just going to be a matter of getting this system to work, and we'll see how that goes. We're up to 121.1 on the liquid vent itself. Now there is a way we can... That one incubation room is getting a bit flooded. That's fine. Not a problem. It's because we've got layers. We've got a little bit of petroleum on top of a little bit of crude with a little bit of water. It's fine. Everything will be fine. We're trying to drown these guys anyway, and these guys, they can drown too. It's not a problem. They're staying out of the way. They'll eventually turn into meat. No issue whatsoever. I kind of want... There shouldn't be slicksters in here. I don't want these guys eating CO2. That's a problem we're going to have to deal with. We basically want our guys to come in and grab them when they're hatched. Oh, you got to get deconstructed. You're not gonna last. You need to be made out of ceramic as well. Okay, this system's starting to work. Excellent. As long as this pool of water is not growing, and it is no longer growing, as the water is coming out, we are processing it into steam. This is exactly what we're looking for. With this system, we've got 17.9 kilos of CO2, 23 kilos, 29 kilos up here. We're going to let all this stuff go for a little bit longer. Now that this is here, we're going to mop that up. Maybe mop it like a 7, get that stuff out of there. And we're going to build in insulated tiles there. I'm going to leave this door system theoretically intact for now because it is what it is. But I would like to deconstruct that. We want stuff flowing up to our steam turbines pretty smoothly if we can at all help it. So we're getting there. We're getting there. How hot is this now? Liquid vent itself is at 122.3. I might be wrong about this whole packet limiting and boiling thing. If anybody, yeah, I heard the Prince Eye. Give me 1 second to get on that. If anybody has any thoughts on how we can steam this stuff down, I feel like this will work eventually, right? This does look cool. Doesn't that look awesome, though? Like the steam floating on top of the CO2? God, that's cool. So I think it might be time to turn this guy on. that should, and let's check that this system is now working. So that turns on, right? And now we have to reroute our piping. So that goes up there and to there, and that gets snipped. And so that should be pumping out to there. Excellent. Because as long as this is above 20 kilos, it'll send the water out. And that water is what's going to come down here and start our crude back up again. This can get destroyed. This can get destroyed. That can get destroyed. This guy here, I wouldn't worry about that little guy. Now, right now I have this set if it's above 20 kilos. I'd like to dip that down to 18, but we're going to start at the highest setting. Let's also, as I said before, get ourselves a rock crusher in here made out of steel. Put that bad boy down. Yeah, we might want to give a little space, right? Yeah, we'll give just a touch of space in between each of these things. No, you know what? No. We're going to need all of that. And actually, I think I actually want to shift that guy over so that we can put the refineries more in the middle. So let's go to buildings. Let's get these broken up. Let's bring this over to, I think, there. Refinement. Rock crusher. Yeah, we'll slap that bad boy down right there. That should give us room for 2 refineries here. And if we need to put another refinery into place, maybe we'll put it on this side of the ladder system. I would like to get a little boopity-boop ladder going here, but, you know, we'll deal with that as it happens. We'll mop that situation now that things are a little bit more stable. We'll start moving the polluted water up to here. Yes, it's all flashing. Oh, everything is coming together. I couldn't be happier. I mean, I could be happier. We could be, oh, printables. Let's check that shit out. What do we got? Salt water. Could be useful. Building impaired. Fuck you. Squeamish, don't care. Small bladder, not a fan. Anemic is a hard no. Saltwater or Drecklet? Saltwater or Drecklet? I'm going to go saltwater. We don't have any saltwater on this planet. I don't think we have a use for it, but we may. How's Jonathan doing? Jonathan, what's your story, my good volcano? Next activity in 50 cycles. So I'm pretty sure we've got enough magma to last us 50 cycles. Should be good. Should be quite solid. And we've now officially got some water going back to our oil pumps. It's going through insulated pipes, so it shouldn't pick up too much heat. Can't let that water get above 100 degrees. Well, 102, you know, considering all of the things we were talking about earlier. So that means, okay, so the crude is once again flowing. It's going to take a little while for that water to properly back up. Theoretically, it should be eating all of the water because we've got 4 hooked up. In fact, we're probably going to have to unhook the 4th one in order to eventually do our get up to where we need to get up to situation. I didn't add ceramic to the list. We have 200 kilos of ceramic. Excellent. So this was a whole failed experiment. Let's just take that offline. This one, I think this will start working eventually. I think it will. I kind of feel like we should make these mesh tiles. It's just we're running through copper. We've almost put like we have so many mesh and airflow tiles, and all of them are made out of copper ore. By the way, we are using the True Tiles mod so that we can get some good look out of our stuff as well. Oh right, our buffer gate. Buffer gate. We're gonna put you on the top 200 seconds. So even when this thing goes red, we should have an additional 200 seconds, which is about 3 minutes. That might be too much. You know what? Let's do 120 seconds, 2 minutes. So when this thing goes red, this is still going to output a green signal for 120 seconds, 2 minutes, which means this place should get knocked down to a little bit more reasonable of an amount of fluid. So this is finally working the way I originally intended. Oh my god, I am so happy right now. Oh, you guys don't even know. You don't even know. I'm so freaking happy. All of our polluted water is getting boiled the moment it comes out of these things because the heat from our petroleum is cooking it, turning it into steam, bringing it up here. If we get above 20 kilos, it's turning on these systems and removing water, putting it into this tank. That tank is not filling up because we're still backfilling our line coming down here to our pumps, our crude pumps. So, which are filling up nicely, very nicely indeed. With the water sieves, we were actually only getting about 9.5 kilos a second out of them, even when the pump was going full blast, because you need... Basically, water sieves don't process... I think they process like 4 and change per. So you need 3 if you want to process a full pipe. But 3 is actually overkill for a full pipe, so there's a little bit of efficiency loss there. And either way, you're using power to filter the water. We now cut out 2 water sieves, and we're able to put a full pipe load through because of the way this system is integrated. Now, there is a chance that some of this stuff's going to heat up too much in the pipes. Oof. That is problematic. They're insulated, but they're made out of igneous. So, the other thing is, actually, they're not, because it's not over 100 degrees down here at all. So we should be hunky-dory. Looks like meat is coming up to where it needs to come up to. Julie Pixels over here cooking. I feel like Julie always winds up being some sort of cook. Okay. We can actually put this thing in now, so we'll slap you down right there. Refinement. How much more ceramic do we need? We need another 600 kilos of ceramic. You see, the last time I needed ceramic in mass, I had so much polluted oxygen around my map just from digging out slime biomes and stuff, which we don't have right now, that just the amount of polluted oxygen that I had laying about would turn into enough ceramic to really jumpstart my ceramic production. This is definitely not this is not a high capacity solution. So maybe what we should be doing is figuring out how to turn this into ceramic. I mean, I know the water is hot, but hear me out. Oh, there's now officially chlorine down here too. Okay, there's going to have to be some gas sorting. I'm tempted to just start dumping this down so it spreads out here, and then just putting in a bunch of deodorizers down here. I know it's not an optimal solution, but I mean, none of these solutions have been optimal thus far. We need ceramic. This stuff is currently boiling off, and we've got this extra mass of polluted water. So we might as well put it to good use, is kind of my thought process here. Ooh, ooh, very nice. So our buffer tank over here is now filling up. We got 179 kilos, 183 kilos, 91 of backfill, which is perfect. We're literally running 4 of these on this water. It should stabilize out and not... Cozy ceramic construction doesn't work as well. Yeah, we need to change the way we do that. Okay. How much iron ore do we have? 107 tons. You know what? I hate to use iron because I love processing iron into steel. But for now, let's just make iron mesh tiles there. We'll even slap one down there. I do have an idea on how to flash this to Steam, but it's a bad idea, and we're not going to do it. Remember how I said we're going to break this corner out? That project is coming here in the second half of stream, but we're still going to iron a few more things out before we get there. Also, you know what we could do? You know what? You know what? Remember I was talking about a chill box? We need polluted water in our chill box if we're going to run things into a chill box. Maybe, rather than dumping this on the ground over here to kind of force a situation, just maybe we put this into a proper box, button it up, and set up an aqua tuner. Maybe we put an aqua tuner here, and we want the chill box to be so I'm thinking, this might be an optimal spot to put like a tiny chill box. Actually, no, because we need to corner grab through that. Strike that. I feel like somewhere in here we could do it. Like maybe like right here. Right? Just like maybe we build something out like maybe something like that, and we turn this into a chill box. No. So what I want to do is make sure that everything coming out of the chill box basically immediately goes on a rail into an insulated tile and into the base. So I'm thinking it's actually probably going to go here, which means we're going to have to move this little bullshit again, which is fine because it's not currently active. So stuff and things and stuff. What I'm going to do real quick, though, guys, is I'm going to take a real quick restroom break. I appreciate everybody hanging out today on this fine Tuesday. But I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music, take a quick little jaunt over to the little boys' room, and I'll see everybody back here shortly. If you need to get up, stretch, move around, take care of yourselves, please do. As I would say, treat your meat suit good. And if you like the music that Bobby did for the channel, please click over, show him some love from me and the community. I'll see everybody back here in a hot second. Get it? Hot. Industrial sauna. right, we're back. Welcome to the madness. So, one thing I do want to check real quick. I haven't done this, I think, in this entire playthrough. Let's look over at our colony summary. Yeah. Achievements. Yeah, Cure a sick duplicate, pulling back the veil, excellent. Okay, now, we have power produced versus power wasted, right? So, and then we've got calorie, oxygen, etc., etc. We're producing more oxygen than we need by 150, 200. That's fantastic. We could even up that if need be. It is a little bit controlled with Atmos sensors, so the oxygen production goes up as we use the hydrogen to burn off other things. We get these little spikes here because I turn the electrolyzers off when we have a nice backfill of hydrogen and oxygen. It does mean they flicker a little bit, which can be annoying to look at, but who gives a shit? So you get these little spikes when we're draining off one gas or the other to go and like fill a Dreco farm or something, and then the electrolyzers are burning a little bit more. But this should increase as we need it, provided we have enough water. Calorie generation versus calorie consumption. We are currently what? We're currently generating 53,000 kcal per cycle, and we are consuming 12,538 kcal. So that shows you we've got 10 dupes, and we are using about a quarter to a fifth. Yeah, so like I said, somewhere like I think 45 would be pushing it. I think eventually we could theoretically take on 45. We're never going to do that on this planet, but in theory, we could probably support at least 40 to 50 dupes. We're generating 53,000 kcal. Our dupes eat 1,000 each, unless they have bottomless stomachs, which we don't have any. So 53,000 kcal means we could have 53 duplicants as long as we maintain that production. Now, the production fluctuates up and down because you get an influx of meat, 5, 6, 7, 10 slicksters drown, bam, that's a bunch of meat. Then they don't drown for a little while because we're waiting for eggs to hatch, et cetera, et cetera. So you've got a variance there. But what I was looking at is our power consumption. Now, we are looking at 4,000 wasted kilojoules. So we got 4,000 power to play with before we have to even consider augmenting our current power system. Theoretically. At the lowest down here, we were at 2,500. I think that's when we had some temporary systems in place. So if we put in another 2,000 to 3,000 worth of power consumers that are running flat out, we're still doing okay on energy. I wanted to check that out because we've got some low power, low-tech solutions like this liquid sorting system over here. I do believe we can swap that out for a proper liquid sorting thing. I don't even think we have that researched yet. So speaking of research, let's jump into our liquids here. Also, let's change our playlist a little bit here. Whatever this went into, I'm not digging it at the moment. I'm going to switch over to, you know what, Marcin. Yeah, great guitar player. My Spotify is connected to my Discord, so if anybody is curious what I'm listening to, if you're on the Discord, you can go check that out. It should tell you what I'm listening to if you want to listen along. I think there's a way to sort that, but I'm not 100% sure. Now, if we go down here, where is liquid sorting? Oh, we already have that, don't we? Liquid filter. All right, I never realized what it looks like. Yeah, it's this conch shell looking SOB right here. So this takes 120 watts of power. We kind of need 2 of them per line, so that's 240, 480. That's like 500, and they wouldn't be running all the time. I think it might be a good time to swap these in. Not 100% sure. So it all comes down to this. What do we want to do with our lives here? This is starting to steam off proper. I can't tell you guys how happy I am with this system. This has been one of the plans since the very beginning here. And so to have this layer properly and be removing water the way I intended, having this stuff actually flash to steam immediately, all that stuff is just phenomenal. I just absolutely love that. Our bottleneck on ceramic, we'll deal with that. It'll sort itself out slowly here. Yeah, it'll sort itself out slowly. Slowly but surely. Eggshell to lime, forever. Fossil to lime, forever. As I said, I think this is never going to work, is it? Okay. So that's, yeah, we're going to have to change, we're going to have to shift gears here and admit that this experiment was a little bit failed and try and do a few things. So one of the reasons I was thinking about the liquid sorters is that if we do want to use this space over here for a chill box, these start to get a little bit in the way, not entirely, but we definitely want to minimize the amount of piping and stuff over here. And since we've already sucked up a lot of the crude because we stopped for a minute, that gives us a little bit of a buffer to get things done. So I think now would be the time to do that if we're going to do it. But, and like I said, this system's not working because CO2 really doesn't build up in here like it used to because we added this bit into the base. So let's take a look at our gas overlay. You know what I might do? Yeah, I think a good call. We're actually going to build that up to there. It's going to stop the dupes from jumping down here, which is slowing them down anyway, and it's going to allow this system to actually function at the bottom here. And then we're going to have to put in a similar system down here, but we're also going to have to sort some gases out. So now that this section is running and we're not overflowing this bit, we can leave this sit here. If it winds up completely getting boiled by the ambient temperature at a certain point, fuck yeah. If not, we'll make better use of it. But in the meanwhile, let's try and organize. One of the main reasons I do want it out of here, though, I want these to not be here anymore. I want to set up kind of, I want to leave enough room that if we want to double up our petroleum generators, we can. But then below that, I want to set up a little bit of a power distribution block with transformers. And then with this out of the way, we can start reconfiguring this whole setup to use powered ones, because once we set up the distribution here, we should be able to run powered ones. Now, that being said, up here, Past Nether kind of did some research and some math and figured that one powered incubator should be enough to manage 2 farms. I'm not sure if that's entirely true, because they will come over and hug the egg, making it hatch a lot faster. Lullaby. This egg was recently sung to by a kind duplicant. Increased incubation rate. Incubation rate times 400. So, we normally need 2 of these unpowered for a single one of these just to reserve the eggs, right? If this works at 400% speed, then one of these takes the place of 4 of them. So we've got 2 farms here, 2 farms here. Each one has a powered incubator. Now, they're running full time, which is not what most people do. Most people will set timers on them and whatnot, but, you know, I'm a little flagrant with my power use. We can afford it. And our base cooling still seems to be doing quite a good job. Excellent. Let's delete this pipe here. And that there. And let's talk turkey about where we're going to move this carbon dioxide venting system. Now, I had originally had this SOB somewhere over here, but I was considering turning this wall into a solid wall. Looks like we're not going in that direction. that being said, we can totally move this back over here, stuff it in this corner, out of the way. I mean, at least for now, right? If anybody's not sure what this system is, we've got a little bit of liquid in front of a gas vent. When carbon dioxide builds up to this sensor, it kicks on this pump, pumps out the carbon dioxide here, and dumps it out here. So that this system doesn't get clogged, we have this overpressured gas vent, so carbon dioxide will always get pushed out. Now, this is not necessarily the safest system. We could theoretically put in a gas sorter. I'm not overly worried. I don't want other gases getting into here, but, you know, we do have this pump in place to deal with that. Speaking of which... yeah, that polluted oxygen is still a thing. Now, I think, with the speed with which we're vaporizing this stuff down here, I think eventually this thing is going to yank all of the polluted oxygen. Like, it just picked up a piece there. So we just got to kind of let these polluted oxygen bits float around. And as they do, this thing will eventually pick them up. Like, that one should get snagged if it moves to the left one tile. It didn't. Stop being difficult. If we look at our gas vent, we've definitely got some polluted oxygen getting dumped up into space. Now, I mean, in theory... in theory, we got polluted oxygen going on up here. Right? Because it's dumping into space, but that always puts it here. I mean, it's in milligrams. Maybe we should try to capture a little bit? Maybe? Make it into ceramic? Who knows? You know what? I'm willing to waste a little duplicate time on a project. So let's just take that over to there. Stick down, I don't know, like an airflow tile. We'll make it out of iron because we're running low on steel because I'm an asshole. We'll go over to oxygen. We'll snag ourselves a deodorizer. Doesn't matter what it's made out of. We'll make it out of igneous. We'll stick it right there and see if maybe we can get ourselves just a little bit more ceramic. Now, we're not doing too bad. We're not doing too bad. Okay, focus, Nether, focus. What were we doing? What were we doing? We were adding a off-gas ventilation system so that we could put a chill tank here, which will mean we'll have to put... Okay, so the other thing to take into account with a chill tank is... where do we want to put the aqua tuner to chill it? I mean, we've got an aqua tuner here, but this is meant to help with this. Yeah, because the more heat we dump in here, the more likely. Maybe we should do that first. And by maybe, I mean almost definitely we should do that first, right? How do we want to do that becomes the question, right? So how do I want these to go? We want that to flow over, even if the output's not working. Right. So we might actually need to run another insulated pipe, like right down here, and then switch this bridge around. Is that reasonable? I don't see a way around that if we want to run two in series. Basically, this would... See how this one overflows where the water goes in here, comes down here, and then if it's not coming out the output, it rejoins the output here? if we switch this one to be the same way and then have this output pipe come around and join up like this, I think that would be a better setup. So let's get it into position to do that. I want to make sure that we're set up. One of the things I found is that 2, 3, so then the main level would be at this level. Sure. So let's bring that across like that. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. They'll be able to get up there. Means we can actually get rid of those stairs there. We'll do a little moppy there. Yeah, we'll get these working in series, because I do think eventually as we start dumping more and more stuff in here that's generating heat, we're going to end up in a situation where these are going to be putting out enough heat that a single aqua tuner is not going to be reliable, because right now we have that aqua tuner cooling down our oxygen and our steam turbines. Now, 5 steam turbines is like the maximum that a single aqua tuner can handle with polluted water in the system, and we're using regular water. So that in and of itself is a problem, so we want to make sure that that stuff doesn't get cooked or frozen. I don't think it'll get frozen, but I think if we run these in series, we're going to be in a much better situation, because then if we do get to the point where these guys are outputting obscene amounts of heat, we can still cool them down, and we won't have to worry about it. So yeah. We'll get this pipe built first. We'll snip that there. Delete that. We're going to hook this like that. And then what we'll end up doing is building a bridge here, then deleting this bridge. The moment it's deleted, we'll do some little snip action. And then we can remove some of this pipe. Actually, we could just come up into the pipe. We don't have to build this all the way over. No, we don't. We don't have to build this at all. We can leave this here. It'll be a little turn, but it'll be what it is. I mean, there are more ideal situations, I suppose, but we're going to do it this way. I'd like to make any insulated pipe within our steam chamber here actually ceramic, but, you know, like I said, we got to get there. So let's take this. We're going to copy these settings, paste those settings there. Same temperature type situation. That is set up, so we're gonna put that in there. And yeah, I am so proud of this system. I mean, there's a little awkward turn here. Maybe we could change that up a little bit, but for now, it's solid. And it is dripping onto this metal tile, helping cool down the aqua tuners, which is the thing we need to keep stable. Now, the steam is down to 15 kilos. The carbon dioxide's at 15 kilos, so this shouldn't send any type of signal. Okay, I think... All right. This being set on 2 minutes, little too much. Let's drop this down to 30 seconds. Because we don't want to pull too much out of this. We want to make sure that if the steam turbines are on, they're dumping water back in here to cool things back down, if that's the case. So basically right now, these things are not sucking any water out because we don't have enough pressure. That water pressure is increasing by boiling off this water. So once we get enough pressure up here, that thing will kick back on. Or if this whole place gets up to 175 degrees via this temperature. If it gets up to 175, but there's not enough steam to take out, it'll still kick on the steam turbines, but then start dropping water back in. So this is how we're going to try and stabilize this place out. Is this a tried and true, perfectly tested, and absolutely rock-solid system? No. Not even close. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So, well, I mean, I have a little idea, but let's stop at idea, okay? All right, back to the thing I keep putting off. We're gonna need to put this, let's say, here with an airflow tile. We'll put a ladder to get up to it there. Then we'll put this guy there. Actually, before we put that guy there, let me do something real quick. We've been using this trick. I forget who taught me. Please shout out if it was you. Basically, a nice little trick to get a small amount of liquid is to put in a pedestal. So we're going to put in 2 pedestals here. We're going to select petroleum. It's going to put, forget what the amount is, but I found out that you kind of need two rounds. So rather than like put one on the pedestal, remove it, blah, 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 we're just going to build 2 pedestals, tell it to put petroleum on both of them. It puts a specific amount of petroleum. Then we drop those, empty them, get rid of the pedestals, and put in this gas vent. As far as a gas pipe is concerned, this thing is going to come across... Hell, we could just go straight across here like this. Do one of these. For now, though, let's make sure this isn't flowing. And we're actually going to delete all this. That's just wonderful. I use petroleum for just about everything. You don't need to use petroleum for these systems. It's just a matter of we're trying to make this section of the map super hot. So we're going to make sure that whatever liquid we're using for these systems is capable of withstanding that heat and not screwing things up. In fact, the carbon dioxide coming through here, we're doing this out of regular pipe because the carbon dioxide in here is going to be reasonably chill coming from the base. So if we can heat it up going through the oil before it comes out here, that's just fine. It doesn't really matter either way. The oil and the CO2 are both going to drag down the temperature over here a little bit because, like I said, the oil comes out of here at like somewhere between 80 and 90 degrees. Looks like we're at about 91 degrees, 92 degrees on the crude over here, which is obviously below our 100 degrees for all this. Let's just make sure. We need that polluted oxygen out of our lives. See, what's happening right now is that the polluted oxygen is moving over top of the atmos sensor, and it's triggering the atmos sensor. See how that happened? See how there's a polluted oxygen on that bad boy? Problematic. I think the solution is to move the atmos sensor further down. Because we're looking at 16, 18, 19. The CO2 doesn't get super thick until it goes down. Speaking of which, you know how we put these metal tiles here? We may want to replace these with airflow tiles so the CO2 can more easily drop down. Something to consider, because right now it's fighting with the steam. Ooh. Okay. That is a thing. That is a thing. We don't want mesh tiles because we don't want the water dropping, but we're going to want airflow tiles. All right. Making adjustments as we go, figuring things out. Again, we're going to switch over to iron because I've been using way too much copper. We're going to replace all of those with iron or airflow tiles. You know, we'll replace it all the way over to there. That's fine. That's fine, right? We'll get all that steel back, too. If some of that water drops, so be it. We'll deal with it as it comes. Actually don't think this thing really serves us well there. Let's deconstruct that son of a bitch, too. All right, we're going to remove these from the pedestals. Boop, boop. Then we're going to hit empty. We're going to put that at a very high priority, otherwise it'll never get done. Empty that again. Pedestal, we deconstruct. Pedestal, we deconstruct. Right, so now we got, like, about 1 kilo per tile, which is what we're looking for. We could theoretically throw in a high-pressure gas vent, but no need. Again, we're going to switch to iron on a lot of our little projects here. Nether went just a little overboard with the copper ore projects. It's fine. Everything is fine. Okay, so now I'm going to reconnect you, so this system should be all right. Natural gas is getting collected. Wonderful. Wunderbar, as it were in German. Oh, we don't want CO2 going out. Okay. Okay. We're gonna take this system offline for a hot second. Let me think about how I want to redo this automation. I don't want it to trigger off of anything. Alright. I think this is going to be a slightly complicated, possibly over-engineered, most likely over-engineered system. We'll put that there just for good measure. What I want to do is set up element sensors, maybe like 3 of them. One on the left, one in the middle, one on the right. And those will be set up with AND gates. They'll be looking for steam. If all 3 of them detect steam, and then we move this Atmos sensor down to about the same level as them, so if all 3 of them detect steam, and the Atmos sensor thinks it's above a certain level, then it will activate the system to pull water out of here. Because right now we're running into issues. Like I said, I think eventually the polluted oxygen system situation should sort itself out. It's just going to take time for all this stuff to just kind of wiggle around up here until this guy pulls the rest of it out. But in the meantime, I don't want to fuck this up. Because if we get rid of all of the steam up here, we have problems with heat being deleted, because you can't delete heat if it's not in steam. The reason the polluted oxygen is such a problem is that when it's in front of one of these vents, like it is here, that means that that vent won't work for that steam turbine. So we want an optimal situation of 0 polluted oxygen, which is another reason I don't want these extra slicksters here. Because if they eat CO2, then the CO2 starts to shrink down here, low pressure. So then, the Atmos sensor thing. I do think our element sensors, Atmos sensor thing is probably the way to go. So let's noodle with this solution here. So we are looking for a gas element sensor. Let me make sure that can detect steam. I can't see why it wouldn't, but we've got one over here, so we might as well check. Steam. It is a possible situation. So I think our goal is to have the steam come down at least so it's like 4 or 5 tiles thick, right? And once these airflow tiles are in place, it's also going to help out considerably. So automation, gas element sensor. Doesn't matter what we make it out of. Let's say we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles of steam. Is that? I think that's reasonable. So we'll put one there. Actually, let's use the zones of this just to make it look a little nice. Gas element sensor doesn't matter what it's made out of. We'll go with the leftmost vent here. We'll go with the rightmost vent here. That's over here, right? Yep. And then we'll go with the center vent on the center one there. Now, AND gate. We have AND gates, right? Man, they are definitely... All right, let me see how I want to do this. So we're going to need an AND gate to hook up all of these, right? All right, we need an AND gate Okay, where are we going to put the Atmos sensor? Let's figure that out first. Let's say we put the Atmos sensor one above. So steam has to get down to all three of these sensors and then get to 20 kilos at this tile above before this thing starts removing water from the system, right? So we need AND gates to combine all three of these, and then an output to that going into an AND gate with this bad boy, right? And then that has to go into the buffer gate. Lot of automation and logic today. Hope you guys like uber nerd situations. So ideally, I think we're going to want to put an AND gate there. Right. Okay, so let's delete this Atmos sensor. Excellent. Wonderful. Fantastic. We are going to put this going to there. This is going to be the other thing coming from these guys. Okay, so if we then snag an AND gate, so that goes there. Can you tell I didn't plan this system out? Okay, so that's going to go there. That can't go there, but it could. Okay, so let's just start drawing. We can leave it on pause. That is the beauty of pausing a game. So we can do that and that. Now, that says if both of these are steam, it does that one. But we don't have a three-way AND gate. I mean, I think there is something that can work as a three-way AND gate. Not gonna try and find it now. That being said, we then need to add this guy into the equation, so we're gonna need another one of these. And what this is gonna have to be, so if this is here, and this is here? Yes. So that can go there. And what we're going to do here is we're going to use a bridge to jump over and connect the output of this AND gate with the input of this AND gate. And then we're going to connect that AND gate to this thing. So now both of these have to be in steam for this to send a green signal. And then this and the signal coming out of that has to be green to send a signal to this. That is going to link into the AND gate that's here. And so at that point, if the pressure is above 20 kilos and all three of these sensors see steam, this thing will kick on. Will it be 100% perfect? Probably not, because steam could theoretically just have like a tiny little blob hit these. But with three of them, I think we should be in a pretty good situation. We shouldn't get false positives on it too often. So we're going to do that. Atmos sensor, boop, and boop, above 20 kilos. Like I said, I'd eventually like to drop that down to 18 kilos, but it is what it is. Now, I think the sensor that's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting on this particular system is going to be this guy over here. With the steam all being produced here, it's likely that this one and this one are going to get tapped with little bits of steam as the thing goes. Probably often enough that both of them are going to trigger at the same time quite a bit. But this guy over here is kind of tucked into a corner, and there's a liquid below it. So it's not likely that this is going to register as steam until it fills down further over here. And this is one of the things I absolutely love about this game, is no system is perfect. You know? So every playthrough you do, every time you get involved in the game, you can find a way to improve. You can find something to do that's a little bit different, that adds a little bit more automation, that simplifies an old system, or add some complexity to another system. When I first started playing this game, it would have been unheard of to do this. This brick right here is one of my most favorite things I've ever done in any game. Now, we're getting to the point where I'm confident enough that I'm going to put a tile here and brick this all in permanently. We don't really need that liquid lock, but there's a few other little things I left in place just in case we had to make adjustments. So we'll do a little cleanup in there, then we'll brick that in, finally get rid of that liquid lock. In case anybody wants to know what's going on while they build this stuff here, basically this steam vent needs to instantly be cooled to water. So we had to vacuum this thing out. Wound up doing it a few times. Let's check the printables, then we'll go back over there. Definitely don't need calories, but are any of you reasonably good? Construction, strength, and machinery. Shabby dress. You know, Ren has mechatronics engineer written all over his face. Yeah, I mean, the shabby dresser pulling down the decor around him is not the best thing in the world, but how much do we really care? We're getting most of our morale from other means, and we'll continue to do so even when we go over to the second planet. I think we bring Ren on. Ren would make a great colonist for another planet. Maybe Ren and Meep will go over. Yeah. No, I'm taking Ren. It's been a little while, but Vomiter, Balloon Artist, Shabby Dresser, Green Thumbs, because they could always help out a little with agriculture in the early game on the other planets. They can help out moving stuff around with the tidying. I would have preferred that to be carrying and storing, because that works better with machinery. But you can't have everything. The building and the operating means we can get them into mechatronics engineering and get them building all of our shipment stuff. Yep. All right, Ren, you are the 11th dupe. Welcome to the madness. Let's get you some schedule, some priorities. Let's make sure you can't go out and get yourself suffocated or cooked alive. Gertrude should be allowed out here now. Gertie's properly integrated into the system, right? Yeah, Gertrude is fine. What we are going to have to do is give Ren priority down here, and let's set them up in a bed over here. We're going to go into their... Actually, let's finish the doors. We do not want Ren. Gertrude is allowed outside now. Don't know why I didn't change all that. So that's sorted there. Over here, we have the door priorities here, so let's copy these, paste those here. But then we're going to do that. I want to get rid of this door, but it's not important. We'll deal with that another time, like maybe in half an hour. Okay. I don't think... it doesn't matter. As long as they can't get out over here to suffocate. Theoretically, they can go over here if they want. They can't get out down here. Can't get out over here. This is no longer a thing. Okay. And we gave them access to the duplicate gym. We're going to have to set priorities on them. As all of our new trainees come in, we double uptick operating. That's because running on the mouse wheel is... operating. We immediately give them a little bit of science so that their skills level up a little faster. It's why your researcher always winds up getting a level first. And then we want to give them a schedule, right? Now, we have been staggering our schedules by 2 hours. I see no reason to not continue doing that. That gives us a nice little way of managing our bathroom schedules. Let's make sure to actually put him on that schedule. If anybody wants to rename a colonist, we do have two. We now have a Meep and a Ren. So either one of those can be renamed. Meep is farming, digging, and electronics. Ren is cleaning, mechatronics, and building. And they have a little bit of little bit of a little bit of a boost to their agriculture. So Meep and Ren are probably going to be the first two colonists to head over to our second planet. We may not even have them train indefinitely, because the second planet, it's going to be very much like when we started over here. They're going to have to dig places out and everything, so might not be necessary to fully level them up. But unlike the starting planet, we'll be able to ship over the materials to do suits, so we'll level them up. We'll level them up. You're set to Steam. Let's copy settings, paste settings, right? Now, I am probably screwing this up. Okay. Let's finish integrating this, because this was dumb of me. We'll snip that. Oof. And we'll get rid of this liquid bridge. Let's snip that so we don't accidentally freeze something. Okay, so what we do now is we snip that there and set it to there. That overflows there. We delete this. We reconnect that so it actually works. And now that cooling loop chills it. So this is coming in at 27 degrees. This thing checks and says, hey, is that at 27 degrees? If it is, cool it down. Then this thing checks it and says, hey, is it still above 27 degrees? If it is, cool it down. Now, for the most part, this second one shouldn't actually kick on very much. But like I said, when we get to the point where these steam turbines are kicking a bit harder, that's when we're going to be running into needing both of those guys online. Okay, and we've still only got 200 kilos of ceramic. Maybe making ceramic out of toilet water is not the optimal solution. We may end up having to make ceramic on our second planet. Oh, you're picking up clay? Okay. So we're going to get another little batch of ceramic. Excellent. So, I mean, it's working in drips and drabs. We can deconstruct this. Alright, so what I'm doing now is I'm looking for the optimal place for the chill tank. I know I said we should put it over here. The problem is we also want these things to rotate and then go into the chill tank after they've dropped to about, I guess since we're running this place at 175, when they drop to about 180, we're going to want them to go down to the chill tank. So I got to think about that. I already like how this is starting to shape up. We're building up steam up here, which is good. Aqua tuners are working. Huh. We could probably run this a little bit colder if need be. Now, did I snip this thing for a second? I did. Okay, so let's put you back on, because I saw some polluted oxygen making problems for us. Alright, and so the issue we're running into here is this thing over-pressuring. Now we could pull our normal shenanigans to overpressure it, or we could move it. Huh. Because we want this... Okay, so we want steam to get to here. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have to move this guy. A lot of this stuff is just going to end up being, like, minor movements. So high pressure gas vent. Let's just... Again, I don't reckon this is going to stay here for an eternity, but let's snag insulated gas pipe. Let's do that. Let's go to the high pressure gas vent and deconstruct it. The problem with high pressure gas vents is they have plastic in it. It's one of the reasons I tend to overpressure normal gas vents as opposed to using high pressure gas vents in some of these situations. Because if the plastic melts, you wind up with naphtha. And naphtha flashes into sour gas. So, you know, we could wind up with some gum in the works, so to speak. Good. The system is doing what it's supposed to do. The steam is building up nicely here, basically at 20 kilos, offsetting the carbon dioxide downward. This one is getting a little bit of steam, which is surprising. I thought for sure this guy was going to be in steam or this guy was going to be in steam first, but you know, everything will surprise you. I'm like, yeah, this will be the last one to get steam. Seems to be the first one getting steam, so whatever. We do have our thing kicking on and dropping some water back in here. That's hitting this tile, and then any excess is floating down to here, which is fine because our petroleum is doing a good job cooking. I really want to move these transformers, but, you know, order of operations. Okay, so also, we're going to try and optimize pathing a little bit as we go through here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that actually works out, so that is right in line. So we're going to put those there. Because one thing I learned watching Two Legit Cities streams, when your duplicates move up or down, whether it's a single or multiple tiles, like if they move from here to here, or even like from here to here. Now in this place it's kind of unavoidable. They're actually teleporting and there's an animation. So they're always going to move, and same thing when they're hopping over an empty space. So no matter how much athletics you have, you're limited in speed for the duplicates with the speed of the animation. So you wind up losing some efficiency in movement unless you have a straight up flat surface for them to move on. Sometimes that stuff's unavoidable, so we just do what we have to do as we go. Get rid of those ladders now. Get rid of that ladder, so that's out of our way. So you've got a little awkward situation here while that's like kind of half flashing. Okay, so that's moved over there. That's destroyed. So my conundrum here is how are we going to route this igneous rock? We want it to loop, right? And it's going to heat things up considerably. I think the best bet for routing the igneous rock is literally to just kind of loop it through behind the petroleum generators, just to make sure this place stays nice and toasty. Ideally, I'd like to loop it up into the steam. Can we do that? Probably could, right? I I gotta remind myself that going through the backlog is the dangerous part. There's that one last blob of polluted oxygen. 20 kilos of the stuff. If you could just shift on over, that would be wonderful, buddy. It's split. It's very tempting to try and stick another pump up in this corner, but we'd have to shift over the aqua tuner, so I think we just let this thing run. Like I said, we've got plenty of extra power, so we don't have to worry too much about what's going on here. All right, Nether, you're procrastinating, as always. Now, what we could do is bolt on a chill tank here, but I think I'd like to not do that in case we need to put an access port for our volcano over here. We kind of have one over here, but I keep bricking it back in so I don't accidentally fuck everything up. You know, good times and all. Okay, so now we're removing water because steam is all the way down and it's more than 20 kilos here. So that's pumping water. Up to our crude production, because that got slowed down. We have to make sure that this system is robust enough to keep those going. Excellent. Hydrate. Sorry, Aya. I bet you did that a long time ago. I'm just running my mouth, guys. Feel free to grab my attention any way you need to. Water. Water is good. Very recent. Okay, awesome, awesome. That means my peripheral vision is actually working correctly. Yeah, and so now the last thing we'll need to fidget with is the timing on the buffer gate. Because I think this system will guarantee our steam stays nice and thick over here. God, sometimes I just wind up getting so into watching a system that it's hard for me to work on the next project. Okay, so... I think we might want to run this a little bit cooler instead of 175. I'm thinking maybe like 150. Okay. I don't like this. I don't like this planning. All this stuff that we've done, I thought through in my brain last night. So, like, everything we've accomplished so far has been, like, planned. This thought of putting in a chill tank is really starting to get to me in my brain. Okay, so... I do like the idea of putting it here. I think it's a good idea. We'll worry about routing the rails after. Now the question is... Okay, let's get in and start drawing some stuff. The reason this is a pain in the ass is because of the conveyor shut off, right? So... we want the conveyor shut off to send stuff to our main storage over here, right? So we're looking at a rail going across here and then linking up with that system. Yeah, when we started building rails, we started really going through. Blue King redeemed stretch and posture check. Thank you, sir. Oh, poppity pop. Oh, good stuff. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay. Maybe time for a small break, too? Give me a couple minutes. Give me a couple minutes. I think you might be onto something there, but I just started drawing this, so let me keep in step with drawing. So we're gonna need a sensor there, which means we're gonna need that to be at least there, and that overflows. We're gonna need another bridge for direction. So let's say something like that, right? And then if we're conveyor rails, oh god, we'll go iron. Let's say this comes up like that. Not bad. Again, we'll try and swap over to using iron. And then that goes there. So what this does... So there's a whole other thing we're going to have to do, which is going to use a similar system. But eventually, we're going to detect when these rocks are basically at the temperature of our steam room. Because they can't get any cooler unless, other than being at temp. Then those rocks are going to get sent down here. Or whatever materials are going to get sent down here. And they will bridge onto here. Meaning they'll take secondary priority. When they do... Actually, we have to move that back a touch. So conveyor bridge... we're mixing everything up. That has to be there. Then... Do we have... the conveyor rail thermo sensor? We don't, and I think we need data research to do that. Ooh, this might be something we can't do just yet. It does. Conveyor rail thermo sensor requires data research. Okay, so we can't set this up until we go into space. Well, that simplifies that situation. Okay, so we'll have to wait to be able to process these blocks here. All right, I think blue is right. Let me take another quick break because I need to figure out what we're gonna work on here. We could definitely keep working on like our little like digging side projects and like breaking up stuff to get into space and everything. But I want this water out of the way. I want to plan a little bit on what we're going to do in here and start setting up proper power distribution for our industrial stuff. And I'd like to actually rebuild our entire system here, because once we get power distribution, we can swap over to powered incubators. And I'd like these incubators to be above this level. That way we make sure that our ranches are prioritized for our CO2 as it falls downwards. So all of that, we're going to finish this area today, more or less. So let me take another quick break, sort my brain out a little bit, and we'll come back and figure out where we're going to move that water. I might revert to our original plan of just dumping it somewhere where it could spread out, like down here. Maybe we'll have our dupes sweep most of this up. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to set that as a priority. I might have already... We're going to set a level 7 sweep priority on this stuff. We'll get that stuff out of there, because all that stuff is somewhere between like 30 and 50 degrees. So we'll get that swept up into our little storage area here. We'll do a slightly lower priority on all this junk. And when this is all out of here, including all of that stuff... Actually, no. The stuff on the ground. No, the stuff on the ground. When that's all out of there, I think we're going to run deodorizers and just dump all of this water so that it flays out across here and start using that to mass produce ceramic down here in this bottom corner. Then we'll have to do some gas sorting to get rid of the chlorine in here and shit like that, but not right this second. So I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music in case you guys like the music from the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to take a second to get up and walk around. I basically just came up with the plan, but, you know, let me reconfigure my brain and bladder, and I'll be right back. Okay, everybody, I am back. Thank you for the suggestion to take a break, Blue. It's just what I needed. We're not going to dump and pollute this whole thing. We're just going to put a tank somewhere. Because basically, this stuff can't off-gas over here. Otherwise, we could just put stuff there. One thing I got to check is, do deodorizers have an overheat temperature? Doesn't look like it, but let me look over here. No, deodorizers do not have an overheat temperature. So let's do this. Let's build ourselves just kind of a little tank down here. We don't need it to be anything crazy. We just need stuff to be in a position... Huh. Okay, so let's say... I kind of like the idea of running 5 of these. We'll do insulated tiles. Let's do insulated tiles there. We're going to need a way to get down over here, so let's prioritize these over that. These are going to need some sort of mesh tiles or something. God, I can't wait to get into space and get more materials. Definitely going to have to work on that. Let's sweep these bits here. We'll still sweep this up at a reasonable priority, but we'll put this whole area on a 6 instead of having this stuff on a 7. Then we're going to start letting that play out. We're going to need power for these SOBs. We'll steal power from here. because it's not really a big deal. They don't require a lot of power. We'll drop that in there. We're doing mesh tiles so that we can actually go into plumbing and put a liquid vent, let's say, right here. And now this pipe that we had in place here, we could ditch this plan, right? And we'll just use this pipe again. Like that connects, and we'll bring this down. We won't do crazy, weird, awkward things there, but, you know, just there. We'll do crazy, weird, awkward things everywhere else. Again, this is going to be a temporary system, so it doesn't have to be great. Once we get all this water out of here, we can deconstruct this and work on the projects I want over here. So we're going to deconstruct that as well. What we can also do is go into plumbing, and we're going to put a bottle emptier down right here for polluted water. So any polluted water that's kind of lingering around the map in buckets, this stuff can get dumped over here. I should probably put like an auto sweeper and sand down here, but you know what? Let's do it. Let's make it happen. The problem is then that these need to move another tile over, so we'll put those there. That way we can put a solid tile here. We won't do it until they do that, though. And then we'll put a storage box. Sure, sandstone is fine. We'll stick that right there. Actually, you know what? No. We'll do this a little differently. We'll just stick a tile. Let's say right there. Yeah, we'll stick a tile right there. This thing will be able to see it. We'll deconstruct that ladder, and we'll put a storage box there. That will do. And once we get this water pumping over here so that we can get a little bit more ceramic going in our life, we'll clean up this pipe system, do some measurements over here for the possibility of putting additional power in. That power might actually end up being natural gas. We have 1.4 tons per tile times 8 tiles. So let's say 3, 6. We've got about 12 tons of natural gas in here. And no, because we're going to put a gas range in here at one point. We still have these long hair slicksters over here. They're not going to reproduce. They are eating oxygen, but they're making everybody happy and increasing decor, so that's a thing. I'd like to do some more decor bombing around here, but, you know, more important things to do, namely getting this area sorted. So let's say we were to decide we want to have 5 more of these guys, right? Now, we can't fit them in a straight row. We could fit 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we would run out of space, right? Right. So if we did 3, and then 2 below, so that means that this would kind of be okay. So let's say this is kind of the upper limit to where we can build stuff below this. We're realistically looking at like this going across here. I'd love to build all of this out of airflow as well, but we're just at the point where we're going through way too much ore for airflow tiles. So do we got? We've got 36.9 tons of copper ore, 6.9 tons of copper itself, but iron, we've got 106 tons of ore, and not even a ton of the regular stuff, because we're processing it all into steel, which we have 12.5 tons of. So let's say that we wind up just putting all these bricks in here and reserving this space for future power expansion, right? That's all fine and dandy, like sour candy, but actually, let's priority 6 these systems over here. And then the other thing I want to do, I love when this thing cycles, it's so awesome. I want to delete this, and I want to start getting in fire poles here, because people are going to be moving up and down here quite quickly, so let's do that. This is a obsolete little thing here that can go. This can get destroyed. How much ceramic are we up to? 300 kilos. We're going to be increasing that. That's what the goal of this whole little tank over here is basically convert this pile of leftover dookie into some ceramic for us. We're probably going to have to crush up some rock for sand soon. 41.1 tons is nothing to sneeze at, but it's definitely nothing to write home about either, so... $8.6 kilos, and then over here we've got 10 kilos. So close. So close. Come on, I need you to grab that thing. There, it's snagging a little bit, and it moves. Okay, so it's down to 8.3 kilos. I can deal with that. If it's working slowly, it's still working, so I can deal with that. Now, power-wise, we also need power for the sweeper. So we'll do that. We'll go over here. We'll snag ourselves a storage bin, smack that down over there. We're going to go up here. We're going to copy settings. Well, we can't copy settings just yet, but soon enough. Soon enough. And then, like I said, I'd like to set up a similar system that we have at the bottom of our movement area here. I kind of want to change the way this is. We had to work around this oil reservoir, and at the moment it works. They go through this this Slickster Ranch. It's not the worst situation. We just need them to be able to get over to this side to be able to service these oil reservoirs. Which we kind of need this system to start kicking a little bit more ass, so... I'm going to drop this down to 18. So, the reason this is taking a little bit more time to come back online is we had to, like, kind of backfill the pressure over here. If you look up here... at the steam, we're at 17.5 kilos of steam up here. So it's going to take a little while for it to build up the 18 kilos all the way down here in pressure. We've got about, and we're going to have to stabilize that with the CO2, right? Like down here, we've got 20 kilos of CO2, 18 kilos of CO2. So more or less, everything above this point should reasonably be steam. And then the carbon dioxide will get compressed down. But if the carbon dioxide gets chewed up too much by these slicksters and the pressure down here drops, the steam will keep pushing down and staying at the low pressure. It'll equalize out. So we want our carbon dioxide to be at about 18 to 20 kilos a tile. That way our steam can balance with it and be at 18 to 20 kilos a tile. And, you know, everything's coming out. It's a balancing act, like most things in this game. Right now, the water is flowing and going down to our oil wells. We've got 2 that are still online pretty much full-time, and the other 2 are kind of like doing a little on-off dance. It's going to be how it goes for a while. We could do some prioritization on the piping down there so that, you know, we make sure that one is always getting the stuff. Let's say we hook that down there. That drops into that tank. We're going to go over here. We're going to tell this to put in all of the polluted water but not enable auto-bottling. We're going to put this on, let's say, a 6. There's a lot of other stuff that's on like 7, 8, and 9, but I'd like them to do this before they do most other menial bullshit work so that the polluted water gets to where it needs to go. Excellent. So that's pumping over. That shouldn't take too long to pump all that over there. Like I said, we still have enough heat over here that stuff is flashing. We had some water go up there. It's going to be a whole thing. I think it might realistically be time to snip out the 4th oil well. It's not hurting us either way. It's not like we're going to get any more out. The idea was, though, that excess would be put into here for breathable water, which we might need to do. How long till you go dormant? 41 cycles. Yeah, okay. So I think we're going to snip out the 4th oil reservoir. We should only have 3 plus the slicksters running, and that should be plenty of oil to keep our stuff running, and it should ensure that this pipe backs up enough that we start dumping excess into our air production. Because we did, like I said, we did the math on that, and in order to support 16 dupes, we need this water and the overflow water that's being produced here. Now, there's a couple of other water positive processes we can make happen. Like our toilets are water positive. If we absolutely had to, we could forego putting things in the order we need down here and doing something else with them, but this will work for now. All right, we're gonna set this up the way it was intended to set up, and we're not gonna worry about this stuff doing its thing. This should eventually come up to speed, so we'll be fine for a while. We still, we're up to 2 glossy Drecos and 1 in the tank over here. Plastic is at 4.4 tons. Wonderful. Now you guys should be emitting. Okay. Copy settings, paste settings. We'll put this one up to a 7, though, because we want it up there first and foremost. All right, we are getting polluted oxygen down here. Let me do this real quick. Let me make these guys a 9. Just for the time being to get this party started. Actually, yeah. Let's do this at a 9. Should have done that before I started pumping the water over, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, those guys look like they're working a lot harder than the ones up there. Oh, right. This can't be at a 9. Let's put that at an 8. And this at a 9 for now. Ooh, citrus scented. Never saw that. That's a nice little flavor text there. Alright. Now these can go back down to a 5. Oh, actually... Alright. That'll do for now. Alright. We're gonna make another copy of this bad boy. For now. We're gonna put that down there, and what that's gonna do is we're gonna do a actually, no, we don't need to do that. Let's just temporarily, we're gonna turn off fossil and eggshells. Let's come down here, and let's crush some sedimentary into sand. So that should make... 99 would mean 9.9 tons of sand. Yeah, let's do that. Just because we're running a little light on sand. The way I like to deal with sand in general is to be crushing salt into table salt. We don't have any salt on this planet. We've got a bunch of salt on our other planet, so we're most likely going to be removing the salt from the water and probably shipping it back here to crush so that we can recycle the heat from the crusher and then use the sand over here for purification. We're gonna try and kind of specialize the planets, so to speak. It should work in our favor. God, seeing chlorine just upsets me. But these things are working at a nice clip, so that'll be good. That'll get all this out of here, and we could start working on our plan. Speaking of which, let's deconstruct that bit. Okay. Still good on crude, still good on crude. Yeah, and with 3 of these running, the pipe is starting to back up. With the 4th one running, we're not going to get any overflow. So the plan is actually working now. Excellent. Let's tighten this up a little. Actually, all right, I guess we got to start talking about power distribution, right? This thing is distributing power to the volcano setup and to this sorting setup and to our ranches down here, which is dangerous. So let's start there. What we're going to want to do is put in a row of transformers here. 2 of them are going to go only to this volcano setup. Then 2 of them are going to go down to just the incubators. And then another 2 are going to handle all of the ranch stuff. Then I think a 4th pair is going to handle the reservoirs. That way we can stop using this wire that's going through our base and use that to split the power grid over here a little bit more for other projects that we may decide we need. Although the base is running quite well at the moment, so... Why did I put this crusher here? I put this here for a reason, and I can't remember what it is. I was like, we're going to need to crush something from over here. What do we need to crush from over here? Can't think of it right now. Not a big deal. Something we got to keep an eye on, though. They're going to start bringing hot dirt from over here to feed these Draco plants. Because our dirt is definitely going up, but the stuff we're composting is going to start going down. We're only going to be composting dirt coming out of this water sieve because we no longer have these purifying water. This water is getting cooked and we're getting dirt directly, so no polluted dirt. It means we're using less sand, but it also means the dirt over here is 132 degrees, and they're going to start putting that into these plants, which is going to be problematic. But we'll worry about that later, kind of. Okay, sorry. Power, transformers, steel. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oof, you hate to see that. Because 8 would be perfect. So we're one short there. We could just jump across the hall here and use this space. Actually, we could give a little bit of space over here and just put these transformers here as the transformers that go to our petroleum boiler. Huh. I kind of like that. That way they're completely separate from our other distribution grid and they go right in. I mean, we could even put that there. You know what? I like it. Let's put those there. Let's give them access over this way. We're going to go into power. We're going to need to temporarily do a little jumper like that, because we're just going to run straight up heavy watt conductive wire over to these bad boys. We're going to need to grab... Now, I've got this made out of steel. It doesn't really need to be made out of steel. We're going to go like that, but cancel that. If it ever gets hot enough to actually melt lead in this room, everything is going to start breaking. So everything is going to overheat before we melt lead. So any wires in here can be made out of lead. With this game, it's important to remember there's two things to take into account with what you're building. If you're building something that has an overheat temperature, you need to make sure that that thing is that thing is never going to be somewhere where it's going to overheat. If you're building something that doesn't have an overheat temperature, i.e. wires, you just have to make sure it's never going to get hot enough to melt that. Lead, for example, lead will melt at 327 degrees. Our aqua tuners will start overheating at 325. So if this thing gets up to, and our steam turbines will be overworked at 200. This should never get above 200 degrees. If it's getting to 360 degrees and melt, or 300 and whatever degrees and melting, we got a hell of a lot more problems than melting wires coming at us. So we're not gonna worry about it. Okay, those two packets of polluted oxygen merged and it's down to 12.9. Let's keep an eye on that. So this stuff's getting built. Green thumbs, you don't have any ranching to do? That's unbelievable. I brought on a second rancher because I was like, Green Thumbs is not going to be able to handle all of this. There's just way too much ranching. And here they are out here. Ooh, printables that I don't remember. What do we got? We're up to 11 dupes. I'm nervous about going any higher. Oh, Killer raiding in with a party of one. I do think I still have to fix Frosty, so I'm going to do a manual shout out for Killer Jam 25 over here. How the heck are you, Killer? How was Cities? Treating you good? I sent you a video series from I Am Kibitz. Kibitz does Satisfactory and City Skylines content. I think he does some other stuff. He even did some Foundry content. I know you and Laz were playing that for a while. But his City Skylines 2 city is just absolutely nuts. And really, like, if I was going to play, I feel like after... I'm not done with the full series, but after watching it, I'm like, okay, I kind of know how to approach city skylines if I ever want to. Flatulent narcoleptic mouth breather. All of you can go fuck yourselves. We're going to take the fungal spore. Not that we're ever going to need it, but, you know, if we decide we want to do some mushroom ranching, we can. Amazing. It took almost 6 hours to get 40k. Happy birthday, Tater. Oh, your colonist. It's their birthday? Did they get cataracts or a bad back or something? Hopefully the birthday was good and not absolutely terrible. He got hearing loss for a present from Cassandra. Oof. Time to make him a vampire. I don't like how full this is. I'm tempted to cut crude going in here for a second, but I'm scared I won't remember, so... Okay. Let's link that in. And snip that. And those are all still getting power. Excellent. These are made out of steel. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. That being said, let's start working on putting the infrastructure down for the ones that are going to go here. We're probably going to leave that last... No, let's build over to there. That'll be fine. Again, priority 9 on the build there because there's only 1 or 2 dupes that can actually do that work. No crashes on the game today. Hell yeah! A day of no crashes is always a good day. I have not crashed this game today either. Satisfactory crashed my computer a couple of times the other night, but I think that's because I opened and closed like 100 games in the span of an hour or two, so... That is what it is. I am actually really stoked for the 1.0 release of Satis. I wasn't sure what to do the other day. I was just like, man, I kept opening and closing games. And then eventually I wound up, like, because I was like, I don't really want to start. I don't really want to play my current Satis playthrough because I'm in so deep that it's like I'd be starting another mega project, which I wouldn't even finish by the time 1.0 releases. I know it's almost 2 months away, but you guys know me and my mega projects, right? And so I was like, well, maybe I should start messing around with different starts. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to start anything because then by the time I get anywhere, 1.0 comes out. So what I decided to do is work on my technique for starting the world. Like with my sea ice start in RimWorld, I did a bunch of math on that start. I was like, okay, we have these many materials, we need this much space, we need to do X, Y, and Z, and I actually sat down and like did the math on what to build out of what materials in RimWorld. And then I'm over here like, you know, you do that in RimWorld, that's a very satisfactory style thing to do. Why aren't you doing that for Satis? So I did that for Satis. I kind of figured out what you start with, because I'm always going to skip the onboarding. The onboarding is where you start out and you literally just handcraft a bunch of stuff. You start with, like, you got to handcraft the material. Like, you have to mine by hand, make bars by hand, then make those drills that you just place by hand and go from there. So they have an option to skip onboarding, and basically they give you enough resources to set up mining drills right off the bat. So you can just jump right into production, which is fantastic. And so I wanted to do the math on that. I was like, how many mining drills? How many constructors? And basically, if you do it right, you have enough to set up 4 setups. A mining drill, a smelter, a constructor, and a storage bin. One of them you skip the smelter because it's limestone and it goes directly into a constructor. So you have 2 iron setups, one making plates, the other one making rods. A copper setup making wire, and a limestone one making concrete. And that's all the stuff you need to unlock the first few tiers of things. So you set those up, and then it's a matter of wanting to get to chainsaw immediately. So that's a tier 2. Now, what I got to double check, I didn't think tier 2 was unlocked when I looked at it, but again, it was late and everything. So I'm going to go back and double check that, because if that could be the first thing I unlock, then that would probably be how I'm going to do that. But if I have to unlock something else, I think I would unlock the splitters and mergers next. The hard part is you really need to get into screws and cable relatively quickly. I wound up having to make some screws and cable by hand while the other stuff started to process out. Which is not bad at all, realistically, but how much of this do we have left? Okay, so can we... No. Okay. We're gonna leave that be for a hot second. Yes. Okay. So temperature got hot. Stuff came back in here because the pressure was not above 18 kilos. I love this. This was the plan from the beginning, everybody. And once that polluted oxygen is out of there, 9.7, and okay, it's slowly but surely getting split up and dealt with. So anyway, basically I came up with how I like to start Satisfactory. I think when I start a new playthrough, I'm going to go to the Rocky Desert. I've done that start before. That playthrough wound up being something I did with Bass and Squiddy. Now, these are wild slicksters over here, in theory, and I feel like we're getting less and less wild slicksters. How about over here? Critter-wise in here. Okay, so we're doing all right here. Huh. Because what's happening is I think these guys are laying eggs, and then they're getting put in here and then dumped into our system over here. Any of you guys actually wild, tame? Tame. You're wild. You're tame. 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 Wild. So, wild animals lay wild eggs. Tamed animals lay tamed eggs. So, okay, you know what? Now that our stuff is doing things correctly, let's do a little mop over here. That should get that bit of water out of there. Okay, as soon as this water is finished pumping over here, which appears to be, yeah, our ceramic is going up nicely. What is it, 400 or 800? 800. So we're halfway to our refinery being made out of ceramic, which is fantastic. Now, let's ask a question here. Refinement, metal refinery. So that takes up 3 wide, right? Now let's say we want to leave a space, then there, and then that would go there. All right. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to copy this guy down here and then deconstruct it. That way we can fit 2 refineries with a space in between each of them and the crusher and this guy. And then this can help produce a little bit of heat down here. Not that the oil refineries and the petroleum need help producing heat, but, you know, we'll give them a little bit. Now, I was talking about the possibility of using an oil reservoir with our coolant, but I don't think we need to. Not with the way I build. So I'm not going to stress about that just yet. We've got a little time before that ceramic's ready for us anyway. So realistically, this is going to wind up being a little bit of a clay factory for quite some time. It's going to take forever for this much polluted water to off-gas entirely, and we're not going to use it for anything else realistically. If we need more polluted water for projects, which we might, we'll find other ways of creating it. Maybe we'll set up a temporary natural gas gen and just burn off some of the extra natural gas we have in a chill spot and just collect the polluted water. Whatever we need to do, we'll do. But how far down are we? Are we down far enough that we can do like a high-level mop? We are. Let's get that shit mopped up. Temperature-wise, still gravy over here. Now, we do have some hot stuff down over here. We're using better info tiles, so we get to actually see what everything is. Most stuff's at a pretty good temperature. Some stuff at 42. Yeah, nothing. Okay, so we got some dirt at 51C. Which is probably dirt that came in from there and then aggregated temperature with the dirt from our other spots. So all well and good on that front. Okay, so that's mopped up and we can start deconstructing this system and getting our power distribution sorted out. So we'll have them do that. So looking at these guys, all right. So, well, I am going to find something that could cool me off. Sounds good, sounds good. I always have my AC going. In fact, it's a little toasty in my room. I might could do a little bit for that myself. All right. Now, I think we just start building in the floor for these guys. Deconstruct that. Now let's figure out how we want to distribute power. We have power distribution over here for our volcano. So we can delete these wires, right? This wire that we were distributing from up here, which we're gonna huck it in the dumpster. Actually, that being said, why don't we run this wire down here like that? Get it out of the way a little bit, because it's got to connect up to the main system. We're recycling power. We can't wait till Thursday to move into our new part. You know what? You mentioned AC. Let me put mine on. I'm like, why am I relating to you so much right now? Oh, because my room is getting toasty. I live out in the hot part of Los Angeles, which is nowhere near as hot as where Killer lives, but still gets a little toasty from time to time. Okay, so what we were talking about is power distribution, right? Now, I think these two, we're going to build our egg system probably right underneath the power distribution. So I'm thinking the two on the left make the most sense for that. Yeah, we'll dedicate... Okay, so if we've got 8 ranches, we should only need... All right, let me check something real quick. Lifespan and everything on these guys. 100 cycles. I think these are right in line with the other critters. So if we're running 8 ranches, and we're not even running 8 full ranches, we're running 7 ranches plus a one that's at less than half capacity. It's supposed to be hundreds all week. That's terrible. I'm so sorry about that. So, all that being said... I think slicksters work the same way as Drecos or hatches. I think it's basically... If you're reserving eggs without power, you need... You need 2 per ranch. But these, with it on and them hugging it, it's 400%, so 1 per 2 ranches. So if we've got 8 ranches, we should only need 4 powered incubators to make this whole thing work. And obviously the meat making section over here. So where are we going to move the wild boys? Oh, that long hair. Ugh. I don't want to do this because they're adorable, but oh, it's wild. Oh, I feel bad. I feel that feels bad. Tame. You're going to die off because you can't. Well, you can eat because you're eating oxygen, but you won't replace yourself. So those guys are going to die. I'd like to have one long-haired slickster in our base, so we'll move the wild one over here. They should replace. Now they will consume oxygen. They're kind of a luxury pet, but I think we can afford it. We'll keep an eye on that. And I do apologize for keep checking the liquid overlay. I want this system to start backing up. My dream is to have this all the way up to 5 tons of liquid in here. And obviously it'll be taking a little bit out, but I want it to start overflowing into our air storage system so that I can be confident that we are doing the right thing, like I said. You are in such a dumb place. So, slicksters. Okay, so if we're using 4 powered slickster, 4 powered incubators, let's do a little bit of a proper design here, right? Right. So the sweeper goes left and right by 4. So we could actually have the sweeper there. And if we put one space in the middle, that space... No, it couldn't be. Maybe? Okay, so what I'm trying to work out is I'd like to put a sweeper in place so the sweeper actually puts the eggs. It won't put eggs into unpowered incubators, but it will put them into powered incubators. So if we set this up right, we could have one sweeper that's putting the eggs into the incubators and putting the meat into the meat loader, as long as we can do this just right. Now, I'd like to kind of... Okay, let's say that we tack this whole thing in right here. Yeah. So we would need a space for 4 incubators. So that would mean... I don't like that. So, like, we could put one here and here. There and there. And then that would be there and there. And we put a sweeper right at the edge, because they'll be at different levels. And then that sweeper... Okay, I think I got an idea. Yeah, I think I got an idea, but it's gonna involve us moving some of this. And these guys gotta go somewhere. 5 wild slicksters. So here's what I'm thinking, right? Let's put them... God, I want them out of the way, out of the way. Where can I stick them that's up high and out of the way, but also drop stuff where it needs to go? I could put them legitimately right here, because their crude would drop down and join all this stuff, which would be fine. We get some petroleum from the molten slicksters. Just want them up higher than everything else. Also, we could try to set it up so so that they don't cause, so that the duplicants don't use the wild eggs so that we can keep them wild. It would mean I'd have to put them probably somewhere like right here. Yeah, if I put them here, we'll temporarily build a ladder there. We'll move them over here. Once they're moved, we'll delete that ladder, and the slicksters won't be able to... what am I trying to say? The dupes won't be able to get over to the slicksters to move the eggs into our incubator setup. Which will mean I like to keep some wild animals of every species just in case we need them. There's always a risk if you change every animal to a domesticated animal. Just because if somehow you screw up your ranches and everything dies, you're going to need a wild one to start over. Now, if we screw up our slickster ranches enough that we need to start over, we're probably already starting the playthrough over. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, as it were, as Francis would say. Okay. We're just doing all the projects today. I'm going to put in a fire pole coming all the way down to here. We will break that ladder so we can put a fire pole there as well. Yeah, that'll work. They should move those slicksters. Then we gotta break out this nonsense in a way that doesn't screw everything up. So if we're having these go into this corner here, 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 these are how tall? Is it 3 tall? Yeah, they're 3 tall. So 1, 2, 3. So there's going to be a floor there. This power wire is more or less obsolete, although we are going to need it down here. We're going to leave that because, okay, and it's on the left side, so we can delete over to there. And then this power wire is going to come up over to here, and it's going to get connected via that situation, although I think I'd like it more if it came from that side. So we're going to do that, and delete that, and cancel that. There we go. Okay, that being said, no, we need you to be able to move those slicksters. I don't know who's moving the slicksters, but Green Thumbs is on it. Okay, Green Thumbs is moving them over. We're going to delete out those tiles. Good job, Green Thumbs. Thanks for a video of I'm Kibitz going to watch it later. Oh yeah, it's a whole it's a whole playlist series. He starts and then he does, I think it's like 27 or 28 episodes. I don't know if it's still going, but it's his whole like rundown of all of his playthrough of the game. 2, 3. So we're gonna need a floor also here, and we're probably just going to brick this in just to make it look tight. We're going to need to move our evolution chamber, which is probably going to get moved right to here-ish. Actually, hang on. Do we put it at the back side? Let me let them move the slicksters and then make a few changes here, because can also get rid of this, because we already moved all the polluted water we need to move. Excellent. We'll leave the vent there in case we need to move some back down there later. But all of that can get deconstructed. That goes there. Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out here is if we want to put the evolution chamber on the backside over here, which might be a good idea, or put it on the front side. Thinking maybe backside here, right? So like, we need 3 tiles there, 3 tiles there, so the floor of the incubators would be here. So what we could do is put a door here. This would be the oil, and then this would be... Okay, so we would have something like that. With a door there. We would then put a conveyor chute say... Let's say there. Lots of little things we got to do here. So then that would come over to there. Which means I would actually want this to come down like that. You know, I'm just being particular here. Those get destroyed. We'd wind up with that there. Then on the back side here, we'd wind up with one of you. Ooh, hang on, hang on, hang on. You wouldn't be able to see all the way, would you? And if I put you there, you can't see that. Can you see enough of it, though? Is it the bottom left tile? Ooh, okay. Okay, okay. New plan, new plan. Okay, yeah. I know what we're gonna do. I should stop drawing freaking power wires, because don't actually know where they're gonna be yet, and we do need to get our dupes over to that spot, so we're gonna put that there. I still blame you for talking about meatballs, because I had to last night and going to have some later. Yep, meatballs are the best. Gotta love some meatballs. Alright, so what we're gonna do... I think. We need to come up with a system here. Yeah, so we're gonna put this here. With an incubator on the left, an incubator on the right, and 2 incubators here. Ooh, hang on, hang on, hang on. I don't like it. I really, really don't like it. I know I'm being picky here. I know I'm being picky. I just like the idea of, like, putting everything in a good, like, tight setup, right? Making best use of the space and all that jazz. So yeah, okay. So we would be losing a little bit at the backside here. I don't know if that's avoidable. Let me try and think a little bit here. Unless we just drop that down one level. I think I might like that. Okay. Slight change in plans. And by slight, I mean change in plans. That is going to go there. That can go there. And our door, made of steel, can go there. Conveyor chute goes here. Right. Because all of this is going to get annihilated anyway. So, whatever. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's going to take time to do the switch over, but, you know, we'll get there. We'll get it sorted. That means that goes. We're going to wind up putting in one here. Oh, that door being at the backside was the problem. Okay, so the door being over here means that we can't... Let me slow down just a little bit more. Take a sip of my lemonade. Now, this goes 4 down as well, right? So let's say this was here. I'm trying to be clever with my build, you know? Like, I feel like mentioning Fight Club. That's good. It's very clever. Thanks. How's that working out for you? What? Being clever. Great. Keep it up, then. But... I don't think I'm going to be able to be clever enough. So what concessions do I want to make with this area becomes the question. Right? Like... I want one sweeper to be able to access the eggs, put them in the incubators, and put them in the loader. I'd have to put it in the middle to be able to do that. Actually, hang on. It goes 4 left and 4 right. I think I got it. We can put it right up against the wall. Okay. I think I have an idea. So we're going to put it right up against the wall. We need 3 tiles, so that's those 3 tiles. So then we would need 2 there, right? Then we're going to skip a space, put the sweeper, skip a space, and then put another 2 there. We're going to go down 1, 2, 3, and put a tile here and a tile here. Then we put the sweeper quite literally right there. It'll be able to see both of these, and it'll be able to see both of these. Then we can put the evolution chamber, so to speak, right down here, and it'll be able to see it. So we go like that. There we go. All right. Now we're cooking with gravy. We're going to copy that. We're going to put that there, and then we're going to put the steel doorway sideways right there. Now, before we do that, we should do a very high-level sweep of everything that's, like, right here. Let's get all that stuff the hell out of our way real quick. And so what that means is that this guy to there, and then this guy to here, and that comes down there. Okay, now we got a good situation. Our dupes are going to want to come into this area from where? Because we're going to need a pickup area, so... Incubator, 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 incubator. All of that's going to get destroyed. Gertrude, you don't have a hat. Why don't you have a hat? Let's get you a hat there. What are we at? Okay, we're in the last hour of... Oh, wait. Gertrude is... We never fully redid Gertrude. Gertrude's supposed to be our... Did I not reset your priorities even? No, I did. You're set to cooking, but I didn't skill scrub you. Gosh darn it, Gertie. Let's get your brain nice and cooked. You know, let's get you in there and get you... I was wondering why she wasn't grilling. Well, she doesn't have the grilling skill. It's not in her skill set. Ladder. Ooh. Oh, because this is in the way. Put that guy there. Can we please get all that stuff swept up? You're going to go there, you're going to go there, you're going to go there, and you're going to go there. Now, what this means is I can take a pickup and put that there. And that gives us a nice little enclosed incubator room. It does leave a little space over here, but, you know... It is what it is, right? And this does need to be an enclosed room, so we're going to wind up doing that. Let's do that so that they can actually delete those tiles. Now, I don't know what's going to go in here. Maybe we wind up with more power distribution, but this will be the incubator space. A lot more condensed because we're going to be able to power it up. Basically, this whole infrastructure here is going to get condensed down to this little space right here. Like I said, we got a little bit of extra room up here. Who knows? Maybe we'll just stick some jumpin' joyas in there or something. Oh, no, those die at 100, and this is going to be hotter than 100. Just standing there building without moving. Building without even using my hands. Wonderful. We're going to snag this. We're going to copy settings. We're going to paste settings here. Oh, actually, nope. Strike that. Reverse it. And you can't get to this, huh? Do that. And do that. Still leaves us with this little awkward space over here, but who knows? Maybe that'll come in handy later on. We're going to put that there. And we're going to have to move our rails a little bit here. So this whole system where the meat is getting sent out, we're going to do that. But we're also going to want to send out stuff to our main area, right? Right. Now, do we have 2 rail systems, or do I actually set up some sort of rail sorting? I think we might actually set up a rail sorter. Do we have that? We don't, do we? That's probably over here. Solid filter. Right, right, right. Okay. Fair enough game. So this bad boy... we're going to basically need 2 sets of rails now if we want things to go... Well, what's going to be in there? Eggshells, right? And the eggshells are going to go up here. So maybe, yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we just send a rail straight up here with eggshells and drop them for here. Because what else would be in here? It would be meat and eggshells. That's the only thing that slicksters produce. So we do this. Grab our rail. Ugh, again, iron ore again. So we're going to want to take, let's say, this one down. We could rerun that later, but for now we're going to leave that there. This one is going to come straight up here. Now, I do want to put a storage box here, so they can't get to that tile. Okay, I'm going to temporarily deconstruct that so they can build the tile they need to. We're going to go over here into shipping. We'll put a conveyor chute right there. We are going to put in a storage bin right there. How much ceramic do we have? 400. So we're getting there. I forgot to turn this onto ceramic forever. We've got a little bit of clay we can process down, so that'll be good. So what is that? It's the ceramic is 100 kilos of clay and 25 kilos of coal to get us 100 kilos of ceramic. So slow process. How is our ceramic or clay production doing down here? I bet you're not off-gassing. Oh boy, temporary broken systems. What do we got blueprint-wise? Slickster larva, wild boy. I don't like any of the dupes, so we'll take the larva. Move that guy over here. High priority, so he doesn't get liquid everywhere. And now, how are we going to fill this with crude? I've got an idea. Alright, so we need this to be locked. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab these little guys here. And we're just going to move them up here. And then they should produce just enough crude to start filling up this thing to drown things. How we did it. Getting a little bit worn out. I love this game, but your brain working at this level starts to collapse after a while. So we're going to need for them to get over there. Yeah, we could theoretically put in a little bit more of a distribution box down here. So if we need to snag this space for more or whatever later on, we can. It is nice to see this place getting a little bit more organized. This thing is up to 687 kilos. Looks like our system over here is working. We're down to 9 kilos of polluted oxygen, so slowly but surely that thing's getting dealt with, which will be nice. We can we can disconnect this system once there's no polluted oxygen up here, and then we'll see if any more accumulates. And as long as it doesn't, we eventually can just get that out of there, and we're not having this thing run nonstop, recycling steam back into the system. Pressure-wise, very good. Very good, game. Very good. So our rail system here... Welcome home! We're doing stuff. We're doing stuff. Welcome back to the madness. You know that we're going to be ending soon. You know. But we are slowly but surely getting things together. We're going to be able to transition over to powered slickster incubators. You were the one that drove you home. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm at the point where I don't know if I give a shit about molten slicksters. Like, I know everyone's like, molten slicksters are better. And I'm like, yeah, but if that's what's requiring us to do all this filtering, I'm not overly worried about them, honestly. Huh. Let's get that done sooner rather than later, moving those guys. So here's the problem we're going to run into, right? Like, we want this to be our evolution chamber, like this little spot down here, which means we need to fill this with enough oil that they drown. It's kind of weird. Basically, they're drowning in their own excrement at this point. You did great. I had no doubt that would be the case. Congratulations. Okay, that's right. We got to high priority this stuff. Otherwise, Barb winds up building other things. So let's do an 8 on all of that. So Barb gets building the shipping rails. So Barb's the only one who's authorized to do such work. Okay. I don't love this hatchery, but it'll do. It's semi-space efficient. It gets the job done. Love you too. Welcome home. All that good jazz. Okay, so we have sorted that out. Now what we could do is we technically have a pitcher pump, right? You know what? Let's do that. Let's temporarily deconstruct this. I bet. I'm pretty tired myself over here. But I'm feeling pretty good. This is going to be eggshells. Now we're going to have to leave this in place for a little while because we want a reasonably seamless transition, right? So we're going to grab this, we're going to copy settings, we're going to paste settings. We're going to grab ourselves a little bottle emptier here. put that there. I think obsidian will work for now. No, it's not going to work because it is toasty as fuck over there. 75. Actually, what temperature? 79, 80 degrees, so 75. You know what? It might work. It might work long enough to get the job done. Let's give it a shot. Oh my god. I can't even tell you guys how happy I am with the progress today. I know we've been basically just focused over here, but that's why I titled the stream about the industrial sauna. The industrial sauna switchover and upgrading of our slickster hatchery and all of that. This is like a very large thing to be doing for us. I definitely planned on this taking all day. We did a few little side things here and there, but the fact that this is actually coming together this good, that is very important and is definitely something I'm happy with. How much water do you output on average? 1.5. So you almost output enough for all of these. Okay, I'm not going to worry as much here. Oh yeah, you can't get to those. Okay, this pitcher pump, we're going to go over here. We're going to do crude. We're going to enable auto bottling. We're going to put it on a 9 because I want to make sure this gets done. We're going to supervise. Let's speed this up a little bit now, actually. I'm not one to put it on a 3, but we're kind of just micromanaging very small. So I wanted to throw this idea out there. I have a spare computer that can run a satisfactory dedicated server on. We can try it out after the release. Ooh! You're a wonderful human being, Zed. I mean, you knew that part, but yeah, let's do that. If you want one of these evenings or a Sunday or something like that, we could get together and test it with the current version, make sure we know what we're doing, and then swap it over once the release comes out if you want. It might be fun to have a server for the community. Yeah, that sounds super awesome. I mean, you just let me know, you know, no stress, no time restraints or anything like that, but whenever you want to do something like that, just let me know. Oh my god. They're just bringing scraps. Just bring full loads. There we go. Now, our rail system... Okay, slow it down just a hair. Let's grab ourselves a little bridge. I'm going to put a bridge here. And I'm going to do that so that we can move this rail. Like that. Because we do want to be able to continue pulling meat out of here, but we don't want eggs getting dropped in here anymore. We want them getting dropped in here. We'll decommission all of these incubators to get these going. All right, Lou's on it over here. Oh my god, this place looks so much cleaner. I'm absolutely ecstatic about this. This is what I've wanted from, like, the very beginning. And we've left ourselves enough space for a few other projects, too, so... Alright, so those are going to get shipped up there for now, which means we can get rid of that. And that conveyor chute. So, whatever's in here is going to continue doing what they're doing. The meat will get sent over. Eventually, there will be no more in here because they're all going to start getting dumped over here. And then this whole room will take over priority. So we're going to copy settings, and we're just going to do that. That should mean that we get eggs topped off in there. I'm going to deconstruct that for now. Actually, that doesn't matter. Whatever. They're going to be able to, well, I'll deconstruct that. Okay. So we've almost got enough goo in here. I think another 2 batches of oil being run over here should be good. I like to have like a full 2 tiles. Yeah, so this next round of oil should sort that out. Okay, so that is good. We hit sweep only, so it finishes up what it's doing and nobody queues up to do more. Then we uncheck everything, hit deconstruct. And if I remove this, that drops the egg on the floor. All right. You not sweep. Oh, fuck a duck. Gotcha. I screwed up. It can't see the meat down there. This needs to be higher. Or this needs to be lower. Son of a bitch. Oh, boy. Well... There are ways to fix it, but what do I want to do becomes the question. Oh, God. Okay, well, this is what we're doing. So let's do it. We've got another half hour-ish, so why don't we actually get this done? So what we're going to have to do is shift over pretty much this whole paradigm by 1. Hey! Is it actually playing video games if you get it done right the first time? Who knows? So we're going to shift this over, shift this egg bit over, add another point here. So that goes there. That goes there. Those get destroyed. Because this thing will be able to see this egg thing even if it's one over. So... Okay. Now it's not the super slick looking thing that I wanted it to be, but you know, it's what it's gonna have to be for now. Maybe I'll come up with something better in the future, but for now this is still gotta move a couple of things though, like this guy. That guy's gonna need to move up to there, and our shipping rails. You're gonna need to get this conveyor loader's gonna get deconstructed. Okay. This one is we're gonna need a block here and here. Which again, just kind of like deconstruct the nomadic door, deconstruct that. Conveyor shoot. Where's the... Oh, like, yeah, I already deleted that one, so we're going to go back down to shipping here. We're going to grab the conveyor chute. We're going to slap that bad boy in there. We're going to grab this rail. Finish that off there. We're going to lock that door. They can still get through there. It's fine that those guys are drowning. That does the thing. So this is now... Actually, hang on. That's now meat. This is... eggshells, right? Yes. And then is the power in the right location? Power is in the right location. So meat will get sent down, and this thing can actually see the bottom of that now. We can see both of these. You can see those. Okay, so now we have a proper hatchery for our dudes. So, at this point, we can break all of these. And we can break all of these, hopefully. We're going to move any existing ones of these up to there, and we're going to move any eggs up to here. I kind of feel a little bad. Like, we are legitimately, like, doing terrible things to these slicksters. I feel like when you're doing terrible things in RimWorld, it's like, well, yeah, we're playing RimWorld. When you do terrible things in Ani, it's like, aw, the little carpet monsters. I love the little carpet monsters. Okay, so that actually should be net positive on steel, because we went from having like 8 or 16 incubators to having 4 incubators, so that's solid. They are going to make quite the mess over there, and we're going to have to change around a bunch of stuff gradually here, but nothing that is all that important. Take a little sip of my lemonade here. So tomorrow, guys, we're going to be doing sea ice on RimWorld. It's been a really fun playthrough so far. Been very much enjoying it. It is a very intense playthrough, but we're getting to the point where I'm like, I'm feeling pretty goddamn good about it. So I think we're gonna be able to get a lot done. Last stream yesterday, we got a lot done yesterday. So I don't doubt we'll be able to get some substantial progress. I've got ideas for the base. Barb is actually going to go out and mine some things instead of saying confined to the inner sanctum, because she can officially have some sort of mobility with her being a vampire and all. We might do some swapping around of the jetpacks and stuff like that, just to make sure we can have some people go out and get work done and have mobility. Julie has been absolutely essential when it comes down to combat. She's such a good shot. I think we have the jump pack on her. We're probably going to be leaving the jump pack on her, so she has mobility. But Humph and... what are you grabbing? You're picking up meat. You have so little other things to do that you're picking up the meat manually. Gotcha. So this whole area is going to be getting an overhaul. Let's start by deleting all of that. Deleting that and that. And then deciding... Okay, so my only qualm about how the way I set this up right now is that it's not at the same level as this, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it is a little annoying. So we're going to make a few minor adjustments here. Namely, we're going to have this come over to here like that. And we're going to run this up like that. These ladders... I know I want to do work over here, so I'm going to have to leave those in place for now, but those are going to have to go as well. This ladder system down here is probably going to become obsolete. And what we could do is this little overflow tank, we could actually move this over here to make good use of the space. It's probably a good idea. That way it's not in this central area anymore, and that gives us the opportunity to make adjustments over here to fit in more ranches if we need them. Choose a blueprint. What do we got? Stinky. Critter aversion, gastrophobia. Too many negatives and not enough positive. Stinky. Cuisine, machinery, athletics, uncultured, germ-resistant, unpracticed artist. Suit. I'm tempted to grab Max. I really am. But I don't think Max... We've already got a second main cook for this planet. And I think the last dupe we... Let me check on Ren real quick. Agriculture. Meep. So let's think about this. Operating and suit wearing are reasonably synergistic, right? Because if we look at the skill trees, suit wearing is this. He's going to have a passion for these two things. And we have to get improved carry to get into operating. So it's not the best. No, I don't think we can take Max. I don't think we can take Max. He's all right, but he's just not exactly what I'm looking for. I would take the Oxalite, but it's just going to off-gas, so we'll print the Mirth Leafs. I don't know that we're ever actually going to do anything with the Mirth Leaf, but hey, it is there for the time being. Looks like our pressure system is working. Vroom vroom out there in the world. So looks like this system is working, and it looks like we've got 211 kilos stored here. So since 211 kilos are stored, we're constantly running these three except when they have downtime, and we've got plenty of slicksters to augment the crude so that we have a full pipe. The second pipe only runs if we get like a little bit, if this starts filling up more, then we have this hydro sensor to kick on the second pipe to send more of the crude up there. Yeah, we're going to rework that pipe system as well. Now, all of this being said, like I said, let's continue our cleanup of this area. We're going to delete this this section of junk here. This can now get deleted. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to continue this ladder system downward. Now, in the interest of being able to walk over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's just do that for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break these out over to here, so they can come up and work on this stuff over here, but we don't have this confusion with this ladder system here. I'm trying to embrace the idea that you don't want everything... You're not going to be able to make optimal use of any space if your goal is to have every floor perfectly symmetrical. In base, most of our floors are 4 tall, and it works. It's a good floor size. Your dupes standing on the floor can reach up and work on anything. They can't work in the ceiling, but then that's the floor of the next level. So it winds up working out for building quite often. But it is not always the optimal shape and size for what we're doing. So I'm trying to only do that in spots where I'm like, well, we need to have something there for now. So like this is 4 tall because I need them to be able to get over here and do a little bit of work. We have to leave this in place, but we're just gonna try and continue our little cleanup effort here. We've only got like 10 minutes left in stream or so, so this works out quite good. We are going to delete all of this, this ladder. So basically, there's 2 ladder systems. You come in, and if you want to go down to the Slickster ranches, you drop down here. Otherwise, you go across to this ladder system to go up. And if you're coming from up here, you can drop down as well. I don't know. We might make a few minor adjustments to that as we go, especially if we wind up putting in additional ranches. There's no reason to put in additional ranches at the moment, but that doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. So when we come back on Thursday, we're going to check in on Meep and the other colonist that we grabbed today, and it might be time to send them over to Planet 2. We'll also have to do a little bit of work over here. I know what we have to do, I just don't want to do it. We're going to have to set this up so that everything gets vacuumed out of here that's not polluted oxygen, and the polluted oxygen just gets recycled back in. That way there's not this... Basically, the water is overpressured. We don't want the water to be overpressured. So in order to fix that, we're going to have to put a little liquid lock to get into this thing, which means we might have to move this ladder system. It's going to be a thing, right? So don't want to get into that. That'll be a little side project for Thursday. We'll continue our side project, reclaiming this land. And we'll start digging out space. I think Thursday is going to be a lot about digging out spots that we need to dig out and trying to get ourselves either over to the second planet or get some more things sorted so that we can start getting over there one way or the other. This is all weirdness from these guys dropping different liquids. I don't think we have a solve for that yet, so our solve is going to be that we're just going to let the molten slicksters die. That's going to be our solve. I'm so tempted to just murder all of these things. I am so tempted to murder all those things. Now, for some reason, they're still coming down here and grabbing meat, and it's probably because I don't have enough other work queued up for them. We're still 100 ceramic short, because of course we are. See, this system, we could do something like this down here, in theory, but this water is hot, and so we'd have to use, I don't know. Maybe we do something like that. I was hoping this would just work. I realize now why it doesn't, but I'm not willing to deal with that. Okay, I am just going to queue a little bit of a mop command right there. It's probably going to remain junk over here for a while. We've got... Are there not eggs? Where are the eggs? Oh, 156. They are there. Okay, it's going to take a long time to go through all of that. Ladder system is looking a little bit nicer. Meat is being automatically moved by the meat things. Eggshells are automatically being moved by the eggshell thing. Speaking of which, we're going to make sure that eggshells go in here. I love this system, guys. Hell yeah, dinner. I'm excited about dinner myself, even though I don't know what it's going to be. This whole system of prioritizing water and recycling it to where it needs to go, I've been dreaming about this since we first started setting up this industrial area forever ago. This makes me so happy. And once that polluted oxygen is fully cleared out of there, it's down to 633 grams. So we're almost able to shut this system off. water boiling right off as soon as it comes in from our petroleum generators. That's been a dream of mine forever. We've got plenty of space for activities if we want to add some stuff in. We've got power distribution that... this is probably going to be the first project we work on when we come back on Thursday. I'm tempted to work on it now. No. Basically... Okay, when we come back on Thursday, the first thing we got to do is make this a functional system. We're probably going to delete a good amount of it and then rebuild it to be an actual functional system for making clay. It's not going to be that difficult. It's just going to aggravate me because we spent so much time trying to figure out what to do with that water. I feel like I wasted a bunch of time today. Ilticine raiding with a party of 28. Hi, raiders. I was just about to end, but we're getting a huge raid coming in. So we'll go a little bit longer. Iltisine. My Autobot is not working because I got to go reauthorize stuff. But we'll do a manual shout out, guys. Go check out Ilticine. I like that name. That's a really good name. And let me make sure that I'm following you. Follow. Boopity boop. Wait. Did that follow or unfollow? Nope, that followed. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm NetherCloud. You came in when my brain is pretty much fully cooked. We've been going for about 6 hours. Like I said, I was about to end, but there is no way I'm going to dip out on 30-plus people in the chat. So let me tell you a little bit about me and about the playthrough. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Tuesday and Wednesday are Oxygen Not Included days. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is RimWorld. Saturday is kind of our wild card day. We're currently doing Hollow Knight, and we'll be switching to Satisfactory when the... yes, fully cooked brain. When the new 1.0 release date, we'll be doing Satisfactory Saturdays. But for the foreseeable future, we'll be doing Ani on Tuesday and Thursday. This is what what we've been calling my cozy playthrough. Now, that more or less means that we're not doing any extreme challenges. I do extreme challenges in both RimWorld and Oxygen Not Included. The last one we did for Ani was a 100-cycle hands-off sustainability challenge that Zed came up with. Basically, you have 100 cycles to create a fully sustainable base for 8 duplicants, and then you have to take your hands off the keyboard and let it go. I didn't do the math. I'm not even going to say I didn't do it properly. I didn't do the math on the ranches, so I had plenty of stuff dialed in to transition to barbecue, but no chance of that barbecue actually sustaining the colony. So that base made it to cycle 497 after I took my hands off. I'm further than I've ever got. Oh, awesome. Yeah. I've done a few that are like high, like I think I've done something that's like 2,000 or 3,000 cycles. So anyway, that was the last challenge we did. I wanted to do a more casual playthrough, and I know this looks intense because by more casual, basically what I mean is we're not doing max difficulty sliders. We're not rushing to the tear or rushing to sustainability. We're not limiting ourselves. We're just taking on the projects we find fun and enjoyable. Today's entire play session was basically dedicated. This was a closed-off steam room up here, a 2-tile tall, and our entire play session today was more or less dedicated to integrating this into a layered sauna. It took a lot of little detail work. Having fun's playing games? No, right? It's only fun if you're screaming in frustration. So what we did is basically a lot of cleanup work, set ourselves up to automate a bunch of processes to break this out. So now we're using the steam turbines to pull excess water out that we're boiling from our petroleum generators. We've got our little and/or gates set up here, so they kick on when it gets really hot in here or when the steam pressure gets above 18 kilos. Outputs water using a double overflow system. So once it gets above 18 kilos of steam in here, it kicks on the shutoff and the steam turbines. We have a buffer gate. We'll have to dial that in a little as we go. And what that'll do is send water across this pipe instead of back down into the steam room. And that puts water into this reservoir and follow the pipes down to these 3 oil reservoirs. We're doing it with water sieves, but when we switched over, obviously we can't have water cracking in the pipes as it boils. So now we're using the heat from our petroleum and our room to cook the water coming out of our generators. and then removing it using the steam turbines. So now we don't have to use sand to get ourselves polluted dirt. Speaking of which, or to get dirt, we're going to do this because I had this doing a little bit of crush and set. Yeah, we'll leave that on there. We're not low on sand, but we're a little low. Hey, Photoshop. How you doing? Welcome on in. We're going a little late because we had a raid come in, and I'm just telling everybody about me. We've got our industrial Draco farms going up here. We just started getting the glossies spun up. We've got our Dracos going. This was our Draco farm for a while, just a natural like little nook in here that we put a liquid lock. But did a whole industrial design. Got powered incubators, so one incubator should service 2 ranches. So one for the regular Dracos, one for the glossies. We've got Bomb Lily going up here. There shouldn't be any harvest pending for any of those. Excellent. So these guys are eating Bomb Lily because it's free, even when it's domesticated. Learned that on the 100 cycle playthrough. Too late, I might add. It's insulated in so that the heaters can keep this place at the right temp for it. Down here we have our cooling loop going so that we can... With your understanding of Ani, I look forward to seeing your RimWorld one day. Hell yeah. We'll be playing RimWorld tomorrow. In RimWorld, what we're doing is 500% losing is fun. So losing is fun, and then crank the slider from 220 threat all the way to 500. No traps, no kill boxes, no mods, sea ice. So 0 resources other than what we walked in with and what we can either trade for or scrounge together from stuff on the map, meteors, raiders, etc. We're up to 5 colonists, 2 of which are now vampires, and we just got a ghoul yesterday. We were a little concerned about feeding the ghoul, but the last event we dealt with yesterday was 3 devourers. If you're going to watch back the VODs, spoiler, we friggin' kicked their asses and took 0 damage. So very stoked about that. So those are going to get chopped up and fed to the ghoul over the winter, which is fantastic. All in all, very happy with the way that playthrough is going. Very happy with the way this one is going. All right, so this thing's got some water and it's going up. I was thinking about switching this around a little bit, but we'll leave that be. I think I might need to switch the buffer gate. You know what? Yeah, let's give that a full minute to run to remove water. I think that'll help our systems out a little bit. So something we can do, since we're going overtime a little bit, is we can keep working on our power distribution. Thank you for following, Night Tobias. Much appreciated, much appreciated. We have a little, like, we're basically switching everything over. Neglected my ceramic through this whole playthrough, so we've got a little makeshift bullshit going on down here. This is actually supposed to be our trickle ceramic, but it never really, hasn't really spun up properly yet. I've got a 4-tier overflow system for our toilets. So toilet water comes into the sieve, gets processed, prioritizes the toilets. If the toilet line is full, it'll go over and dump into here, so we have water to use for research. It doesn't matter if it's germy, because we have nothing. We have the cooler deactivated. A lot of shit going everywhere. My brain would pop if I play this game. Oh my god, yes. This game is like top tier nerd. So anyway, continuing on. Once this triggers the hydro sensor, it'll close that vent. This pipe will back up. Then what'll happen is everything will jam and it'll overflow the polluted into this spot here. That is, we're using a little technique that I learned from some of the community members where we layer waterlogged mesh tiles on top of airflow tiles. These guys can suck polluted air from down here into these, and we never risk polluted oxygen getting out. So this will fill with polluted water until this hydro sensor trips. Then it'll close off this vent and send a signal over to this shutoff, and then the final overflow, toilets are full, research water is full, ceramic water is full, then it will overflow into these bristleberries and soak up the extra. Not that we need it, it's just there. We've got a couple of long hair slicksters up here, 2 of which came out tamed, so they're just going to die. But we had a wild mutation. Slap that in here because up until today, this place was running a little on the chilly side for slicksters. You know, we might not be able to support them. We're very low on water here. We did some math with the overage from running our petroleum setup plus our steam vent. We can support about 16 plus a little. You're using a lot of the logic systems, it seems. Have you ever checked out games like Factorio? Ilticine, is that how you say it? Ilticine. I am very in love with Satisfactory. I've tried Factorio and I've tried Dyson Sphere Program multiple times, and there's just something about moving the character I don't like. So I prefer Satis over there. Just Ilt is cool? Okay, Ilt, yeah. So, like I was saying when you first came in, when I was going over the schedule, when the new Satisfactory 1.0 releases on September 10th, we're going to switch from doing Hollow Knight on Saturdays over to doing Satisfactory on Saturdays. We were doing Myst, which is an old school puzzle game from the 90s. There's a whole series. We did the first 3. Number 4 kind of burnt me out. I really didn't like the direction they were going with the puzzles, and it was really tanking the fun on Saturdays. So we switched over to doing Hollow Knight, and we'll be doing Satisfactory when the 1.0 releases. Now, I do want to make some changes real quick. So let's talk turkey here. I would like to split off a grid specifically, take one of these pairs specifically for our oil reservoirs, and then get this line decommissioned that's running through the center of our base. So how do we want to run that becomes the question. And then the other one is going to work the factory. So what I need to do is connect up this guy with this grid coming from over here. I think... Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's grab these 2 and run this down here. That'll connect this to this whole grid here. That means we'll be able to decommission these guys, which are in the way, which will be fantastic. I would love to get them the hell out of our lives. We can snip that. We can get rid of this nonsense. Gotcha. Out of Satisfactory, DSP, and Factorio. Satisfactory is actually my least favorite. You know, I've noticed there's this trend where a lot of people who play Oxygen Not Included don't tend to like first-person games. I don't know why. And maybe it's just like a whole, like, my brain is looking for it, so I'm seeing it. But we have a few community people that are like, yeah, I love automation, I love this. And a lot of them play Factorio and Oxygen Not Included and all that stuff. But when you mention Satisfactory, they're like, I get motion sick when I play. Nice, I love the Myst series. Exile was my favorite. The first one I beat without having to look anything up. Yeah, we didn't look anything up. Sometimes chat helped me a little bit and nudged me in the right directions. But for the most part, I was trying to play it blind. I remembered a decent chunk of the first one from when I was a kid. So there is that. Thank you for following, NG. Much appreciated. But 4 kind of tanked me out. I think I would agree with you that 3 was my favorite. Exiles was really like the first one is fantastic. Like, through the roof, just an awesome game. But 3 kind of like took it that next level. 2 I enjoyed, but I had a bout of pneumonia while I was playing 2. I have gone through 6 surgeries in the last 5 years for my stomach. Everything seems to be put together right. I just got to up my water intake and lose a few pounds per the doctor's orders. Ooh, which reminds me, I've got to set up redemptions for squats or sit-ups or something. Anyway, I digress on that one, often and shamelessly. So, what was I saying? Lost the thread of what I was saying. It's fine. You guys know what I'm talking... Oh, Myst. So, I was going through pneumonia when I was playing the second one, so I think I would have enjoyed it more if I wasn't half dead when I was playing it, if that makes any sense. Finally, I can get rid of these goddamn transformers. These things have been just sitting here, being in my way for a while. Do we have 800 ceramic? Not quite yet. We're gonna fix this on Thursday. This is like some leftover water that we were collecting from before we actually had the water flashing to steam over here. And I didn't know what to do with it. I was thinking about putting it in up here, but then it was cooking this mini gas pump, which I don't really care about. But now we've got that broken thing. Tempted to break in there later and freaking fix it, but you know, that's future Nether's problem. I'm not going to worry about it. But we're going to do a little something with this as a temporary system. We just need to get some ceramic going. This should get a little faster as this tank fills up and this starts to fill up a little bit more. But we're going to abuse the water we have for the sake of getting some spun up. As soon as we get another 100 kilos, we're going to slap down a refinery again. We had one that was made out of other materials that were subpar, so to speak. We can now bring this ladder system into a proper location. Of course, this thing is in the way. Did we finish getting the polluted oxygen out of here? Excellent. Yeah, Mist and Riven I played back in middle school, so there was some stuff I just didn't get at the time. I never got through number 4, Revelations, I think. Did you ever play URU Ages Beyond? So, I was planning on doing URU after we finished 3, because... Or no, after we finished 4, because timeline-wise, I think URU takes place between 4 and 5. So, because I bought the whole series on sale. They actually made URU into an MMO. I forget what they call it now, but if you go online, you can find it and download it, and they're still uploading more content. I forgot to remake that into a tile, so that goes there. I did not get through 4. I got pretty damn close to the end of 4, and I started to feel like the puzzles were just really disjointed and not doing a service to the game, and wasn't really having any fun. So I decided to say, screw it, let's move on to other things. And that's when we started our playthrough of Hollow Knight. So we've got, I think, 2 or 3 sessions playing Hollow Knight. I like a lot of different style of games. There was a while where I was just straight up experimenting with every different possible game you could imagine. Hourly schedule, but no real like game schedule. Basically, I came back and landed on RimWorld and Oxygen Not Included being the primary games, which is fine with me. I've got over 1,800 in RimWorld and about 1,500 in this one, so you can imagine they're top tier in my book. The only games that I have the only game I have more hours in is Ark Survival Evolved, which I don't play anymore. I think the game is still theoretically a good game, but the devs really kind of backed themselves into a corner with a lot of their business deals, and as such, a lot of the problems in the game are due to that whole, you know, business ruining art paradigm. At one point I was really pulling for them, like, man, I hope they get it together, because I think this could be one of the greatest games of all time. But you know, it is what it is. Okay, so that, yeah, and I think we'll break that. Ooh. I don't know about you guys, but I love when I get to clean up the map. We had a lot of temporary systems in here. Today was really about knocking out all these temp systems and just like starting to get it going. This is still left over from our larger hatchery before we were running powered incubators. So once all these eggs evolve into meat, we'll be able to rip out these temporary systems over here. But back to rerouting power. How do I want to do this? What is the path of least resistance when it comes to this power situation? Like I said, I want to get... I mean, I'll leave these on the line, and technically speaking, these are on the line, but those two are not working just yet. We'll come back to those at a later date. So what I'm thinking is just kind of take this across here. Bring that bad boy down there, like that. So now, the ranches... Ooh, actually... Alright, we'll go with that. We're also going to throw on one right here And we're going to bring this conductive wire down to meet here. We'll snip that, and we'll connect it once they finish building it. So this way, all of our oil wells, and this, which we might just change, will be running off of these two transformers. All of our ranch stuff will be running off of these two transformers, and our hatchery here is running off of these two. This is a little bit of an overkill situation here, but it is what it is. I like the concept of this hatchery. I think it came out okay, but we designed it like an hour ago and had to move it up and down a single block and widen it a single block a couple of times already. So that being said, I think we could do better. And there's a lot of extra larvae in here because of the old hatchery system. So you know how it goes. You've gotta leapfrog these things. You gotta keep the old system in place long enough for the new system to be fully spun up. But I'm trying to separate my power grids a little bit. Like having the petroleum boiler on its own distribution really makes me happy. So we've got infinite crude storage here and infinite petrol storage here. We've got pumps down here. The one of them runs constantly dumping crude into here. The other one runs when this gets a little full because I don't want to drown the bottom layer of slicksters. All along the bottom of the map, we've got these mesh tiles. So wherever gravity dumps oil, it all sloshes over into this corner and gets pumped. We have this power cheap system set up to filter out petroleum and crude. And then in case water or anything else gets into the system, we have an overflow that drops here. This is something we're going to be moving probably first thing on Thursday. We're going to move this overflow tank probably over here. But I'm not going to move it until I think about this, because I'm pretty sure I can come up with a more efficient design for this. It might involve shifting this a little bit one way or the other, so we'll see how that works out. I'm trying to make best use of the space, but because of this piece of neutronium, if I could delete that piece of neutronium and just hike this whole thing up by one, that would make me super happy, but not going to happen. Because if we shift it up and over by one, I'll wind up with a dead space on the wall. I don't know if that's really the worst thing in the world. I might just do that anyway and then just brick in along here, just, you know, for cleanliness, you know, squaring off the map and all that good stuff. And I'm sure every Ani player over here would be surprised to know it's 500 cycles in and I haven't gone to the second planet. I like to get the first planet, like, dialed. And then we're just going to go ham, go into second, third, fourth planet. I've got a whole system planned for collecting the ice meteors and converting them into liquid oxygen to go into liquid oxidizer tanks and launch double tank petroleum rockets, because we're going to have plenty of petroleum to play with. Well, maybe not plenty of petroleum. I'm going to have to do some things and stuff. I really should make one of these for molten slicksters. You know what? That's future Nether's problem. Current Nether, let's make sure... Current Nether, let's make sure our power is sorted. So you're going to go there, and then you're going to get snipped out of there. So now... Excellent. I might want to do a little bit more. Like, I think we're going to swap these out for proper liquid filters. Because now that we've got everything stabilized, we can afford the power. Just so we can tighten this up a little bit and change some stuff. I don't know. I got eventual plans. That all being said, this line is officially obsolete. So we do not have to run this through the base any longer. And what that does is freeze up this line. The only thing that this line is powering, and I might just leave it that way, is the pumps in our infinite gas storage and the door for our thermal injector. And, you know, we're never going to be able to come in and get rid of that vestigial piece of cable. So, yay for stuff that's going to drive me crazy. Yeah. I think all in all, that's pretty much the rundown. Nature Reserve, Great Hall needs a little work. Once we get a little bit more plastic in the mix, we're going to start doing the comfy beds. Speaking of which, do we have that unlocked? Let's take a quick look at our furniture. We do. What does that cost? 200. Thank you, Bat Guy. Thank you, thank you. Bat. It's an industrial sauna. We've got layered gases. Isn't it amazing? We're using the steam turbines to pull out water for the oil instead of using water sieves that are going to break. I'm so happy. This is what we spent most of the day doing. We've got powered incubators. Powered incubators. Ooh, printables. Choose blueprint. I don't care what any of them are. We need more pips in our life. Hello, sir. Welcome to the team. You will be the most important part of our team. We've got 2 wild pips up here. You guys should be satisfied. So I'm going to move you up here with everybody else. Now, these long-haired slicksters, the ones that are tame, are probably going to die off. Tame. Yeah, so the wild one, they'll be chill. Oh, I am very tempted to throw in some beds. Alright, so let's take a look at our bed situation. Hang on a second here. Where do you think you're going, sir? Let's move that to a higher priority. Alright, so bed-wise, Gertrude is here. I don't think we have any of these other upper beds assigned, right? And I don't think the bottom row here has been assigned yet at all, alright? Okay, so since the bottom row hasn't been assigned, we probably don't have door priorities. Excellent. Very excellent. So let's start actually putting in some comfy beds. We're going a little bit late today because we had a late raid, and you know, gotta provide entertainment for the people. That is what we do here on Twitch, right? Okay. So you're going in. You're handling business. Oh, you almost handled business. You had to go get lunch, dinner, whatever the case may be. It's all right. Our good dupe Barb over here is gonna take care of this. So we're gonna put in some beds. A non-industrial project, guys. We can actually afford to put in our first set of comfy beds. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little floor swap action to make this work. So once these beds get built, we'll take all of the door priorities and cot assignments from this floor and move them up here. Unrestrict the doors here, and then build doors down here. Build beds down here. That will also allow our artist to get in here and take care of art. And yeah, okay, that'll do nicely. I would like to. So when we start getting over to the second planet, which we've got our two first second planet dupes running on the wheel. We got Meep last time, and we picked up Ren about a third of the way through stream today, halfway through stream today. There is a name colonist redemption, if anybody wants to name any of the new dupes. The rest of them have been named by the community already, but Meep and Ren are available for exploitation. Now, we have a nyctophobic dupe. And I never got her bed. Never got her a light for her bed, huh? Who is the nyctophobic dupe? I forget. It's Princess Leia, right? Where is Princess Leia? I can't look at your bio there, can I? Let's find you on the map. Make sure that I'm not crazy here. Nyctophobic. Okay, so we need light for Princess Leia. Isn't she in a galaxy? I mean, that's where all the dupes are, right? Galaxy far, far away. So what we're gonna do is, while we're in here, let's set up a little ceiling lamp for our nyctophobic dupe. What we'll do is we'll put it right there, right? And that way she'll be on the back end here. and we'll get that sorted. We're going to need to get power to that bad boy, though, so let's come over and grab our conductive wire, because we are just flagrantly abusing the conductive wire at this point. Let's put that there. I think... Yeah, okay, so this door doesn't have door settings anymore. Okay, so let's let everybody in here. Gertrude's the only one who lives up here. So who's here? Green Thumbs is there. Ooh, we painted Green Thumbs green. All right, where? Okay, so Princess Leia was here. Oh, and that's why that light bulb is there. All right, very good, very good. So what are we gonna? How are we gonna swap this around? Nether. Oh my God, a bunch of pre-con decks just got allowed into Arena, and one of them is discovered. No shit. I'll have to check that out. Do we get a bunch of free cards? We play a little bit of Magic the Gathering off camera. If anybody likes to play Arena, feel free to pop into Discord. I'll put up the link over here. Share your name. We'll be happy to friend you up and do some work with that. Do I have the patience to do this right now? I kind of want Green Thumbs to keep this room because we already put the green in there. Aren't those private bedrooms too small? No. 24 tiles. So 6 wide, 4 tall. Minimum amount. So we are able to fit 16 of them in this space. What I'm doing is 4 per floor and then an extra suit dock, so 5 suit docks. I learned this from watching Sudsy. She's a member of our community. But these are the exact minimum size in order to do it. And everybody gets out of their bedrooms into suits and spends the entire day in the suits. The only people that don't wear suits around the base are the duplicants that are down here in the duplicant gym / barracks training area, which I need to clean up a little bit because we no longer have the nyctophobic dupe in here. In fact, I can just boop that. We can... that's fine. That's fine for now. So they're getting that sorted. They're up there doing that. But thank you for asking. I often screw up stuff, so always happy to have people call me out and answer questions and ask questions and check on things, because I've made plenty of mistakes. Even with like 1,500 hours in this game, I still make mistakes. Usually when it comes to like piping and piping priorities with bridges and stuff like that. Almost always when I do my rail systems, it causes problems. Okay, I think what we're going to have to do, and I hate this, I think we're going to have to clear priorities just from all of these doors. It's going to be a little bit of a shit show. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we're going to go over here and we're going to assign Princess Leia. This is going to be the easiest way to get this done. Let's just batch this job. Some of the dupes are not going to be happy. Some of them might end up with sore backs, but, you know, quite honestly, that's not my problem. Well, it is my problem, but for now, we're going to deconstruct that. Now, the reason I'm like, this is going to be a shit show, is that if you have dupes going in and out of their bedrooms, other dupes can come in here if they're allowed to, and then it blocks these suit docks, and you wind up with duplicants basically getting trapped in their bedrooms. So we're temporarily going to allow everybody in here so we can clean up the mess that is these bedrooms. We're going to move airflow tiles to where I actually want them to be, and we're going to swap out solid tiles for igneous rock, because with true tiles, I like the look of that a lot better. It's probably going to get a little toasty in here because our igneous rock is usually pretty warm, but, you know, whatever. It'll be fine. They'll get over it. I actually wasn't even paying attention if we have enough plastic to get that done. So what we're going to do is we're going to let them build this stuff. There are some more decor items I'd like to put in here, realistically. But we're not going to do all of that right this second. We'll get the 2 statues in, we'll get the beds in, and we'll get everybody assigned. And once we get that all done, we'll redo door privileges. And then when we want to do some more decorating, maybe put in some nicer wallpaper patterns. Green Thumbs is the only one with patterns at the moment. Or like, you know, add in some hanging plants or portraits or any of the things like that. We'll reallow stuff. But for now, we're just... Alright, you know what? I want to priority the beds above all the other little bits. Let's not rebuild the floors before we rebuild the beds. I don't want that many people having a sore back. I understand that it's going to happen at one point. But, you know, come on, guys. Let's get it together here. Get it together, Camille. A little inside joke in our community. My friend Winter, when she started playing this game, had a Camille, and was like trying to get her map swept up and everything into boxes and stuff. And she was still learning, and priorities and stuff are, you know, difficult when you're learning. And so she would just start screaming at Camille like, "Get it together, Camille!" And ever since then, I can't stop laughing about that, to the point where I kind of want to get a t-shirt made that says, "Get it together, Camille." What I should also do... Let's do some nonsense with these doors. Let's lock the top ones and open the bottom ones. That way it doesn't slow them down as much as they're coming through here. All right. Open. 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 Lock. Let's just copy settings on the lock one so I don't have to do this multiple times. Same thing with the open settings. Copy settings. And I think same thing here. There we go. Now, they're automatically re-picking new beds. They won't pick any of the ones down here because only the people we're allowing into the duplicate training area have permission to go down here into the training barracks and training gym. But at the moment, they're all kind of picking their own spots. It'll be fine as long as we're paying attention to it. But like I said, once we get to the point where we've got some of this sorted out, we're going to have to go in and kind of assign beds and deal with door priorities and all that stuff. As long as our nyctophobic dupe has their light, I'm pretty happy at the moment. I'm tempted to even let them pick their own floor, which I'll probably just let them be wherever they be, and then go in and change things. Although Green Thumbs has to have this bed because we decorated it for him for Aya. So Green Thumbs lives there. Yeah, we'll finish knocking out this little bit here, and then we'll call it for the day and find someone to raid out. I usually don't play on super fast speeds, but I think we've got everything pretty stabilized at the moment. Very happy with the way this is happening. We've even got this this thing up to 3.2 tons out of the 5 tons. When this fills up, the priorities I have set up here, we'll start dumping it into the infinite liquid storage up here so that can be used for air as well, which should be helpful. We're getting to that point where I'm a little concerned with 11 dupe. We did the math, and as long as this system works the way it's intended to, and it seems to be so far, we add that to this cool steam vent, and we should be able to support 16.5 dupes. We've only got 11 at the moment, but we're not at the point where this stuff is overflowing into here yet. So I always get a little nervous. I like to overkill things just a bit. Alright, let's get this area swept out is the next thing. I want to get it swept out, and I want to get the art done. And nobody is doing the door duties. Let's go with duties. And let's just go with 9s. Get it done. If everything's an emergency, nothing's an emergency, but when I'm focusing on a little project like this, I do like to put things at very high priority just to make sure shit gets done. Is this the right size? 96 tiles. Good job past Nether. Alright, so once the doors get programmed, and the last couple of statues get built, we'll do door priorities. It looks like they've mostly sorted themselves to this floor and this floor. Green Thumbs is on this floor by themselves. That's 9 of the 11 dupes, which makes sense because the other 2 are downstairs. So Green Thumbs is going to get this floor all to themselves. And then, you know, we might could split these guys so they're all on different floors. Why are you not open? Alright, a little bit more, a little bit more. Where's our artist? Come on, artist. We need Green Thumb's room to look good. There's a few other things I want to do too. I'm tempted to put another statue here, but I'm also tempted to put in another suit dock just because of the way things are. We have each of these holding a single suit so that the sweeper can actually snag it from there and put it into the suits. I didn't realize that the sweeper couldn't use canister emptiers. I had each one of those put here so that whenever there's an empty whenever there's a canister of oxygen from the suit, I think like the suit deteriorates, and then when it goes back, they have to it drops it on the ground. So I was hoping that would automatically happen. Instead, we just put canister emptiers out here. And that seems to... Oh, you know what? Oh my god. Guys, we skill scrubbed Gertrude, and I never put her back into what she needed. Oh my god. Okay, so... we're going to give you that. And that is your bare minimum. And you should actually start helping with the cooking now. This is our secondary cook. And I never leveled them into cooking, and then way back at the beginning of stream, I skill scrubbed them and never actually added that back in. So Gertrude, go get yourself a hat, go get your skills updated. And yeah. So on Thursday, we'll make this an actual working system so we can start getting more ceramic. We'll do a little system down here so we can get rid of this CO2 the way we're doing it over here. We'll work on getting those bits and pieces of chlorine the hell out of our lives, because that would make me extremely happy if we didn't have any chlorine down here. It's why I've been corner deleting the chlorine over here, but at this point we might just break this open to dig it out and then freaking put some sort of system in place to get rid of it down here. Just filter the chlorine into space. We do have a pipe going up into space over here. We've got plenty of projects to do. It's just this was the most important for me, was getting this one sorted. And speaking of... oh, it's so beautiful. This is the first time I've actually sorted out this stuff getting vaporized instantly and didn't have to deal with polluted oxygen. The stuff that was lingering up here is finally cleared out, and it doesn't look like it's accumulating. I'll let this run for another, like, I don't know, 20 to 50 cycles before I rip it out. Because just in case things happen. But if it runs for a bit longer without any more polluted oxygen getting in there, we'll rip out that pump and filter, giving us more room for activities up there. Maybe we need more aqua tuners for something else. We've got these two cooling off our oxygen and our steam turbines. We've only been running one, but we have two just in case, because we had 3 of them here, 2 of which were cooling our industrial area before we cracked everything open today. And this one is the one for our base. There's a bunch of tightening up we can do with all that stuff, but, you know, none of it is essential. Okay, doors are opened people have assigned themselves. Do we want to split people to different floors? I kind of feel like it would make the oxygen distribution a little bit easier to deal with, right? So who's over here? This is Barb. Let's move Barb up here. Boop. This one is assigned... Oh, Princess Leia's got to stay there. So let's move Lou up here. Boop. Then down here... One of these floors is going to have 3 people. Down here we've got... Vermin. So let's move Vermin up here. I did not pick these names. They were picked by community members. This one is for Julie. Let's move Julie over here. Julie Pixels is another Ani player. Wonderful, wonderful person. I mean, we could move... All right, what's that do? That puts 3... Okay, so we've got 2 on the top floor, 2 on the second floor, including our nyctophobic, 3 on the third floor, and 2... Well, I mean, if you're counting top to bottom, I guess it's the other way around, which makes more sense with normal conventions. So that being said, door privileges. We have Barb and Lou up here. So let's go here. Anybody can get out, but Barb and Lou are the only ones who theoretically can get in. Just in case they sneak in there somehow, they can get back out. Then down here, we've got Gertrude and Princess Leia. So you guys are going to be the only ones that have access to this floor. Princess Leia and Gertrude. Excellent. Down here, we've got Green Thumbs, Julie, and Vermin. So, Vermin, Julie, and where is Greenie? Green Thumbs. They live on that floor. Then down here, we've got Al and Killer. I think Al and Killer were 2 of our first dupes. Al is our researcher, original researcher. And I think Killer is our original digger builder. Killer and Al. So you guys have permissions on these floors. So I think that's a good spot to call it for the day. We've made our bedrooms uniform, gotten everybody private bedrooms to give a little bit more of a boost to morale. It's not that big a boost, but it's a little bit of a boost. Our industrial sauna is industrial sauna-ing. Ooh. One more thing I want to do. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. We finally have enough ceramic to rebuild our metal refinery. So we're going to put a metal refinery right there. This ladder system is going to get in the way of what I need to do with piping, but that's okay. Okay. Let's draw the piping. We might not actually finish this, so we're going to have this pipe come up to there. This one is going to come over like this. And then as far as this spot is concerned, that's going to be radiant. So we're going to have radiant pipe do like no, that's a little too messy. Hang on. We're going to put a shut-off here and a sensor here, which means we're going to have to move these ladders, which I don't care. That's fine. We'll just move them up a level. And so this is going to come, let's say it comes up to there. We could do that, but that doesn't look nice. How do I want to do this? I want this to look good. Hold on. I got this. I've done this before, I just don't have a standard convention. So, let's say there, and both of these come out. This one will be a little bit longer, but that comes up, and then that, and now will that work when we put another one here? We'll skip a space, put another one. No, because that would overlap. So That will need to be consolidated in there, so as such, we'll offset it like that. Yeah, I like that. Then we're going to grab a bridge, which is going to jump over this to there. Now, getting petroleum in here is going to be fun. Probably just siphon it off the power line to start. Probably wind up metering it in as well. I don't want to overfill. We want exactly enough in there to fill it. All right, so that's what that's going to be. And like I said, we're going to have to move these ladders. So we're going to move these here. I don't think we're going to finish this right now, but it'll make me happy to know that we actually, well, we're not going to put the fluid in, but let's actually get this built. Oh my god. Come on, dupes. The ladders first, guys. Okay, so what we're looking for, liquid shut-off made out of steel. That bad boy's going right there. That can connect up there. We're then going to go in here to plumbing and get a liquid pipe thermosensor. Doesn't matter what it's made out of, slap that down there. Go over here, grab our automation wire, bing, bang, boom. And what do we have our temperature bit set up out here? 150. Right? So this sensor, if this is above 150, turn on this this valve here. Now it does need power. Okay. I'm not willing to do a transformer. We're just going to run a piece of the big wire up there. That is like, we can't, okay, yes, okay. Right, I can't like, this thing is legitimately, yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy. I mean, I am, but not for this reason of it fitting in here. So what we're gonna do is, I don't know if you guys remember how this thing was up in here, but basically this guy is going to send this stuff up, rotate through here, and dump all of its heat into the atmosphere. We could actually, do we want to do that? I kind of like that. It's a little odd, but I think I like it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So it's going to do the same thing our system did before. Our output's going to go up and bridge onto this. So if it's empty, it's just going to go right onto it. And it's going to start to loop around, dumping the heat from the coolant into the air around it, the steam around it, CO, whatever, the atmosphere around it. When it gets around to the thermosensor, it's going to check the temperature, and if it's above 150, it'll turn on the shutoff here. What is going on, Bear? How you doing? Welcome on in. We're about to wrap it up. We went a little late because we had some raids at the end, and I wanted to make sure that we kept going. So when the liquid comes around, it'll check the temp. If it's above 150, it'll put it back on the loop. So it'll prioritize the stuff looping before the new coolant comes out. Once it's below 150, this will shut off, and it'll overflow and go back into the coolant over here. So, I don't know. I might fiddle with this shape. I'm not super in love with it, but I kind of like the way it is. I don't know. We'll, could go up, down, up, and then... All right, let me just do a little snipping and see if I can make something a little nicer looking. Now that's a little nicer, I think. That is a little nicer. I mean, if we wanted to tighten it up into the 3 wide, we could use a bridge to jump here to here, but I want to have a larger loop so that we can have a full batch of coolant going at a time. It makes my super smooth brain hurt. What happened? Oh, yeah. This is definitely top tier nerdage. Given how many complicated integrated systems we have, I'm quite proud of the piping network here. Like, the piping network is looking pretty good for what it is. And then if we switch over to the power overlay, that's also looking pretty good. There's a lot, but it's pretty well organized. I'm very happy with that. That's looking good. Now, the gas overlay, not as thrilled with. I gotta be honest. This whole thing needs work. So we'll wind up doing that. Probably not next time. Maybe a little next time. Depends on how many smaller projects. I want to get a better pipe dumping to space situation. And if we don't need to put this system back on, then that's not necessary. And also, this pipe coming up here, we could probably straighten that out. That's dumping the natural gas from our oil reservoirs into this container up here. So there's a lot we could do as far as gas pipe cleanup. The direction that these oxygen pipes go is a little janky as well. I think I'd like to move those. We'll have to break back in here to do it, but I think I'd like to move it so they're just going parallel to each other straight through here. They'll have to like do a little bit of something, but we're eventually going to put our rocketry program up here. So I really want to tighten up these gas pumps or these gas pipes. And these are left over from when we were filling up the hydrogen in here, so they can probably go. In fact, we won't let it play out because we're going to call it, but I'm going to do that so that future Nether has his dupes working on something when he comes in on Thursday. All right. I gotta call it somewhere. So, thank you guys all for coming in. Welcome new raiders, followers, everything. Really had a wonderful day playing. I gotta get a fucking haircut. Let's see who's online. Maybe we can go and raid over to another fellow Ani player or one of our friends and family. And if not, maybe we'll go make a new friend. You too, Zed. You have an amazing evening. Let's see who's online. You know what? Let's go over and raid Too Legit. We raid Too Legit a lot on Ani days. Too Legit is Too Legit. Wonderful person. They got 25 seconds of commercial, which is perfect. I'll start up the raid. If anybody wants to hang out tonight, I might be in Discord. If you see me there, feel free to pop into chat, hang, say hi. Tomorrow we'll be doing RimWorld. Thursday back on Ani. Friday RimWorld, and then Saturday we'll be doing Hollow Knight. Rinse and repeat till things change, which will be in September. It's been amazing hanging out with everybody today. Thank you for everybody who came in. I will see you tomorrow, if not sometime soon. Take care of yourselves and be well. Bye-bye.
Oh no, this is melting. Holy shit. Guys.